Call the meeting to order at 9 o'clock, and I'm going to invite our clerk to conduct the roll call.
Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Chair Hastrack?
Here. All right, and I'm going to invite Tekla Bros to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we're on to item 2A, which is the adoption of a proclamation recognizing and honoring Miss Edith Rocagno Keenan Cicerelli upon her 112th birthday on February 5th, 2020. And so we have this proclamation, and it will be presented to Ms. Cicerelli tomorrow at her birthday party at the Senior Center in Willits. And just to note that when I did the research for the proclamation, she will be the 23rd oldest person in the United States. And so we wish her very well and many more years of vibrant life. Yes, Ms. Brown, Supervisor Brown.
When I saw it on the agenda, I just went, this is unbelievable that Mrs. Ciccarelli is 112. She's still ballroom dancing.
She's an incredible person and an institution in Willits.
Yeah,
certainly.
but I remember her doing that for years and years and years. Probably that's what kept her young.
Right. All right, so this proclamation will be given to her tomorrow. Okay. Okay, item 3, public expression. And before we go on to public expression, I'd just like to say today is Carla Van Hagen's last board meeting. Well, she'll be retiring shortly before the next one. And so we just like to recognize Carla's 5 years of service for the county as a deputy clerk of the board. And she'll be going off to an island off the Florida coast. And working with sea turtles and leading a good life. So we very much wish you well. If there's anyone else, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what was it about the experience that has caused you to move as far away as you can? Seriously, Carla Van Hagen has done an exceptional job the time that she's been here, and I'm sure we all deeply appreciate it. Thank you.
I'd just like to add thank you, Carla, for all you've done and all the many talents you brought to the job that were probably not recognized in your job description.
Supervisor Brown.
I'm going to second both the supervisors. You're going to be so missed, Carla. Appreciate all you've done and how you've worked with all of us, keeping us in order and all that good stuff. Thank you. And the best to you in your future.
Okay. So public expression. Is there any public expression for comments not on the agenda? Okay. John Sakowitz.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, supervisors, county staff, county council. John Sakowitz, candidate for 1st District Supervisor and proud member of the Medicinal Cannabis Alliance. As some of you know, on April 2006, I sued then District Attorney Norm Vroman for what was just an egregious breach of trust. He was misappropriating asset forfeiture funds, buying fully automatic Heckler Koch MP5 machine guns equipped with silencers. Right there are 2 ATF violations. Our theory was that he was arming a private militia. He died shortly afterwards when a joint task force, federal task force, served him with a search warrant. I hold today something I find equally disturbing. It's a 22-page complaint filed against the county by Barbara Howe, our former Director of Public Health, who was not just illegally fired, but her life was destroyed, or an attempt was made to destroy her, with a false affidavit and a bogus temporary restraining order. Ms. Howe is now working for a fraction of what she was making here in the county. She's now working in Lake County. She's living in a van. She's eating sandwiches as her complaint wends its way through the county system. I'd like to know several things. This is a 22-page complaint. It's very specific, and it was filed by her attorney, John Rarick. I'd like to know several things. This document represents the second amended complaint. It was filed in November. So I'd like to know when was the original and subsequent First Amendment complaints filed with the county, and what is being done about it. The second thing I'd like to know is how much money is the county spending on representation for this lawsuit, and specifically, who is being represented. The third thing I'd like to know is what are the conflicts of interest for the boards of supervisors as individual supervisors and personally as you provide oversight to Ms. Carmel to Ms. Angelo during this difficult time with this very disturbing complaint. I'm asking because Ms. Tammy Moss Chandler's department holds 50% of the full-time employees in the county, and her department distribute or contracts for another $40 million. It's a highly dysfunctional department. Measure B is stalled. Little oversight is being provided for the $20 million that we give to Redwood Community Services. There's virtually no accountability in either our human resources policies or in HHS itself. Please address this complaint in a public way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Raymond Chadwick.
Good morning. I'm Ray Chadwick. I'm the chairman of the committee to repair and update Ukiah schools, yes on Measure A. Since 3 of our supervisorial districts include portions of the Ukiah Unified School District, I thought it appropriate that I make a few remarks. Measure A would authorize a general obligation bond that would allow the district to repair deteriorating roofs, plumbing, sewer systems, and HVAC systems. Currently, at some of our schools, our maintenance department is literally buying HVAC replacement parts on eBay because they're no longer being manufactured. It would allow us to enhance our security and communication systems, including security fencing, modernize our classrooms, particularly our career and technical ed classes, and upgrade PE facilities for year-round use. All funding would stay local. No funds could be used for administrative salaries or pensions. It would provide for a citizens oversight committee to ensure that the funds were spent as they were intended. And if it is passed, it would allow us to apply for matching state funds. The cost of the average taxpayer would be about $50 for every $100,000 of assessed valuation. So thank you for your time. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. Noemi Duhan.
Good morning. I am your public health officer, interim public health officer. For those of you who don't know my background, I'm a family physician. I have a PhD in molecular biology and board-certified family doctor. So I've been your interim health officer since this summer, and I want to commend our public health department under the direction of Tammy Moss Chandler and HHSA for the work that we're doing to prepare us for the novel coronavirus response. I want you to know that we are on multiple calls with the federal government, with the state, with our region regarding the coronavirus. This novel coronavirus first was identified in Wuhan, China on December 31st, 2019. And it is a rapidly evolving infectious communicable disease situation. There have been only 11 cases in the United States, no deaths, 6 cases in California. And we are putting out a press release in the next day to our community and also preparing a communication to our primary care providers. So there's a lot I could say to you about the coronavirus. I was on a call last night at 6 o'clock, another one 7:30 this morning, with our coordinated efforts with the state and federal government. But I just want you to know we're working very hard and we're really diligently following this communicable disease. And I'm available to answer any questions in the future if needed. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that information, Doctor. All right. So the Board of Supervisors, I'm going to call up Tammy Moss Chandler right now. Oh, one sec. Were there any other public comments?
Good morning, Katrina Bartlemy, Assessor, County Clerk Recorder, Registrar of Voters. I'm here as the Registrar of Voters this morning. Our ballots were mailed out yesterday from San Francisco. Our sample ballots were mailed out last week, so they should all be starting to arrive. So at this time, I want to remind everyone, candidates especially, that there is no electioneering within 100 feet of a polling place. As of yesterday, our office became a polling place. So what that means is that there is electioneering is defined in California Elections Code section 319.5 as the visible display or audible dissemination of information that advocates for or against any candidate or measure on the ballot within 100 feet of a polling place, a vote center, an elections official's office, or a satellite location. So that means no buttons, no coming up here saying candidate for governor, anything like that. So I would, by law, that should not happen. So I just wanted to remind everyone about that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment, our first public speaker today was an example of how easy it is to make a series of false accusations with no accountability. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay, at this point, I'm going to call up Tammy Moss Chandler.
Thank you, Supervisor Haschek, members of the board. My name is Tammy Moss Chandler. I'm your Director of Health and Human Services. And over the past 2 weeks, we lost 2 very special people in our county family here in Mendocino, Tim Murray and Merope Germanu. Ms. Germanu worked nearly 20 years in our environmental health services here in Mendocino County, earning the respect and adoration not only of her environmental health colleagues here, but around the state, as well as the businesses that she regulated here in our restaurant and hotel hospitality industries. Tim Murray worked in many areas of our social services department over the last several years. He's provided eligibility services in Medi-Cal and CalFresh. Most recently, he worked in our adult and aging services. He's amazingly beloved by his coworkers, and he provided such important services externally to the clients we serve, as well as with his team in Health and Human Services. In their honor, I'd like to read a poem this morning, and I appreciate you taking this time, Supervisor Haschek. This poem is by Maya Angelou, called When Great Trees Fall. When great trees fall, rocks on distant hills shudder. Lions hunker down in tall grasses, and even elephants lumber after safety. When great trees fall in forests, small things recoil into silence, their senses eroded beyond fear. When great souls die, the air around us becomes light, rare, sterile. We breathe briefly. Our eyes briefly see with a hurtful clarity. Our memory, suddenly sharpened, examines, gnaws on kind words unsaid, promised walks never taken. Great souls die, and our reality, bound to them, takes leave of us. Our souls, dependent upon their nurture, now shrink, wizened. Our minds, formed and informed by their radiance, fall away. We are not so much maddened as reduced to the unutterable ignorance of dark, cold caves. And when great souls die, after a period, peace blooms, slowly and always irregularly. Spaces fill with a kind of soothing electric vibration. Our senses, restored, never to be the same, whisper to us, they existed. They existed. We can be and be better, for they existed. Thank you for taking this time to honor Merope, Germanu, and Tim Murray today.
Thank you, Ms. Chandler. I'd like to take a moment of silence in recognition of Mr. Tim Murray and Ms. Merope Germanu. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 8, we're going to move agenda item number 8A, and it will be considered on the consent calendar. Okay, so going on to agenda item, oh.
I believe there's a gentleman that wants to. Too late to make a public comment, I'm sorry.
No,
Too late to make a
go,
public comment, I'm sorry.
come on up.
Good morning, Board. I'm Dan Anderson, CEO for Redwood Community Services, and I've been sitting there after the comment made, and I didn't want to get up, but I just felt eventually that I needed to get up and say something. So he did make a comment about Redwood Community Services getting $20 million from the county, and that's just offensive because it's not true, and to have somebody come up here and make that comment just without checking seems really unfortunate. And I don't want to, I don't know about all the other things that this person said, but I guess I was sitting there and just felt like I needed to come up and say something that's not okay. It's not okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so moving on to agenda item number 4, the consent calendar. Okay, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay. Are there any items for separate consideration? Seeing none, is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent
I'll
calendar?
move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Agenda item number 5A, discussion and possible action including adoption of resolution declaring county-owned property located at vacated County Road 141, Ravino Ranch Road as surplus, approval of agreement to purchase and escrow instructions for the sale of this property to Jason N. McConnell and Suzanne J. Janke in the amount of $11,500, and authorization for purchasing agent or designee to sign and execute any and all agreements, amendments, and other documents related to the sale of real property at vacated County Road 141, Ravino Ranch Road, APN 184-210RW. Okay, the executive office is the sponsor. Yes, Ms. Rao.
Good morning, board members. And Mr. Chair, Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. This item is just a final closure of a property sale and surplus that has been before this board several times, both under a vacating of a road in closed session with an open session announcement with the board's intent to sell the property. Since that time, which I believe was in March of 2019, the intended purchaser has gone through and applied for a boundary line adjustment, has met the conditions that were set forth in the attached sales agreement that's before you today. And the final transaction for this is the board's authorization via the sales transaction. Once that occurs, we will go forward with the quitclaim deed and finalize the process.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any board comments? Supervisor Jurdy.
Just that this is mutually beneficial for the county and the property owner, because the county will not be obligated to maintain a road that serves basically one property.
Correct.
And there's probably a few more of those out there that we could work a deal.
Okay. Is there any public comment? Okay, is there a motion?
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further comment? Okay, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Very good. Moving on to agenda item 5B. Discussion and possible action including acceptance of presentation on the Orchard Avenue Extension feasibility study. And the sponsor is the Transportation Department. So, Mr. DeShiel.
Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, I'm Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. So it's 24 minutes after the hour, and I've been told I need to do this in an hour, so we will. So I'd like to thank you for your time. I know the board is very busy. There's very few things that, someone in my position, does much planning with. But these two, there's two items here. They are separate. They're separate reports that this board has authorized. But this has been a fairly important overall planning matter for me. When I took this job in 2005, one of the first things the then planning director said was, well, we're rezoning what we called the Brush Street Triangle. We also had a 400-lot subdivision called Hop Kiln that was going to go where Big Daddy eventually got built out there along the highway. There was just a lot of, Masonite, of course, was closed. They were looking at redeveloping that. And, this just became a really important portion of Ukiah. And so what you kind of see up there now is a much better version of what the land officer for Redwood Timber Company used to call Howard's crayon drawing. But basically, I was asked to dream up what we would do as we face these changes. I want to say, I want to really thank IMCOG, Nefili Barrett and Loretta Ellert are both here. If there's any questions for them, they've been partners in this. They assisted the county in getting a grant with Caltrans for the Orchard Street extension. They also funded half of the other study we'll look at, which was for North State Street, the corridor between, or the intersections between Ore Springs Road and Ford Road Empire. We've had 3 public meetings. I believe Supervisor McCowan and/or Supervisor Brown have been to all of those. We've had representatives from the city and from Caltrans. We've got a lot of slides and a lot of information, but what you need to know and the public needs to know is we've looked at all these ideas. The Orchard Street study is online and you can look at it electronically. The North State Street study. And I also wanted to say that these are not the final product for the ideas and plans we're putting forward. This is the beginning, but it's very detailed. There's a lot of good information. The Those of you who know me know that I have little sayings I go in life by, but one of my sayings is that if you aim at nothing, you'll hit it every time. So when I put a target up like this, and at the public meetings, I felt like it was a target on my chest. You know, it invites criticism and ideas and what's wrong with this or what's wrong with that. But you don't advance things if you don't put something out there to look at. And that's where we're at with these two projects. I would also say that Caltrans is planning a project now. Those of you who live and drive here know that the northbound on-ramp at North State Street is a really hard merge. And Caltrans is actually going to widen their bridge structure, the northbound structure, to the south, so that it will be the left lanes. They're going to add 2 lanes out there with a merge, so that'll make that much safer. So as all these things were happening, as we had the Brush Street Triangle development, as we have Masonite redevelopment, as we have other projects in this area of the county that seems to have a lot of activity and a lot of development potential, it just seemed like a good time to put a little better target out there for us to shoot at and think about. I will say that as Caltrans worked through their interchange idea, we were with them all the way, and when they selected their idea, we reflected that here. There are some bold proposals you'll see today, particularly the idea of cutting off Lover's Lane from that short little intersection with KUKI. But I would also add that the Jensen's truck stop rezone and use permit designated truck circulation that went Lover's Lane to KUKI one way. So we've really taken all those same circulation ideas and what's currently going on, and we've incorporated that. So, you know, you're not taking an action today. This isn't CEQA. You won't actually make decisions on any of these ideas until we have specific projects. The first specific project you'll probably see will be the 101 interchanges. There are STIP projects in the pipeline for that, and there is the Caltrans project. But I just want you to know this is an attempt to be regional and have a good overview of what we're doing, so that as we bring things, it fits into a context. We will have questions after each presentation, but we also understand, because the two projects have gone concurrent, that it could be we'll just roll through it and you could have more questions about both at the end. As far as I'm concerned, that would be appropriate. Also want to introduce our consultants with GHD. GHD has had principal engineers over all these projects that have worked for other companies. They were Omni-Means. One of their principals was with TJKM for some of the initial work that Phil Dow had them do in the 2004-05 time. So they really a company with a lot of experience with the county and with the city of Ukiah. Daniel Kerr is doing the first presentation, the Orchard Street. They're traffic engineers. And Heather Anderson did the North State Street project. You know, like I said, these are all on your website. You have them electronically. Howard likes paper, but I judge the caliber of my consultants. So I would say Heather is ahead of Daniel, just the way I do things. That's why I like the paper. But with that, I will just let them begin, and we'll start with Daniel and Orchard Street.
Great. Thank you, Howard. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you so much for having us. I'm honored to be here to present the potential of an alternative north-south major collector through the greater Ukiah Valley area just north of city limits in southern Mendocino County. So we early on just wanted to study what the traffic circulation needs are for this area. And we were quick to identify, excuse me, let's just rough housekeeping. We're gonna kind of go over the project introduction. We ran quite a bit of traffic analysis to figure out if there's even a benefit of providing another north-south collector in this area. Then we kind of dove into the more technical studies and got the background documents and preliminary cost estimates together to really allow Howard and the rest of the DOT to properly plan growth in this area. As he mentioned, there's planned developments in the Brush Street Triangle area, as well as needs for redevelopment in the Masonite and more northern portions as we approach Lake Mendocino Drive. So, as Howard mentioned, we are very preliminary as far as the project planning process goes. We wouldn't expect to see very much boots on the ground or shovels in the ground, if you will, for quite some years. But this is a very important first step to kind of gauge all of the future stages and establish a need for the future funds and essentially help gather those fees from various developers and other sources. So, our need for this project is we recognize that there's only two north-south avenues for traveling motorist goods and movements throughout the greater Ukiah Valley area. That is US 101 and North State Street. And those are really our only two options. And 101 is actually height restricted. So you've only got one STAA designated route through this area. As we can see, that could be a possible inhibitor to goods movements and the services, as well as what if there was an accident or a congestion in the area, we've locked down and kind of isolated ourselves. So the purpose of this study is to assess the feasibility and cost of improvement for the alternative north-south route in the greater Ukiah Valley area and improve traffic operations, multimodal connectivity, so that means all forms of traffic, whether that be pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists as well. We want to improve access and safety for all of those modes. As Mendocino County continues to develop and grow in population, the congestion will continue to grow on the thoroughfares that we're experiencing here today. So this extension would alleviate congestion on State Street and 101. Additionally, help with the planned developments as far as assessment fees, providing all of the access and circulation studies, and connection points to the existing roadways such as North State Street, which you'll hear a lot more about later on today. So again, we took a look at the study area of this Mendocino County portion of the greater Ukiah Valley area. And we look at a whole bunch of alternatives. We took Howard's, as he said, crayon art and really put pen to paper and AutoCAD clicks together to study the feasible alignments and possible alternatives and what could possibly be the best route for this north-south arterial, as well as the least impactful to our environment, because we respect the Native American resources as well as the beautiful river that runs through this area. So as a portion of our study, we collected intersection counts at 16 intersections that are listed here today along North State Street and scattered throughout the Brush Street Triangle. From that, we've projected out, we did traffic analysis of today's conditions, and sure enough, as suspected, as you all experienced, near the interchange with 101 and North State Street, we've got a lot of congestion. Insufficient level of service by county standards, by state standards. We all experience this today. We know that there's a need for improvement, and I would not want to steal Heather's thunder. You're going to hear a lot more about this interchange and possible improvements later on. What I've been tasked with is giving an alternative relief route. So this would be for those large trucks that wouldn't want to sit through the congestion on North State Street, as well as tying into these developments, and then local bypass routes, people dropping off their kids and going to and from work from their houses. This is a more of a collector versus an arterial road that we were studying. So that these were all thoughts and processes in mind. Along with the traffic data we were able to pull from the Switter's accidents reports, and it turns out the collisions in Mendocino County along North State Street make up 3% of the collisions for the entire county in this very short run, 2-mile long stretch of county road. So obviously we've got some safety concerns. Again, Heather will work more directly to address this, but by relieving congestion and the amount of traffic and the amount of conflict, as well as providing access to cyclists and pedestrians on an alternative route, we would expect these numbers in the future to go down. So forecasting. So we've essentially established the, or we took into account the county's general plan and growth model, and we essentially built out the region. Let's say all of the developments have gone in, and we've looked at 3 different scenarios. No new north-south collector, that's the no build you see in the second column there with the numbers. Phase 1, which would be the smaller portion, or the more southern portion of the project, which covers the Brush Street Triangle and the Masonite area development, which we've identified as an immediate relief to North State Street, which would probably provide the best benefit for the county in the near term. And then we looked at the full build out, which would be the connection all the way up to Lake Mendocino Drive, both at the interchanges and near the county's DOT offices. Environmental studies, as I mentioned, we wanted to be good stewards of our environment, make sure that we're doing the best that we can to be the least impactful and providing the largest benefit. So again, we've taken the crayon art and run our traffic analysis, and now we're diving in what resources do we have out there. So we've looked at potential floodplain impacts, farmland impacts, cultural resources, special and critical habitats, as well as known soil and groundwater contamination sites, which are federally registered. And we do have a couple in the area. So we compared those 3 alignments that you saw on our spaghetti art here, shown in purple, orange, and blue. And then on the table here, we are recommending. So essentially what we've done is we've had environmental engineers take a look at what level of analysis, what level of reporting we need for both CEQA and NEPA documents moving forward. And we decided to narrow down our options down to one preferred alternative, the least impactful alternative. Which, and I'm going to dive right into that alternative. So after speaking with County DOT, this is slated as a major collector road. So we took the largest possible right-of-way cross-section as defined in the county's general plan, which is a 100-foot right-of-way. We're going to be providing a complete street, which includes sidewalks and bike lanes on both sides, as well as the vehicle traveled way, 2 lanes in each direction, including a 2-way left turn median. There are some existing constraints at the Brush Street Triangle, most particularly the 101 overcrossing of Ford Road. With the way that the existing columns are aligned, the roadway is actually going to have to be narrowed from the planned ultimate cross-section just in order to meet safety and design standard needs in this one area. So this is the reduced section you see on the bottom of the screen. And then we also include multiple connections to North State Street. This is a cross-section with a 50-foot right-of-way, complete street for those side roads connecting back into State Street as this project gets developed. So as you can see, the preferred alternative, which is the least environmentally impactful, the least costly in order to construct and study moving forward, has the alignment run through the Brush Street Triangle, utilize the existing 101 overcrossing intersection at Ford Road, and then it's going to run parallel just east of the railroad track, all the way north to Lake Mendocino Drive. So again, we're going to connect to the existing Orchard Avenue at Brush Street and head through the Brush Street Triangle. There are a few minor river crossings, or river tributary crossings, I should say, through the area. Here's our constrained intersection where that reduced section needed to be applied, and that's really just due to the existing columns and abutments of the overcrossing. It also ties into planned either private or public, I think yet to be determined, developments within the Masonite area. So we accommodate all of those future plans, as well as providing the county-specific road just east of the railroad tracks. As you see here on the screen, Ore Springs would be our first connection into State Street and kind of the end of our first phase of the build-out of the project. As we head further north, We cross through the lumber mill area, essentially bifurcating it, but we're actually providing additional access and facility points that would be easily incorporated into this roadway's design. We're also mindful of the existing Mendocino Railroad spur that enters the site, and accommodations and all of the crossing gates that are required would certainly need to be in the final plans and studies. We have another crossing, just tributary crossing just north of Hensley Creek Road, which is our second connection back into State Street, which would be the end of our Phase 2 improvements. Then we have Lake Mendocino Drive that actually ties into the Lake Mendocino Drive interchange at 101. As we head north, we were conscious of the existing multifamily area, and the alignment actually takes a sharp deviation turn to provide the least environmental impact. We originally had this alignment running straight through, but we found that would be difficult or more costly for the county to encounter, and also it would cause a detriment to your guys' low-income housing standards, which we definitely wouldn't want to do. So this would be essentially the ultimate terminus of the project. This terminus of the project, we're talking planning level, the need wouldn't be for at least 30, 40 years out. So keep in mind that these are future plans, future extensions. We really want to focus our attention in the near term to this southern Brush Street Triangle and Masonite area. Great, and then these videos are just, or these pictures here are just showing our connections into State Street in finer detail. They were kind of cut off on the other views. All right, so project phasing, as I've alluded to before, we're talking about how the county wants to plan and build out this connection to State Street and providing the alternative connection in a methodical manner as the development proposals come in, as the county grows in this area. We want to be nimble and allow for moderate growth as the money comes in, et cetera. So as I mentioned, the blue portion here is our Phase 1 limit, where we would want to tie in to the Brush Street Triangle, get the general infrastructure for those planned residential developments in the area, as well as get the roadway infrastructure for the Southern Lumber Mill and Masonite area, tying into North State Street with a logical kind of closed square loop for those vehicles who wouldn't want to sit in the congestion on State Street through the interchange. Phases 2 would tie in at Hensley Creek, as we mentioned, just north of the lumber mill, and then phases 3 and 4 are kind of more of our distant future, tying into Lake Mendocino Drive and the northern interchanges of the area. Again, just a heavier emphasis on Phase 1 because we feel that provides the most benefit in the immediate near-term future. So we, as a part of this study, we're required to do cost estimates. There's a lot of assumptions. Keep in mind that we are clearing a 100-foot wide right-of-way, as well as cleaning up some known hazardous sites. There's quite a few structure crossings. So these numbers are very large and quite potentially alarming, but this is including all of the environmental studies and impacts, and these are going to be partially funded through, hopefully through regional grants as well as developer fees and then county general funds moving forward through the future. That's for Howard to work out with you guys in the future, just as, yeah, so this is the results of our study. The Phase 1 most critical need that we can probably see being implemented within the next 10 years or so as the development comes forward. You're talking about $30 million in construction costs, and this is about 1.5 miles in length of roadway, keeping in mind there is no infrastructure out there today. So that includes 2 structure crossings, all of the necessary storm draining, lighting infrastructure, as well as the roadway itself. $44 million, including all of the environmental costs and consultant fees and Caltrans input and construction support through the end. The ultimate project, we're talking just shy of $150 million, and this is projected out 40 years from now. So this is a Caltrans escalated 8% factor 40 years from now. So as a rough number, we're looking at about, I believe it was 34, just so I don't misquote. So we are looking around $24 million per lane, per mile of this roadway is the projected cost for getting this entire 100-foot roadway cleared. And then if you want to include all of the developers' costs, et cetera, we're in the neighborhood of $37 million per mile. This will be helped to redirect your assessment fees, et cetera, moving forward. Again, we're in planning, so the next phase for Howard to tackle would be to put together the scoping and financing plan and present that to you guys, and hopefully get this at least phase 1 project funded here in the near term. With that, I'd like to open it up to the board for questions, if there are any.
Okay. Could you repeat your name, please?
Yes, my name is Daniel Kerr.
Thank you.
Daniel Kerr, K-E-H-R-E-R. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have a question for our transportation director. What would $91 million do for our existing roads?
Yeah, it would do a lot. And so we put this grant together to identify these as public projects, but much to the chagrin of my friends like Steve Gones, Ross Liberty, and Cox Mayfield folks who aren't real happy with me, they all know that Howard's real plan is to see this plan implemented mostly development by development. And of course, these are all as if we were to do these as publicly funded projects. Most subdividers build their own roads, do their own road development. It's embarrassing to say, but it's true, at half the cost of what the government would do the same thing. A lot of reasons for that. And so again, it's more of a target for me, but we did ask Daniel and his company as part of this process to put costs on these things. And there will be opportunities for probably some public-private partnership, particularly for areas where two developments don't link together or we need some public things. But you're absolutely right, supervisors. There's no way the county's ever going to invest $150 million into this, even if it is over 40 or 50 years. But what we would probably do, and of course it'll be a good segue into our North State Street project, where we do have some public monies to fix our existing public interchanges on our existing public road, to know about the ideas within this plan and to make smart connections. That was the reason for doing both of these at once. But no, I don't intend to build this with all public money. It will have to be done as development generates those kinds of opportunities.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So I think Howard largely just answered the question I was going to ask, which was how do projects like this get built in communities, let's say in Sonoma County, where they've had major road projects in the not too distant past?
Yeah. So Daniel alluded to the traffic impact idea. Phil Dowd brought that before the board in the city of Ukiah in 2009, a joint meeting that you had. At least two of you were there, pretty sure, Supervisor Brown, Supervisor McCowan. And we haven't opted for that yet. We could, and then these numbers would feed into that. So probably what we would do, Supervisor Jurdy, is on a case-by-case basis, consistent with reasonable impact fees. We could use this as a way to marry some public-private things as development happens.
Just a brief follow-up. So I see the development impact fees. Could it be structured in a way so that because you said that they could build it for maybe roughly half the cost of the county, is there an option that we could create so that they could either pay the impact fee or they could build it themselves and be out of the impact fee?
We typically have the developers do this and then we accept them in after they're done. The key there is you can't commingle the public money and keep it at the private cost. So the developer has to do it all. Because once you go public, you go all the way to public prevailing wage and all that kind of stuff.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. However, there's currently no mechanism in place to extract assessments or impact fees. So we see piecemeal development, which is occurring in this area. We see the apartments that went in on Brush. We have a really nice curb, gutter, and sidewalk and, modest street improvement immediately contiguous to the development, but there's, without, I guess it would be an AB 1600.
That's correct. That's what Director Dow proposed several years ago. But even then, they don't contribute to the AB 1600 until they actually develop.
Correct, but you at least would be in a position to collect fees incrementally that could be used. You could prioritize which improvements need to be made, I assume. But it's another aspect of this, through the Brush Street Triangle. That's an area, as we all know, that logically, it's the most annexable area for the city of Ukiah, and yet there's been no progress towards annexation in 30 years. So we're designing a project through what you would hope eventually would be city of Ukiah territory. There's more problems here than there are ready-made solutions, it appears.
Well, let me just say and commend IMCOG. In 2003, they did the Brush Street Master Plan study. So that little bit of improvement you see by the apartments will fit in with the improvement you're going to see. There's a project on the table to start the senior housing across the street. You're right, without the comprehensive revenue stream from AB 1600, it'll leave other public things to start filling in gaps. But like I said, at least there's a target there, and there was a design standard set so that as you build the pieces, they'll fit together. And at this point, that's the best I can do. That's what we are doing in this county. Again, another one of my cliches is the Johnny Cash Cadillac. That's how I'm doing these things, one piece at a time, but the studies help it all fit together.
Thank you, and just one more. So the alignment, of course, is conceptual and subject to a lot of things. It cuts across parcel boundaries, and there would need to be cooperation with landowners, and a lot of other things happen to ultimately establish the route.
Correct. That's why I said it gave us a starting point, but it will be done by the developers, and the alignments will be selected by them. But the idea is, if this is the overall picture, how do we make it all work? For example, in 2005, the developers at Hopkiln basically wanted a 400-unit subdivision where Ford Road ended in a cul-de-sac in their project. So, this lays out our idea, and it is in the UVAP, by the way, to do a route up to Lake Mendocino Drive. So that's already in one of your planning documents. But as I said, I expect it to change. That's why there's all the different color lines up there. They can move around, they're crayon lines, but this is where we want to try to get to in general.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Dashiell, this is for the public to reassure them that City of Ukiah has been involved in the public meetings as well as other meetings that have taken place over time. So I just want to reassure the public that, yes, we are working with the city.
And with Caltrans.
And Caltrans, thank you.
And I noticed that a lot of it north of the 101 crossover is along NCRA lines. And so is there consideration about the Great Redwood Trail and how that might impact any kind of development there?
So while we're looking at a complete street, regardless, if ultimately we did select an alignment right next to the railroad tracks and we could share part of that goal, complete street goal, we would. It would be an opportunity, but not a requirement. But yes, we would. If though we needed to swerve this road out for whatever development reason, the Great Redwood Trail will still need to really stand alone. So the two projects wouldn't necessarily be fundamentally tied, but like everything else in this thing, if they happen to coincide for a certain section, they could share that, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
So now for Heather.
Well, are
North
there any
State Street.
public comments about that part of the agenda item? Okay, seeing none? All right. Yeah, okay.
A question for Howard. I'm just curious, when you do these type of circulation
Oh.
studies, sometimes you
Could
forget
you please state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Lindy Peters,
Okay, thank you.
citizen of Fort Bragg. Anyway, you sometimes forget to check with the public safety sectors, and I'm just curious if this plan was reviewed by fire departments, by police
Could you
departments.
please direct your comments to
Fine.
the chair? Thank you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, there's a question for him.
Okay, but
and-
please
and-
direct it through me. Thank you.
The question is, as you do a circulation study, oftentimes you forget to check with the public safety sector, fire departments, police departments. My question was quite simple. If they've had a chance to review this and what their comments might be, understanding this is at the very beginning, conceptual stage. That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
So,
Mr. DeShield. do you-
so through the chair, this was widely advertised for comment at the public meetings. Frankly, the only public safety input I got dealt more with the use permit for the Jensen's truck stop remodel, because obviously City of Ukiah has a substation on Lover's Lane. So, their biggest complaint is the light doesn't work very well at KUKI, and it's hard to get through during the congested traffic. But to the public's comment, I would say our consultants improve circulation and traffic facilities to current standards. As they mentioned, SDAA trucks, Heather's gonna get into that. That means fire trucks too. So in reality, we're improving traffic for everybody. And no, specifically, I did not get many comments from the public safety folks, other than the people at the substation at Ukiah don't like my intersection at KUKI. And I've known about that for years.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no more public comment. Oh,
Morning. Maureen Mulhern. I just wanted to make sure that the entire Board of Supervisors knew that on January 16th, the City of Ukiah actually moved forward with an annexation policy and updated the sphere of influence as well as the area of interest. So if you want to see those documents in that video, you can see that at the cityofukiah.com. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Mr. Chair?
So, yes.
And I don't know if Howard remembers, but when Dan Gribble was Ukiah Valley Fire Chief, he did participate. Early on, I remember that in 2009. Also, the sections we've looked at, like North State Street, Ford Road, Empire Drive, and also out by the truck stop area, he was very active.
Okay, thank you. So, closing off this segment, this agenda item, okay, is there a motion to approve the presentation? Is that what we're?
I believe you're just accepting. I don't think there
Accept.
has to be
Okay.
action.
Yeah.
You're
and
just
we-
receiving
Okay.
it.
I
yeah.
think we have another one
With-
coming too.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move on to agenda item number 5C, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of presentation regarding the North State Street Highway 101 intersection interchange alternatives analysis for the Ukiah area. Okay, the sponsor is the Department of Transportation.
And so while we're getting that presentation up, Heather only has 24 minutes, less than half the time to do a much bigger one. But just remember, she won't go into all this detail, but it's there for you to read. I know you can do it. I know you can do it, Heather.
No pressure. Just to reiterate what Howard and Daniel have already said, thank you very much for listening to all the hard work that we've been doing over the past year and a half or so.
Could you please state your name?
Oh, I'm Heather Anderson.
Thank you.
Project manager for this study. So essentially, some of the thunder's already been stolen, but that's okay. So my study was to evaluate essentially 6 potential intersections in total. So to the southern limits, looking at Empire and Ford, to the north at Ore Springs. So basically trying to take any of the previous work that had already been done by the county, and also Omni Means was part of one of those studies back in 2010, 2011, and really modernizing it, bringing it to current standard, and then in addition, lengthening the overall corridor study so that we could ensure that things that we were trying to plan would work well with each other, because we can't just look at an individual intersection within this region because everything is so closely tied. So Daniel already spoke to this. Our traffic studies were tied together because we're studying the same area. So we looked at the same 16 intersections. As you can see, 4 of the 6 intersections that we evaluated currently are operating at or below the target level of service. So we have problems there today, and with all of the other growth and development in this area are only going to get worse. So the other part that we looked at were collisions. Daniel was looking kind of at the overall network in his big bubble that he was showing previously. We really wanted to focus in on that 3-mile corridor. So between 2014 and 2018, there were 167 collisions on North State Street. Most of them were rear end and broadside, which is indicative of issues with signal. And there were 14 vehicle PED issues, 3 fatalities, 18 severe injuries. So those are, statistics that we don't want to just shy away from. They're things that we can use in the future to look for grant funding as well. So the purpose and need of this study was really looking at how can we relieve traffic congestion in this short corridor, improve traffic safety, minimize delay, improve multimodal, so pedestrian and bicycle access for all, while also enhancing economic vitality, which in turn facilitates goods movement. So that's back to that STAA discussion. So the tool that we've been using a lot on past projects, and this is actually a new Caltrans standard, so it's called an Intersection Control Evaluation, or ICE, which is kind of a fun acronym to do all the time. But essentially it's a side-by-side comparison of any intersection control strategy at an individual point, right? So if there is no stop sign there, you evaluate a stop, signal, or a roundabout. If there's already a signal, you evaluate a modified signal or a roundabout. So you just use that as a side-by-side comparison in order to equally weight the different alternatives, while also helping you with public outreach, which we've already done a few presentations on this, as well as in the future, it could alleviate concerns with right-of-way acquisitions if those ever came to fruition. But eventually that helps you get to a single alternative. So as a planning phase, we started this ICE process. We called it a step 1.5. Caltrans eventually wants you to do a step 2. So we've started the process for the county. So as they move forward into further development of those STIP projects along State Street, they can reutilize a lot of this same information that we've produced and then just finalize those evaluations. So we looked at the 6 intersections, so Empire Ford, KUKI, obviously the northbound and southbound on and off ramp intersections. In addition, you'll see that intersection 5, which is just that potential connection in and out of the new Masonite development. And then 6 is Ore Springs Road. So we looked at both signals and roundabout alternatives. So in order to just do a really good comparison, we wanted to look at what would happen if the corridor was completely signalized versus all roundabouts. With the closely spaced intersections, there's not a whole lot of opportunity to mix and match. If possible, you would maybe segment it kind of between the southern segment versus the northern segment. So in that I mean the Empire Ford, KUKI, and the southbound on and off ramp intersection, those could kind of function as a southern leg because those are all just so tightly spaced. Then you have the undercrossing And then the northern segment could begin, which would be the northbound on and off ramp, the potential new development connection, as well as the other potential new development connection that coincides with Ore Springs Road. The issue with the signal alternative, and we'll just kind of talk through, so here's those southern intersections, Empire Ford being on the left. Everything starts to get very large very quickly because some of these intersections are already signalized, right? So KUKI and Empire Ford, for instance. So in order to get better level of service at these intersections that are already failing today and add multimodal access potential, we start to just get very large very quickly in order to accommodate all of those modes. So right-of-way would be a lot larger for these two intersections just to accommodate level of service needs. And then you'll see the southbound on and off ramp in order to improve operations and reduce collisions overall. We're trying to tie that into one single intersection instead of them being offset like they are today. So that's just a bit more detailed of that same leg. And then on the northern side, obviously there's also additional cost in just creating brand new infrastructure because Ore Springs Road isn't signalized today. That other middle, we keep saying the fire station intersection because that's kind of where we've aligned it, would also all be brand new. And then the northbound on and off ramp essentially stays similar to the existing condition, just gets signalized. So that's a little zoomed in. I'm going a little quicker because of time. Also, as we laid these out, the other reason why they've gotten so large, maybe even more than some people would think, is we've also accommodated the largest vehicle possible, which is the STA truck. So that's the requirement for Caltrans studies. And so you can see some of these legs, especially the one on the bottom right, those openings get significantly wider in order to accommodate the left turn. So as the trailer would swing, it could stay in paved area. So then what is a real complete street? What is the other goal of this study? It's to try to make sure that we're putting together a plan that's safe, comfortable, and convenient for all users. So pedestrians, cyclists, motorists, and transit riders, because we do have buses in this vicinity. So we looked at modern roundabouts. So that's part of the ICE discussion. That little yield symbol is starting to investigate the need or availability of putting in some modern roundabouts. So they help improve safety for all modes. They reduce congestion. They also help reduce pollution because of greenhouse gas emissions. So people who idle at a signal, that doesn't happen anymore with a roundabout. And overall, they generally do save money because they don't require as much right-of-way and less pavement. So what are not modern roundabouts? We get this question all the time because everybody thinks a circle is round, thus it means a roundabout. So rotaries, like in Europe, which is on the left, that is not a modern roundabout. That is a really, really big circle that confuses everyone, myself included. Then there's traffic calming circles, which is what you kind of see on the right. And those are more generally used in, suburbia, lower speed environments, and they're still not that great or safe. They're just nice little planted islands in the median. So why modern roundabouts? So they've been shown, especially over the last 15, 20 years, the Federal Highway Administration has been doing a lot of studies on them nationally, but they've been shown to increase capacity and reduce overall delay, especially in comparison to a signal. They improve safety overall. So the biggest reason for this is that they reduce the conflict points. So from a vehicle perspective, a standard signal has 32 conflict points. That's what that left image is showing. Whereas a modern roundabout, a single lane, only has 8. So right away, if you have less conflict points, you have less potential for conflicts, which is then less collisions. On the right, you see also the pedestrian conflict points. On a standard signal, depending on where you want to count the conflict, but you have at least 16 points if people just stay in their lanes, where they could potentially hit a pedestrian or a cyclist. Whereas with a roundabout, you're reduced again to 8. So that's showing these crash reduction statistics, which overall, yes, there are still collisions that occur with roundabouts. We can't ever make everything perfectly safe. We can't design for, everyone as much as we wish to. But you can see that overall the reduction is about 40%. The big number that we always want to focus on is the severe and fatality. those go down by 90%. Because now you force people to slow down, they're entering the roundabout significantly slower, so thus the collision severity goes down. It becomes the minor fender bender where you're exchanging information instead of calling the ambulance, which is what most signal collisions are because of broadsides and rear ends. So what is a modern roundabout? We use raised central islands, we use truck aprons to ensure that vehicles and large vehicles can still maneuver through the roundabout. We use splitter islands in order to get the pedestrians to route through them safer. We use landscaping opportunities in order to better define where people should or should not go, as well as shared use paths. So cyclists they have two options with roundabouts. They can either stay as a vehicle and just continue through with all the cars, or they can actually exit with bicycle ramps and become more of a pedestrian on the shared use path if they don't feel comfortable. So overall, public perception, this is again a Federal Highway Association with the NCHRP polling. So at the beginning, when we start talking about these in these planning phases, like just now, public opinion is usually 68% negative. You put in the roundabout within 1 to 2 years after it's been used, used by the general public, it actually flips entirely and becomes 73% positive. So we looked at the roundabouts on the 6 intersections, and this is kind of what it lays out to be. You can see, especially on that southern end, as we start to dive in, those footprints are significantly smaller at both Empire Ford and KUKI. At the on and off ramp, it gets a little more cumbersome with the roundabout alternative as opposed to the signal, but that's because we wanted to fully investigate what would happen with Lover's Lane if we really tried to get that circulation to work better. Because today that's one of the issues that we're having at KUKI is that Lover's Lane pops in way too close to the existing signal. And so that just kind of creates on that far right significantly more development than you would think, but it's just trying to tie all of these together for operations. So in the northern intersections, again, trying to get that pie in the sky or that target that Howard's talking about, especially at the fire station and at Ore Springs Road, what would it take to accommodate those new entries from the Masonite development area? And this is what it would look like. The other benefit at Ore Springs Road is that the signal starts to blow out some of those existing structures, and the roundabout doesn't. It can actually conform to all of the existing infrastructure. So, and then of course, we also always want to make sure that we're accommodating all traffic modes, including that STA vehicle, so that very large federal truck. And that's what those truck aprons help us do. But largely, a lot of these truck turns are overly conservative, and trucks usually can maneuver without having to utilize the apron. So again, we evaluated these 6 intersections. And so we just kind of I want to do an overall summary. The report goes into a lot more detail on each of these individual things. But as part of an ICE evaluation, these are kind of the criteria you're usually trying to look at. So the numbers are just those intersections so that the table didn't get crazy large with the names. And really we're trying to look at cost. Is it helping with complete streets? Is it helping with safety? Are there significant design challenges as this moves forward? Are there environmental impacts? Are we reducing right-of-way impacts? And overall, is constructability reasonable? So just at a high level, the check marks were meant to be, it meets the metric, as in like just hands down and no weighting really required. The X is that it doesn't meet it as well. All of these redesigns, we can design anything, but they all improve level of service, and they're still gonna help. Even a signal, even getting larger would still improve operations in the area. So we don't ever wanna just say nothing meets, everything meets, it just might not meet as well. And then the half check is really, it meets, but it's not as good, right? It's not a full check mark. So overall, you can see that the roundabout alternative is meeting a lot more of the metrics consistently for all of the intersections as opposed to the signals, but that doesn't mean that the signals wouldn't also help the general vicinity. And with that, just where we're at in the process. So again, back to the introduction from Howard, we are still in the very preliminary phase at the top. So we're just trying to finish the initial ICE document, which is what that big pad of paper is that I win today for. And the next phase is really moving into that project approval environmental document phase for the intersections that we actually have funding for. So the county has funding, STIP funding for KUKI and the 101 interchange intersections, which I believe is supposed to be this fiscal year, 2020. 2021, yeah. So with that, any questions? And I hope my video runs. Is it gonna work? Nope. Bummer. Dang it. Okay. Well, there's a simulation too.
So through the chair, just to kind of sum up, and we've still got 9 minutes, so I'm cognizant of that. The two projects were done such that if we never did the Orchard Street extension, ultimately what Heather has just shown you here on North State Street would work for our 30, 50-year plan, and that was important. I want to see both things happen, but the what if. And again, to plan for the ultimate, we could phase even the North State Street. For example, when Caltrans does their widening of the structure and improves the intersections, they're going to use the existing sidewalks that we see out there. They're simply going to do a road diet, and they're going to reduce the traveled lanes, and it's actually going to make that better through there now. But yet we've got the width to do all 4 lanes. Same thing with the roundabouts. We can easily ultimately build those such that they could be 2-lane roundabouts, but if we're doing improvements on Orchard, we might keep them single-lane roundabouts and simply have them ready to go. Good example, these are designed the same as some of the roundabouts you have in the county right now. The Simpson Lane Highway 1 in Fort Bragg could be 2-lane. It's presently striped at 1 lane, so you have that capacity. Again, the department is trying to think ahead. A lot of you remember we widened the structure at the Masonite Road overcrossing. As you can see, that works with the signals and the roundabout, which means we were trying to think ahead. So engineers tend to be really bad planners, but in this case, you know, I do like the fact that we've done a plan, and I am trying as we build pieces and parts to have it work ultimately. So let it go to questions or public comments through the chair.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dashiell, you spoke about Highway 101 interchange at North State and Caltrans plans. Is there, for the public, a way to go to their site and view those plans?
I am not sure how they post things on their website. I will say this, though. What was represented here as far as the intersection plan completely fits with what their preferred alternative is. Because we have been working in conjunction with them. So Heather, you could go back to that one where we had just the no roundabouts or signals yet. I mean, there? No, back to the more.
Click.
Yeah, I know. Back to the intersections, the signals. Because they're not going to build signals, they're just going to leave the sidewalk.
Come.
But I could, were we there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it won't be that. That's with an improvement. You're right, Supervisor Brown. I could get those and find out if Caltrans posts those somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just think it's important for the public as well as.
I think it's too early.
I have a copy right here, but it's paper.
Okay, well,
'Cause
that'd
that's how
work
I do
too.
things.
I think it's too early.
Yeah.
If I could have a
They
copy.
might not have it out yet for the public.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. But we've known about it, and we fit with what they're doing, so we're not in each other's way.
Thank you.
Seeing no more comments from the board right now, we'll go to public comment. Any public comment? All right, back to the board. So I guess we accept this. Oh, okay.
Thank you. My name's Ellen Drell, and I just wanted to interject a question. I have not followed this issue really, other than to hear today the presentation, and it's very interesting. But I know that the state is requiring, under new CEQA guidelines, that transportation projects evaluate vehicle miles traveled now as an important metric as opposed to level of service. And I'm just wondering if that's incorporated into this report. That's my question.
Okay. Mr. DeShiel.
So actually, under the new law, SB 273, the CEQA no longer looks at level of service. However, the county's general plan and transportation policies continue to do that. That's still perfectly legal. So we're still absolutely doing level of service evaluations. It's just that under CEQA now, you've got to look at vehicle miles traveled. And again, this isn't CEQA today. This is just a feasibility study. So, my hope is that we'll always look at level of service. Now under CEQA, we're also going to look at vehicle miles traveled. Usually, those analysis go around development that actually increases trips. This is refining a existing road in one case and then going through development. So yes, as the individual projects come in with this CEQA under the new law, we will look at vehicle mile travel impacts. And of course, that's not happening today because this is not a CEQA project, what we've done.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no more comments from the public, back to the board. So we accept the presentation. You made it with 2 minutes to spare.
2 minutes to spare.
And thank you very much.
I would, through the chair, just one final comment. As Heather showed you, the score is a little higher for the roundabout option. So when we come back to you, when we're making those choices, I just want you to know we're headed that way. So if anyone wanted to say anything, they have 2 minutes to tell me not to.
Okay, Supervisor
Yeah,
Williams.
I support the roundabouts fully.
Supervisor Brown.
And I'd just like to say I'm coming around.
Okay.
Because you know my opinion on
So
roundabouts.
the same standard as the two that just went into Lake County, Yeah?
Supervisor Jurdy.
So I'll just say that the roundabouts that were designed in Lake County were designed to be one lane, and so in my mind, they were designed correctly for that dimension. I think the issue with the Simpson Lane was because they created the pavement for 2 lanes in the roundabout itself.
Right.
And people used that inside lane as a passing lane, which Caltrans later restriped.
Right.
But the issue is the pavement's still there. So I think it's preferable, if you only really need the 1 lane, to just design the roundabout with the proper dimensions for 1 lane from the get-go, and I think it performs at a better level.
Well, and as I said, if you build the infrastructure so you have you got to remember, we're looking at 50 years, growth isn't, it's going to be a trajectory. So, you could see the day that Simpson Lane goes back to 2 lane. It's possible, but it would have to be driven by growth. Same thing here. We look at actual volume.
Supervisor McCowan, do you have a comment on
No.
roundabouts?
No, I was just wondering why Howard looked at Supervisor Brown when he made his roundabout comment.
Well, you know why. But I will say on Simpson Lane, when the very first time I used it, I thought it was 2 lanes, so
It was at first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It was.
And I support the
Confusing.
plan too. Thank you. All right. We're going to take a break now. So we'll be back in 10 minutes at 10:34. All right, we're calling the meeting back to order. And we're on to agenda item 6A, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of an urgency ordinance, adding chapter 14.32 to title 14 of the Mendocino County Code, camping restrictions on public and private property, and amending chapter 14.28 of title 14 of the Mendocino County Code, use of county parks. This is from the Homeless Action Ad Hoc Committee, Supervisors Jurdy and McCowan, sponsors. So,
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, in light of a court case, Martin versus Boise, the current county ordinance needs to be updated, and that's what this does, so that it will be enforceable. It clarifies areas where camping is not prohibited under any circumstances, environmentally sensitive areas such as floodways, parks where it obviously creates many community issues. And then it does recognize the effect of Martin versus Boise and designates areas where camping is allowed under certain circumstances, such as overnight. And this would be in cases where adequate alternative shelter is not available, and therefore people have no alternative but to sleep out in the open on public land. So I would see if Supervisor Jurdy has anything to add, and of course I would suggest we may go to County Council for their comments. As to it being an urgency ordinance, other jurisdictions are updating their ordinances. The City of Ukiah has. City of Ukiah is under pressure currently to deal with a somewhat large and growing encampment. Also, with weather improving, there's the likelihood that more people will migrate to this area and seek to camp in environmentally sensitive areas. So this ordinance, if adopted, would allow for law enforcement to protect those areas. One other important point, the camping restrictions up until now have been contained in Ordinance 14.28, which deals primarily with parks. As the provisions relating to camping have expanded, it was thought appropriate to split those out from parks and have a standalone camping ordinance. So that's also what this does. Because the new camping ordinance is standalone, there's really no red line for it. But if you go to the parks ordinance, you can see the changes that were made there.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy.
Supervisor McCowan covered virtually everything here, but I will mention that I think every city in Mendocino County has either updated their ordinance in light of the court case or is in the process of doing it. So that's and the county, of course, has more locations, more geography to cover. So it's really essential that the county update its ordinance.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start just by noting we caught a late typo, and my apologies for not catching it sooner. But in section 14.32.070, the last two sentences are surrounded by quotation marks, and that appears to have been an editing error. So I would suggest that if the board does decide to adopt this ordinance today, that it modify the amended motion to indicate that those quotation marks are being omitted. Just so that the board is aware, Martin v. City of Boise had to do with a camping ordinance that the City of Boise had, which prohibited camping in essentially any public or private property. And under what was kind of an old Eighth Amendment doctrine that says that you can't criminalize homelessness. There has to be some essentially a voluntary component to the act that is being criminalized, and when people are homeless and when there is no reasonable alternative shelter, you can't impose a penalty for the simple necessity of needing to be able to sit, to lie down, to sleep at some point. the result of this holding and sort of where that doctrine is going to go is not entirely clear at this time. The holding was relatively narrow. The rule is that you can't completely ban camping if there's no alternative for people who are homeless. So I want the board to be aware. We may see some evolutions in this case law over time. This proposed ordinance is crafted to try and preserve as much of the existing ordinance or as may be permissible, particularly as to people who aren't homeless. I think camping ordinances in the context of cities are a bit different than in the context of counties, because we actually do have recreational camping that occurs. It's unlikely that I think anyone who is a tourist in the city of Boise is going to go and camp on public property within the city limits. There's more of a concern for that in an unincorporated area of Mendocino County. But there is, I think, a likelihood that we're going to see some sort of changes, both legislatively as the state tackles this issue, and potentially an evolution of the case law, because we have relatively little guidance at this time. So I just want the board to be aware we may be coming back as this issue evolves with additional proposed future changes.
Well, one of the questions was about alternatives having to be offered to the people who were homeless.
Mm-hmm.
And that, do you think that with this ordinance we're setting ourselves up for being sued for not having enough alternatives for people?
So, Mr. Chair, I would say the case, the holding in Martin v. City of Boise was very clear that it was not requiring a jurisdiction to provide housing and to provide particular options. It was specifically that they can't criminalize the act of camping when there isn't adequate alternatives. So the carve-out that is here really allows for an exception to the camping ordinance where someone is homeless, they don't have reasonable alternative shelter, and then it allows them to camp in certain places. I think specifically other public property that's not designated there, and then sidewalks. And in terms of exactly how much of the area of the county that leaves and how how reasonable a court may find that. I will say that I haven't undertaken any mapping to see exactly what it is that would look like in terms of the reasonableness of the alternatives. Now, if the board really wanted to be careful, it could certainly take that step. Although I would note that you also want to that may delay any ordinance coming into play. So you may want to consider just a little bit of how to be addressing the issue in the interim. But that sort of analysis would help us sort of better understand exactly how reasonable the restrictions are. But I will also just let you know, while there's a possibility of a challenge, I frankly don't know exactly how much public property the courts are going to be requiring be available for people to sleep on. And we don't have a whole lot of guidance from the courts at this front. So it's ultimately, I would say, a policy call as to how much this board believes really should be sort of out of bounds for public safety, public health, other sorts of policy reasons relative to how much land needs to be made available, and sort of how much risk there is in terms of a legal challenge is difficult for me to assess, given that the case law really didn't go into that. It is very new, and we don't know exactly what this is going to mean from a practical standpoint. I would suggest, however, that the key consideration is really making sure that we're not prohibiting people from camping anywhere. And to make sure that those restrictions that are in place do have important, health, safety, or other public policy reasons behind them.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do believe the ordinance satisfies those two key points that you have just mentioned, County Council. It does not totally prohibit camping, and your second point that it does protect certain areas, I think.
Yeah, so I will say that I believe that it's reasonably crafted to try and do what is permitted under the City of Boise case. I do just want this board to understand, frankly, we don't know exactly where that holding is going to go after this. We are in a bit of uncharted territory there.
Well, correct, and this is America, and anyone can sue at any time, and I think our general practice is not to not do anything because someone might sue, but to try and do something that appears reasonable and prudent. If challenged, we can always take up that challenge at that time. The original purpose of adopting this ordinance was to protect the rights of the general community as well as to protect the environment. And the current reality is, without updating this ordinance, we will have arguably, we will have no legally enforceable tool to prevent people from camping in the floodways, in the rivers, in the creeks, other environmentally sensitive areas, or public parks. We've seen what has happened to a public trail in Sonoma County, the Joe Rodota Trail. I don't think we want to repeat that situation here. And I would also point out that this ordinance includes a new definition for safe parking and safe camping, and that we don't currently have safe camping or safe parking areas designated. I think the evolution of how jurisdictions deal with this situation is evolving in that direction. So this ordinance actually lays the groundwork for the county to designate safe parking or safe camping areas at whatever point we think that's appropriate and that an appropriate site has been identified. So it's anticipating that there may be a need for that, but again, it's in current compliance with the law.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Supervisor McCowan and Supervisor Jurdy, for your work on this. Is there any public comment?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may. Just one more thing. I believe that the agenda summary might have mistakenly referred to this as a majority vote. Since this was brought as an urgency ordinance, it should be a 4/5 vote.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there public comment on this issue?
Ordinances be consistent with what our own governor is doing. As the board knows, and as much as the public knows, on January 8th of this year, Governor Newsom signed an executive order that allowed surplus state lands, including Caltrans properties, to house the homeless in temporary shelters, including tents. On January 22nd, he petitioned the federal government to allow their federal surplus lands for the same purpose. We just hope that our ordinance is as compassionate as the governor's intentions and is not any more restrictive than what the governor is seeking from the state and from the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, back to the board. Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate the work of the ad hoc. I move to adopt the urgency ordinance, adding Chapter 14.32 to Title 14 of the Mendocino County Code, camping restrictions on public and private property, and amending Chapter 14.28 of Title 14 of the Mendocino County Code, use of county parks, and authorize the chair to sign the same.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask for clarification, does that include the omission of the quotation marks that were erroneously included?
Thank you, County Council, forgot that, but I'll amend the motion to include it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further comments?
I'd just add that along the lines of looking at places for campsites, as Supervisor McCowan mentioned, it is quite possible that all local jurisdictions are going to be really required to look at locations for safe camping. And I do think that that's something that we need to have a discussion, but really separate from this ordinance, about where does the county own any property where such a thing would be appropriate. That would have its own, probably a sequel analysis, community input. You know, it's not something you would do lightly. It's something you would do with a lot of community input. But I do think that's something that we really ought to get ahead of. So.
Okay. We're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. We are moving on to agenda item 6B, Supervisors Reports. Who wants to go first? Okay, Supervisor
I'd be happy to.
Brown, thank you.
Okay. And sir, according to your wishes, although it didn't get posted, I do have a document to turn in that will get posted at a later date. I attended the Stepping Up Committee. It was a recent meeting, and it was held with 11 in attendance. And all attendees shared information within their area of responsibility and answered questions on the coordination of services. It was announced that crisis intervention trainings are scheduled on February 19th, 20th, and 21st in Fort Bragg. And also in Ukiah, they're scheduled for May 11th, 12th, and 13th. Area Agency on Aging had a special meeting. They met to approve increased funding in the contracts for senior centers that provide meals for seniors both in Lake and Mendocino County. The Coastal Senior Center, Anderson Valley Senior Center, and the Redwood Coastal Senior Center all benefited from increased funding support. The California Health Facilities Financing Authority approved the $500,000 grant funding issued under the Investment in Mental Health Wellness Grant Program to develop a crisis residential treatment program at 631 South Orchard in Ukiah. And that was on June 30th in Sacramento. And I do want to congratulate our staff. They did an outstanding job of working closely with SHAFA to regain confidence that Mendocino can move forward on the construction of a CRT facility. SHAFA praised their work and granted the $500,000, as I stated earlier. Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission, over the past, I have reported this before, but they continue to work on the FERC licensing process, and over the past few months, the 5 project planning partners, and that includes Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission, Sonoma Water, Cal Trout, Humboldt County, and the Round Valley Indian Tribes, have continued to address all the facets of the relicensing of the project. And I won't go into all the bullet points, but I do have them within my report. Then also, I did mention previously, there is a request for additional funding by IWPC for legal consultant expenses. The work by Stillwater Sciences and the ongoing collaboration with the planning agreement parties is requiring extensive work by Inland Water and Power Commission, our FERC consultant, Tom Johnson, and our outside counsel, David Alajam. So I will be bringing, at our next meeting, forth a request for the county to contribute an additional $25,000. Going forward with IWPC, there is a new website, and it is up, and it is linked to another website, oursharedwater.com. People should go there. I encourage that to learn more about the many water supply benefits that are related to the Potter Valley project. So moving on, the PPFC, Public Policy Facilitating Committee meeting has been scheduled. It is set for Thursday, March 12th, and it will be held at the Healdsburg Community Center. And this meeting will be combined with the annual Dry Creek Habitat Enhancement Projects Community Meeting. And as you know, the PPFC has been functioning, and it is part of the process of overseeing the biological opinion that was done on the Russian River after fish were listed. Rural County representatives of California have sent a letter to the City of San Jose Mayor, Sam Liccardo, and it was dated January 28th. And this is regarding the proposed transformation of Pacific Gas and Electric Company into a customer-owned utility. It was distributed, like I said, on the 28th, and I received it after, so I didn't get a chance to put it on the agenda as materials that were received. But I do think it's important to note that they asked a series of questions that need to be adequately addressed by the mayor, and RCRC can lend its support to the initiative if those questions are answered and satisfactory. But the questions, I think, are important, and I do have the letter. It'll be posted as well, but I think it's also important for the public to look at those questions because it's something that we all need to get answered previous to going forward. And I heard on the news coming in this morning that there has been some legislation proposed to do just that, to turn PG&E into a customer-owned utility. The Local Agency Formation Commission met yesterday. We had the oaths of office for the new commissioners coming on. The commission also considered and approved an amendment to the existing legal services contract with P. Scott Brown, and that's our attorney for LAFCO. The reports given by the executive officer on sustainable agricultural land program grant, and the mid-year budget was discussed, as well as the work plan going forward. LAFCO, you may or may not know, but in December 2019 received a notice from the County of Mendocino of the Special District Member vacancy to the Redevelopment Agency Oversight Board, and LAFCO had to conduct, didn't go into an election, but they had to give written notice to all the independent Special District Selection Committee. And there was a recommendation, one application came forth, so the election process was suspended, but the countywide RDA Oversight Board new representative for special districts is Mr. Pete Bushby, and he's from Ukiah Valley Fire Protection District. And this is a mandated responsibility by the state, but it's unfunded, and it came to a cost of $1,000 for LAFCO. Also, a Cal LAFCO survey report was shared, and it indicated Mendocino LAFCO is completing its state-mandated responsibilities of municipal service and sphere of influence reviews at a higher level than most LAFCOs in the state, and I think that's very important to note. CSAC, Rural Caucus, also had a letter that was sent to me regarding homelessness, and it was sent by the chair of our Rural Caucus and the past chair. And member counties are working, that they're working at advocating for tools and resources needed to address homelessness, kind of goes with our last agenda item, but a coalition letter has been sent to the governor asking for explicit clarification on the roles and responsibilities of counties, cities, and the state. And I've also attached that for the record and would like to turn it into you, to turn into the clerk, and I'm sure it'll get uploaded and be available for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Jordy.
Supervisor Brown covered our meetings. Actually, we had two, one with county staff about the grant application, sort of a pre-meeting before the hearing, and then we were both participating by phone with the hearing in Sacramento. And I do think it's worth pointing out that the board, the commission, was very complimentary of our county mental health staff and Dr. Janine Miller in particular. For what they've done to keep this project moving along. And just as a reminder, the residential treatment facility is the type of facility that's not anticipated to require any subsidy for operation. It's the other two types, the psychiatric facility and the crisis stabilization, that require more intense staffing and are the ones that would likely require the subsidy from Measure B. But anyway, in addition to those meetings, I just wanted to mention I've spoken to several community groups, service groups who've asked me to just update them about the county. I met with the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library. They've got an ad hoc committee that's working to develop a long-range plan for the expansion of the Fort Bragg Library. As the board knows, they purchased the property immediately north of the county library. They're in the process, if it hasn't already occurred, to dedicating that land to the county for the library system. They've demolished the very rickety old house that was on the property. And anyway, so they're moving along nicely on that planning process and identifying their long-term plans for expansion. Connected with that, we had a recent meeting with the Library Advisory Board's ad hoc committee on a renewal of Measure A, which is the library sales tax, and which is envisioned to include money for capital projects, renovations of libraries, expansions of libraries throughout the whole county. And both groups, at the end of our meeting, I thought it was nice that somebody said, I was surprised how much territory we covered. We actually accomplished a lot at today's meeting. So I think they're generally feeling very good, very positive about the direction of the library. And so I wanted to convey that to the board. And then also met with the recruiter we have a recruitment process underway for the executive director position for the county retirement system. Our director, who, as you know, does live most of the time, or half the time, you could say, or part of the time in Oklahoma City. He's relocating there, but he will be working with us through this transition time beyond his departure date, really. And we have, I think, a really good description that's about to go out in looking for a highly ethical person, as we have right now as the director of the retirement system. And also, we had a Mendocino Transit Authority meeting last week. We heard that three of the senior centers all received grants, that had applied for grants for new buses. And that was good news. And in fact, the Ukiah Senior Center Director gave us a nice report at MCOG's meeting, and I think it was also at the MTA meeting that I heard verbally, because she was in Ukiah and I was in Fort Bragg. But she pointed out that the senior center buses, which have door-through-door service, so they'll pick up a senior in their house if they need that and take them all the ways to their destination, that they've actually, in the last 3-year audit of their work, actually performed, met the criteria set out by the Mendocino Council of Governments, our Transportation Board, 3 out of 4 standards that were set. So that was very good to hear. And what else? We also had, and I know Supervisor Williams will go into this, I'm sure, with his report, but we had, I think, a very promising update on the economic development strategies that we've primarily tasked to West Company and West Business Center, and the CEO Angela was also part of the conversation in that update. So I was glad to hear the work that's underway on their economic development strategy that they're working on behalf of the county, and I'm sure Supervisor Williams will go into much more detail on that. I also attended the City of Fort Bragg special city council meeting on economic development, and it covered housing a little bit, and they had several ideas for economic development that I want to discuss with our planning and building director, Brent Schultz. I know his background would fit in nicely with some of those ideas. What the council did is there was a review of maybe 3 or 4 activities that the city's already undertaking, and then they selected, or in the process of selecting, 3 additional activities to add to what they're working on, and kind of, prioritizing the issues that they thought were the most effective. And I thought that was a good process, and we, I think flattery, the best form of flattery is to copy someone else, and I think that there's room to copy with what the City of Fort Bragg staff came up with and the council came up with in terms of economic development strategies for the whole county that would work for the county of Mendocino. And we had to leave it at that.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Supervisor Williams and I did attend the Mendocino County Emergency Medical Care Committee, and under the agenda item for Coastal Valley's EMS update, we did discuss the proposed workshop that the Board of Supervisors is going to have on the current state of ambulance service and opportunities for enhancement. At that meeting, the ambulance providers were invited to submit written comments, ideally in advance, that can be included with the workshop materials. Also, Coastal Valley's presented a fiscal spreadsheet and agreed to update it in light of suggestions, including some made by Supervisor Williams. They did update that. They put it out to the providers with a request that it be completed and returned by February 12th to allow a brief opportunity for Coastal Valleys to compile the information and again have it included with the workshop materials. And also, Brian Cleaver of Coastal Valleys EMS presented a JPA concept that potentially, if this JPA were formed, then private providers would be able to bill at an enhanced rate that public providers currently are able to bill for. That would obviously require a lot more study to see if that's feasible, but potentially it could generate significant additional income. And we are proposing that this workshop or board special meeting take place February 24th at 9 a.m. Here in board chambers. So if that, and we'll have more information, and we can discuss this in detail under agenda item 6E. So I just gave you a preview on that. The Countywide Oversight Committee for Redevelopment did meet, and Pete Bushby was seated as the special district representative. Steve Barakman was seated as the public representative. The board approved the recognized obligation payment schedule and administrative budgets for the former redevelopment agencies of Ukiah, Willits, and Fort Bragg for fiscal year 2021. Also approved transfer of ownership of land that is east of the former Ukiah Brewery and south of the former Ukiah Brewery. It's predominantly wetlands, so it rather than put it for sale on the open market, it was deemed appropriate to transfer it to the city of Ukiah. All of these actions ultimately are either pre-approved or approved after the fact by the State Department of Finance. The continuum of care met, and they considered a process for submitting an application for homeless housing assistance program. $924,000 is being allocated through the continuum of care. Separately, $856,000 is being allocated through the Board of Supervisors. By agenda item 8A today, we approved, Supervisor Jurdy and I, working with staff and stakeholders, to finalize the county application for the $856,000. The purpose of giving that approval is the deadline for submitting the applications is February 15th. And although we will be suggesting a budget for expenditure of these funds, this is really more of a placeholder, and we are assured that both the CFC and the county can adjust these budget requests going forward. And for the county, that would certainly come back to the board before it's finalized. So we'll all have an opportunity to weigh in on the eventual budget for this one-time money. It has a rather long window. It can be expended over 4 years. And so it's just underlines that currently, certainly the state does recognize this as a priority, and more funding is continually being pushed down to the local jurisdictions. Senator McGuire was here for the official opening of the Great Redwood Trail, and there was a great turnout for that event. There was a walking tour going one direction and a bike tour going the other direction to examine the new trail, which has been completed substantially through the city limits of Ukiah, and there's an additional 3-mile extension that would go south from the city of Ukiah that is currently in the works. As noted, LAFCO met, and among all of the other items mentioned, the commission did also direct that the Policies and Procedures Committee review and update policies for areas of interest, special projects, and applications that are on hold. Several of us attended Sheriff Allman's retirement. While not an official county event, it was certainly a memorable one. It was also an update for Mendocino County Search and Rescue, so thank you, Sheriff Allman, for that. It was very well attended. Congressman Huffman, Senator McGuire, Assemblymember Wood were all present to present proclamations. Also, the State Sheriff's Association recognized Sheriff Allman, and approximately 15 to 20 current or retired sheriffs were present, and Senator McGuire and Sheriff Allman raised over $35,000 for search and rescue by auctioning off only 10 items. Also, all the proceeds from the door will go to search and rescue. And of course, as we all know, search and rescue are all volunteers. They dedicate their time to helping their neighbors, not just for search and rescue missions, kind of their original purpose for formation, but in recent years we've seen that they're indispensable when we're faced with emergencies. And these funds will allow them to purchase materials and equipment that will better assist them in their mission. That's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'll skip over items that will be coming up on an agenda soon. West Company, I agree with Supervisor Jurdy, thumbs up. The economic plan is progressing well. Measure B, I've been meeting with, stakeholders, domain experts, trying to come up to speed so that I have a better understanding. And one detail that's become apparent to me is the Orchard project. I know we didn't want to give up $500,000, but the more I've learned about how crisis residential works, I'm regretful. I don't think it's the right location. I think that you need transitional housing, because nobody gets completely treated in a CSU in 23 hours or in a CRT in 30 days. There has to be follow-up. Otherwise, you're throwing money out that's not effective. And so the continuum is what's critical. And I see us working on it piecemeal, checking boxes. We'll do a CRT, maybe we'll do a CSU. We need a complete end-to-end plan. When the sheriff came here and talked about a business plan, that's exactly it. We need to know the full scope. And I'm afraid we're endeavoring down a path of piecemeal that in the end may not build a full spectrum of care, in which case we haven't maximized the value on the public funds. Additionally, I understand the CRT may not be fully reimbursable. Staff at some point can address this, but my understanding is it's up to a 50% match with Medicaid. And maybe there's some realignment dollars, but that comes back to, you need a business plan with a financial statement that shows the breakdown of how this will work. Last point on that, residential treatment works well when it's in a residential setting, residential structure. The idea that this county government can build a structure for less money than buying an existing structure, even when you figure the $500,000 to the state, I don't see how that's possible. I think in the end, by taking this grant, we're going to spend more money overall. MHRB had a meeting last night. They're down to 3 members. We probably need to consider expanding the area to select from. I think planning will work on that and bring a proposal. Fees, it came to my attention that because of the salary adjustments, cost recovery is off now on a whole lot of fees. I imagine staff will be bringing that forward, but I think we should all be prepared going into the budget cycle to contemplate what exactly that means. We had substantial increases in a lot of personnel who are directly related to the cost recovery. I volunteered to participate in the homeless point in time count, which what I saw was volunteers working extremely hard to pull it off. And for the most part, I think it follows the HUD guidelines. I also don't believe that we have an accurate count. I think there must be a better way for this county to count the homeless population, whether it's looking at records from the previous trailing 12 months to see who got services where. Simply having volunteers drive around and try to spot homeless between a certain window of time, it's not accurate. And I think now that funding is attached to it, we're likely to see, not in this county, but elsewhere, exaggerations. And I think it's also possible to undercount. I know an area where I usually see maybe 15 to 20 homeless. We only counted 4. And maybe we were there on the wrong time of day. Maybe the weather conditions pushed them somewhere else. Maybe they're having a party down the road. But the bottom line is, it bothered me that we may not get funding for people that we know are homeless and need services. And I brought this to HHSA. It looks like it's more of a continuum of care problem, which got me thinking about wondering why the continuum of care is not reporting to the county directly.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Williams. And certainly, we talked about it a couple weeks ago about getting our reports in writing. And so there is a question about when we can really post those. But I think right now we're trying to post those on the agenda at least the day of the meeting. So hopefully we can continue doing that. And thank you for all of you who have done that so far. I attended the Measure B meeting on January 22nd. Supervisor McCown was there too. And we did talk about work plans and work, especially in regards to the training facility. There was a request afterwards from the chair that the supervisors have a person there, at least one supervisor there for their meetings. And so I know that Supervisor McCowan has been pretty regular attendee there. I've been trying to attend, and so if it's all right, I will commit to being there as much as I can. And Supervisor Brown?
The 2 I tried to attend, I think there were 4 supervisors in the room, 3 or 4, so
Right.
I left.
Yeah. Okay, so if we could have 1 or 2 there so we don't have any Brown Act violations, that would be great. Okay. You know, I've heard from a lot of my constituents and also constituents in Ukiah about some of the needs of some of the communities in our county that aren't always visible and out there in front or at the board meetings. And so one of these certainly is Hispanic community, the other is Native American community. So what I'm going to be proposing in the next board meeting is that in March, we have some kind of a workshop where we can really hear about the issues of the Hispanic community and, you know, have a dialogue about what's going on in the county and what kind of barriers there might be to participation or housing or, you know, any of the issues that affect the Hispanic community, which I'm sure are issues that we all share. And so, especially with Supervisor McCowan the other week said that the Hispanic population at the Ukiah Unified School District was 50% for the
45 in the lower grades.
In the lower grades, right? And Willits, it's certainly 30%. Anderson Valley, it's probably much higher than that. And so what the idea would be is to have a workshop where we can get together and just talk about the issues, and it might be a special date. I've been talking to the clerk of the board about March 23rd. I brought this up to the Ukiah Vecinos in Acción, and they were very supportive of the idea. And so I'll be bringing it up next meeting as an agenda item to try to get this workshop on the calendar. Supervisor Jurdy.
I know we can't go into great discussion, but I would like to discuss, it'd be helpful if people on the coast could attend, and I think for that to happen, it would either have to be most likely almost a weekend, or to allow people to video conferencing, because during non-work hours. I just don't see how people who are in the Latino community, who are almost all in the workforce, they're younger people generally, I don't see them participating from the coast if we're trying to get their input.
And certainly that was brought up last night at the UVA meeting, the Ukiah Vecinos in Acción. And they were saying that, you know, if you really want participation, we might have to do it in the evening. So it's a thought. And that would be the day before the board meeting. Okay? We can work that out next meeting if people are so inclined. The ad hoc cannabis cultivation committee met on January 22nd up in Laytonville at Harwood Hall. There was probably 100 people in attendance, and a lot of good discussion and feedback, and looking forward to bringing something back at the February 25th meeting. Supervisor Williams.
For the public's benefit, could you tell us who the cultivation ad hoc is?
Well, right now it's myself, and Supervisor McCowan resigned from the committee, and because of Brown Act issues that we cannot appoint another person, another supervisor to the committee, so I'm continuing on as the ad hoc committee, and we'll bring something forth next meeting. Supervisor McCowan.
And I'll just point out that I resigned from that committee based on Brown Act concerns, since we had two ad hocs of two supervisors each, and we chose to create a third ad hoc with one from each of the existing committees. The appearance certainly suggests the potential for serial meetings. So I didn't want to be part of a prima facie Brown Act violation. Therefore, my only recourse was to resign from the cultivation ad hoc.
Okay, understood. Okay, and then seems like I'm getting comments on everything I say today. So I attended the Career and Technical Education Press Conference at Mendocino College last Friday on January 31st. Senator McGuire was there, the college president, and it was to talk about the opening, and Supervisor Brown was there, certainly. And we talked about opening up, well, this $1 million check that Senator McGuire gave to the college from the state's general fund to amplify their career and technical education, especially construction trades programs. And so that's going to be for Lake and Mendocino counties. And they're looking at really what they're doing now, expanding it. And there was some great feedback from the community. And also we had a career and technical education meeting with CEO Angelo and Senator McGuire, representatives from MCOE, the Mendocino County Office of Education, and Mendocino College. So we're looking at what the county needs, where we can expand programs that are already working pretty well but need to get that extra boost up, and certainly looking at EMT and paramedic programs for the county. So that might require some collaboration with Napa College or Santa Rosa or College of the Redwoods, but the college, Mendocino College, is certainly looking at that now with great interest. I also attended Sheriff Allman's retirement party, a great event and to honor our retired sheriff. And it was great to see all the money contributed to the search and rescue program. So that was a great effort and a great evening for our county. And then, let's see. One more thing. I got to go to my written report now. Is that I attended the first 5 meeting on January 27th, and there was discussion about the A87 funding charges and ways to deal with the skyrocketing cost. First 5 currently utilizes the county treasury for deposits and the auditor controller's office for checks. The commission uses Munis to request checks based on A87 rules. The price keeps going up, and the base funding, Prop 1, is declining. The commission had to reduce its budget by $165,000 this fiscal year. And in June 2018, first 5 requested A87 fees be waived or negotiated. The auditor will not waive or negotiate the fee. And so this is an ongoing issue for the first 5, and I'm sure it will require further discussions as we go along. So with that, that's my report. I'd like to go over since we have some time, and this is the first meeting of the month, I'd like to go over the ad hoc committees and to see if there's any additional comments that any of the ad hocs have. So I'm just going to go down the list, and those on the ad hoc, if you have anything to add from what was already reported, please do so. So the ad hoc regarding the Vichy Springs, and
that should go to county council.
Mr. Sheriff, since that's related to pending litigation, I would suggest that we handle any updates in closed session.
Very good. Okay, and we heard from the ad hoc on homeless action, so very good work on that. The ad hoc on second access roads, that's Supervisor Jurdy and Haschak, and emergency access and/or evacuation routes.
No updates since our last meeting.
Okay. And the cannabis cultivation ordinance, I reported on that. Economic development and zoning considerations for cannabis, ad hoc. Supervisor Jurdy or Williams?
No update, but previous direction related to that ad hoc is coming back today. It's the hemp moratorium.
Okay. And ad hoc regarding fire and emergency medical services. You guys reported on that already.
And we do have another agenda item today on road naming as well.
Okay, very good. Formation of the IT ad hoc committee. Supervisor Jurdy and Williams?
No update.
Okay. The climate ad hoc committee?
No update. Pending action by the committee.
Okay. And the road naming issues ad hoc, we're seeing that this afternoon. The ad hoc to identify and reduce fire fuel management, Supervisors McCowan and Williams.
No update.
Okay.
I would say air quality has been working on that issue, and I believe they think that they're coming up with an improved system for CAL FIRE, but I think we need to get all the parties together and have that discussion.
All right, and road maintenance efficiency ad hoc, Supervisors Williams and Jurdy.
Our ad hoc doesn't have an update, but I have been talking to county staff about a couple ideas, yeah. So, but I need to get together with Supervisor Williams on that.
Okay, we still need that ad hoc?
I believe we do.
Okay. And the ad hoc on Measure V, Supervisors Williams and Haschak.
I think we have an item on the agenda today, and maybe we'll be able to close the ad hoc.
Okay. And the ad hoc committee to work with stakeholders, including community members, industry, and affected landowners to review alternatives to current wildlife method and mitigations. So that's Supervisors Jurdy and Haschak. And we're looking at February 25th for a presentation at 11 o'clock here. Okay. And the North Coast Counties Regional Forum regarding cannabis licensing, Supervisor Williams and Haschak. No meeting so far. And, and then the other ad hoc to discuss supplemental services to the wildlife contract. That's February 25th again. All right? Okay. So I'm sorry about going out of what was the published order in the agenda, but that's the way things happen sometimes. And so we're going as best we can. And we did try to, well, we did put a couple items on the agenda for 1:30, which was talking about Measure V, and then 3 o'clock to talk about the emergency medical services. And so those issues, we timed them, and it's causing a little jockeying around for a position for the other items on the agenda. So if it's caused any kind of problems for people, I'm sorry about that. And it's tougher when we have lots of timed items, and so anyway, I apologize for that. We're going to move on right now to 6F, since we have a little time before we break. So 6F is discussion and possible action regarding request for the appointment of a local government leader to participate on the Governor's Forest Management Task Force. The sponsor is Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I represent the county on the Board of Directors for the Rural County Representatives of California. And I was transmitted a letter, and it has to do with the governor's recently appointed director. It was from her, of the Forest Management Task Force, and that's Jennifer Montgomery. She is a former Placer County supervisor, and she's requesting a point of contact to provide local knowledge for wildfire management of the landscape and to closely participate with the FMTF in their decision-making process. It would be, they'd be a bi-monthly working group dedicated to local government, which will be held in Sacramento and potentially throughout California's rural counties to help foster a more collaborative effort between the state, federal, and local governments. I think it's important to state that the FMTF has strategic input on all levels of forest management in California, and this is from budget allocations to state agency plans and procedures to federal collaboration and everything in between. And I think this is a key opportunity for our county to help guide this new local government process from the beginning. And RCRC also encouraged counties to be involved by appointing a representative that will be that point of contact. When I stopped and thought about it a bit, I think of Montgomery Woods, Hindy Woods, other forested state parks that we have here in our county. Certainly, in my district, there's a lot of BLM land with Cow Mountain. And then there's Mendocino National Forest. I think about our fire safe councils county-wide that are organizing, and I think of Deerwood and all those in the eastern hills that's surrounded by BLM land, and it's behind them, and many times working with the federal or state government, and especially with wildfire management is sometimes very difficult. CAL FIRE needs those representatives like BLM and the National Forest Service at the table. And through this committee, anything that's going on, you can have input with. You will meet those head people, and I think it'll give us a better opportunity to work on wildfire management throughout our county. So I didn't want to just submit my name without bringing this forward for consideration of all my colleagues and whether they would want to serve or not, but I do think it's a real opportunity for us.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the letter does request a single or best point of contact, preferably a council person, supervisor, or CEO, CAO. And
well, they're mainly wanting an elected official is what Ms. Montgomery requested.
That's not actually what the letter says.
John,
if I may, I have the floor. It could be an elected official, and certainly you would be the most qualified of the elected officials in the county, in my opinion. You and I are also going off the board at the end of this year. I'm just putting out there the possibility that CEO Angelo could be an appropriate representative who might have more continuity going forward. Just a thought.
Okay. Any other comment from the board? Supervisor Williams.
Well, I can appreciate the need for continuity. If we were to appoint CEO Angelo, would she be able to delegate to Supervisor Brown to attend in her place for the remainder of the year?
Okay. Supervisor Brown, do you know?
Well, there's no practical difference between appointing Supervisor Brown
let's
now
hold on.
and a change could be made in the future.
Okay. So, all right.
I'm willing to accept because I think it's important for our county.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy.
I think we all know Supervisor Brown's perfectly capable and I'm sure willing to download and transfer all information she obtains during this year to the appropriate person next year.
All right. I'm going to go to public comment. Any public comment on this? Okay, back to the board. Supervisor McCowan.
I'll nominate Supervisor Brown.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Very good. And just the one last item before we go to lunch, we're going to go to 6G, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution endorsing Measure C, Mendocino Coast Healthcare District's lease to Stone Point Health, an affiliate of Adventist Health System West. Sponsors are Supervisors Jurdy and Williams. So Supervisor Jurdy.
This will probably be very brief, although we could go a deeper dive if the board wants in terms of answering questions, because we both are very familiar with the details of the ballot measure. But basically, we were very recently requested to submit a letter supporting Measure C. The hospital district itself can't take a position. They've obviously negotiated the lease agreement. The hospital, as our report summarizes, is like other critical access hospitals on the cusp of closing if they're not managed in a different way by a different entity. And Adventist Health has stepped forward. They have multiple reasons why they should be able to manage it at a break-even or profit. It would integrate with the other two hospitals they manage in Mendocino County, delivering new clients to those other hospitals which have specialties that the Coast Hospital doesn't have, plus bringing in those specialist doctors to the Coast to meet with clients maybe once a week or a few times a month as needed. And there are numerous benefits, and one local realtor pointed out that where hospitals have closed in a community, real estate values have dropped a minimum of 20%. We obviously don't want that to happen, to see the hospital on the Coast close, and I think that's a real risk if this doesn't go through. So we can go into more details if you want, but I believe Supervisor Williams and I both obviously support the alignment proposal that's on the ballot.
Right.
Yeah, I would add, I think this transition will happen irrespective.
Supervisor Brown.
Oh, Brown. You were looking at me.
I was, and you were doing this with your marker.
Sorry, gentlemen. Okay. I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward, because our hospitals are very important. And I appreciate it, and I think it will give some great support for the measure itself. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I don't think there's much of a choice here. This is the smoother path to transition, but this is the fate rural hospitals face. And if we do nothing, eventually that hospital, either through bankruptcy or other means, will cease as an independent hospital. Adventist would probably be the organization that it would acquire it at that point, but that wouldn't be as nearly as smooth a transition as the planning that's going on today. So that's why I support it.
Okay. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. Public comment.
Honorable Chair, members of the board, Lindy Peters. I'm on the Fort Bragg City Council, and I just want to say, as a representative of that elected body, we voted 5-0, in fact, on the consent calendar to pass a similar resolution in support of Measure C. So that's another elected body representing the city of Fort Bragg, totally behind what the supervisors are suggesting here, that you endorse it through this resolution. So I heartily recommend that you endorse this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no further public comments, back to the board. Any comments? Okay, we're going to vote by the button.
We need motions.
Oh.
I'll move
Mr.
approval
Chair.
of the recommendation.
Supervisor Williams, would you like to make a motion?
I think Supervisor McCowan beat me to it, but
I'm happy to defer.
I move the recommended action.
All right. Is there a second?
Oh, second, yeah, thank you.
Okay, very good. Any further comment? Okay. Vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, we're going to go, CEO Angelo.
Thank you, Chair Haschak. I wanted to just make a comment. You brought up something really important in your report, actually, many things, but I want to comment on the first 5 item. There have been conversations about First 5 and A87 costs last year and now again this year. So we are scheduling a meeting. I also received a call from one of the First 5 commissioners. And so we will be scheduling a meeting with County Council and the Auditor's Office to discuss First 5 and this particular issue, and then including First 5. So I wanted to be sure that you knew that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go to closed session we're having a working lunch, and it's agenda item 9. We're going to deal with 9A, B, and C. Are there any public comments regarding those items? Seeing none, we're adjourned until 1:30. Order. On item 9A from closed session, direction was given to staff. 9B, there was no action. 9C, direction was given to staff. So moving on to agenda item 6C. Discussion and possible action regarding implementation of Measure V, declaring intentionally killed and left standing trees a public nuisance. Supervisors Haschak and Williams. So, let me see. In December, we had a meeting. At our board meeting, we gave direction to code enforcement to do an investigation of the complaint that had happened against, pertaining to Measure V. And then we also created an ad hoc committee to look at alternatives and mitigations to what could be done with tan oaks. And so on my understanding is that in December, that code enforcement did do an investigation. We will hear from code enforcement. And also on January 22nd, Supervisor Williams, was it the 22nd? No, it was the 29th. January 29th, Supervisor Williams and I conducted an ad hoc committee meeting. We had it at the Ag Department's conference room. It was an open meeting. There were representatives from MRC and also other landowners who do logging, and there were environmental activists, advocates for Measure V, and there was a representative from the UC Ag Extension. There were some other people. There was Bob Simpson, who has an idea about what can be done with tan oaks as economically viable alternative, and his idea was to use it for pulp manufacturing. He's been in discussions with planning and building in those regards. We also had Robin Thompson from the Laytonville area, who's worked in the logging industry for 30 years or so, and has an idea about what can be done on the lumber side of using tan oaks for flooring, for siding, and for other purposes. So it was a good discussion. Kind of the outcome from the Measure V ad hoc was that Supervisor Williams and John Anderson from Mendocino Redwood Company would get together soon and look at fire modeling for areas affected by the hack and squirt that MRC practices. And also that we'd come back together in a month and a half or two and look at what some of the ideas Bob Simpson has and whether it's economically viable, because he had a patent pending. And so we were going to come back and look at some of those issues to see what could be done to make it economically viable to use the tan oak. So with that, Supervisor Williams, do you have anything
I think you
else?
covered it.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll call up Trent Taylor, Head of Code Enforcement, to give a report on what he found when he went to do the investigation of the one complaint.
Good afternoon, Chair Haschak, members of the board, and staff. The same week, we received the complaint the same
Your
day
name,
that-
please.
Trent Taylor,
Thank you.
Interim Code Enforcement Manager. We received the complaint the same day the board made this directive, and so we had logged that complaint in, and we actually finished that investigation that same week on the Friday of that week. We went out to the area. I was personally present. I've been in that area before in the Big River drainage off of basically Ore Springs Road and the area of Hoe Road, H-O-E Road. We had previously talked to the complainant, and then we went out to inspect the area and we could not identify any areas in that drainage where there were dead standing trees from our vantage points publicly available to us without going on to private property without permission. There's about 1,300 acres in that drainage that's owned by a major timber company in our county on 7 parcels. I did find evidence, number one, that they have much published evidence on doing this remove or killing of trees in these areas, and we did find evidence with the Ag Commissioner of reporting of pesticide use on at least one of those parcels in the drainage. But that's a pretty big area, and without getting down into the drainage and knowing exactly where we were going, we couldn't see. The photos we got from the complainant were not very good photographs, and when we talked about them, I even talked to the complainant again yesterday, and she admitted that it would be very difficult to ascertain whether the trees met the criteria of the ordinance, and whose property they were on, although the vast majority of the holdings in that drainage are with the timber company. So at this point, we still have the complaint, but it's not, we can't ascertain whether there's a violation of the ordinance.
Okay, any questions from the board? Supervisor McCowan.
Did you seek permission of the timber company owner to go on their property?
If I could have seen an area that had dead trees from our vantage points, I would have, but I couldn't. I don't have the resources to hike 1,300 acres of land in that drainage. So no, I didn't ask permission to go on.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the board. I'd just like to say that from this ad hoc committee meeting that we had, my takeaways also were that, sudden oak death for the oaks is a significant factor in the woods, that the use of F measure V is to be enforced, and those standing trees are to be cut down, then it could actually lead to the use of more herbicides, because the sprouting tan oaks is the issue, and if the tree is cut down, then the sprouts will come up more vigorously, and that could lead to an unintended consequence. And so with that, I'll give it to Supervisor Jordy.
I just wanted to say that I think I'm probably not the only person in the room who was curious about today's agenda item, because it stated a couple of facts, such as the appointment of the ad hoc committee, which is the chair and Supervisor Williams, that their agenda summary that they wrote said that they met on the 29th. But that's all it said pretty much. It didn't go into any detail like you just offered just now about the content of the meeting, and also that your agenda summary doesn't indicate any recommendations from the ad hoc. Normally when ad hocs come back they come with a recommendation to the board, and it's published with the agenda so people know in advance of the meeting what's being recommended. So at some point today, and maybe sooner rather than later, it'd be helpful if the ad hoc would make known to the rest of the board and the public what is the recommendation of the ad hoc committee.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as you could note, Supervisor Jordy and I submitted a memo, and this is the original action of the board on December 16th was two-part: to direct code enforcement to investigate the first complaint and report back within 30 days. We're a little beyond that. And then the second part was for the ad hoc to meet with all the people you described and bring back specific recommendations, which we don't have yet, but I do hear that's the intent. Again, that information wasn't really in the agenda summary, but sounds like we may be on the same page, that the intent is to further explore those options and bring something back. One thing I'd like to correct: the trees treated with herbicide don't resprout typically, and that's why it's used. If you could simply cut a tree once and you didn't have to worry about it, that would allow the conifers to release. I think the cost is roughly comparable to go in and manually release an area versus treatment with the herbicide. It's when they do resprout, so if they're just simply cut manually but not killed, there is a tendency that they do resprout, and not all the time, but certainly some of the time you have to go back a second or a third time. That's when it becomes economically disadvantageous to just do manual release. One other interesting aspect of this, I talked with a small timberland owner over the weekend. He doesn't use herbicide. He girdles trees, cuts the cambium layer all around the tree so that it will die. This is mature tan oak, which can be pretty substantial trees. He girdles them rather than any other method, because if he cut them and felled them, they would be crushing the conifers that he's attempting to release by killing some of the hardwoods. So, you know, it gets a little bit complicated in what are we really trying to accomplish in terms of forest health. So, you know, he admits he's in violation of the ordinance because he's intentionally killing the trees. He's allowing them to stand. And the other aspect of it, it's obvious from public comment, a main thrust of many of the public concerns, they don't want to see any herbicide use. And they think that Measure V actually prevents herbicide use, which it doesn't. It doesn't say anything about herbicide use. It only says what happens to the trees after they die. So.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I think the time to have the discussions about, is it a good idea, is it the best practice, or are there alternatives, that ended on June 7th, 2016, when it was passed by voters. And my worry, I don't mean to be getting applause here, but my worry is it's a slippery slope. If we start deciding after the fact to either veto or change the intent of voter initiatives because the board knows better than the people, that really stifles the voter initiative process. It's a large endeavor to collect the signatures. You need about 5,000. It takes campaigning, in some cases spending 1/25 as much as the opposition. And to go through that process and then have a board say, no, we don't think it's a good idea, we're not going to enact it or implement it or enforce it, doesn't set well with me. I mean, if we were to apply that, the next one I would look at is Measure B. I have some issues with the way the mental health is rolling out. I would love to change the language based on what we've learned, but I know we can't, right? The voters passed it, we're gonna live with that language. And so I think we should look at this in the abstract, which is how I brought it to the board previously. What respect do we give to the voter initiative process? If the people go through the process and they petition and county council signs off and it wins at a fair election, are we legitimately in a place to veto through inaction?
Okay. I'd just like to tell the audience to please refrain from clapping. You can do the silent wave. But, okay, I'm going to go to Supervisor Jurdy.
So again, I'll just restate it one more time. And I would like to hear it maybe before we get public comment. Can we hear from the ad hoc committee what is their recommendation so we all know what the recommendation is from the ad hoc committee?
Supervisor Williams.
Unless Supervisor Haschak would.
No.
Okay. So I think where the ad hoc wants to go is respect the will of the voters by following the law, fully implementing it. But where possible, work with industry. We're representing all people of the county. Some of the people we represent work in the timber industry, or they own timberland, and we're not against them, but we do need to make sure the law is implemented. So in good faith, if we can work together, that's the best possible outcome. That said, this has been discussed for a long time. This board, I think back in the mid-90s, it may have been 96, passed a resolution asking the industry to halt the practice. We have more than 20 years of looking at alternatives and talking about mitigations and kicking the can down the road. So I don't think past the 20-year mark, we can continue that approach. I think we do need to decide it's time to enforce. Hopefully that means industry will work with us and find a way to come into compliance with the law that's the least costly.
And I would say I'm in agreement with Supervisor Williams.
So is there a motion somewhere that could be brought forward that encapsulates that in a motion? Because I'm still not hearing a motion.
Do you want a motion before public comment?
No, I want public comment first.
I have one more.
Supervisor McCowan.
If I may, I have one more comment before public comment. So no one is suggesting disregarding the will of the voters. Measure V says nothing about the county doing anything. Measure V doesn't appoint an enforcement officer to implement Measure V. Measure V is actually very simple. It declares that certain trees intentionally killed are a public nuisance. And it says that the owner of those trees are liable for any damages. Measure V is actually self-enforcing. Anyone that feels that there have been injured as a result of the practice that is being called a nuisance can sue to recover the damages. On the face of it, there's no role for the county to play. No one is negating the will of the voters. You're proposing that we step into a potentially costly enforcement process when we have many other critical priorities that we struggle with every day.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I'm suggesting that we make a decision, that this board decide either we're going to enforce it, and that might be asking council to help us with an ordinance to add specific enforcement language, or decide we're going to tell the people that the county will not be taking this up, they can use the courts. But I don't think it's appropriate as we approach the 3-year mark of its passage to leave it dangling. A decision needs to be made. We need to determine where we stand.
Okay. Seeing no more board comments, we're going to go to public comment. Okay, we have quite a few here, so keep your comments succinct, and if it's been repeated, you could just come up and say, I agree with the previous speaker or whatever. Okay, Isaiah Davis.
Hello, I'm Isaiah Davis. Thank you guys for the public comment. And I'm just up here. I want to express my concern because I am one of the younger people who live inside the Comp-Sheet area, very close to where a lot of the hacking, squirting, and herbicides is taking place. And recently it started happening, I guess, a little while ago, pretty close to my house. And right after that, my dog got lung cancer. So, like, I don't know, I don't have any proof that that's connected, but it was kind of strange. And also, I don't really want to wait until a fire rolls through and burns up all these dead standing trees to try to file a lawsuit. I don't want to wait for that to happen. I want to prevent that from happening. Because all the people that get all their stuff burned down and hundreds of gallons of pesticides are being released into the atmosphere, those people aren't going to have very many resources to sue a multi-million-dollar industry that has dozens of lawyers and infinite resources, basically, compared to the person who just lost everything because their house got burned down.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ellen Faulkner. And then Naomi Wagner.
Good morning, supervisors. Good morning. Back here again for the same thing after, for me, about 40 years of fighting with herbicides and pesticides, fighting against them. We were successful.
Please state your name.
Oh, my name is Ellen Faulkner, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And I'm from Redwood Valley. And we were successful in getting herbicides off the highways. And Caltrans didn't sue us. And they didn't sue us when we got herbicides out of the wetlands or what's left of them in Willits. And we did that. And now we want to get those herbicides out of the forest. And I understand that standing dead trees is the issue here. But what I would hope that the supervisors could see their way clear to do is to stop the practice of hack and squirt so we don't have a cumulative effect 20, 30 years down the road. These trees last a lot longer than 5 years. I discovered that after I misspoke, that they only last 5 years and then they fall down. Well, they last 10, 15 years, indefinitely, standing there being a fire hazard. And if the practice isn't stopped, it's going to go on for years and years and years after we're all gone. And maybe after climate change has wiped us all out, there'll still be a massacre in the forest. I don't think that's so great. But so what I'm asking you actually is to implement Measure V with an immediate cease and desist order to stop the practice now. And I think that might save us a great deal of trouble later on when we're all gone, save our children some trouble. Thank you.
Thank you. Naomi? And then Mad Strong?
Good afternoon. Naomi Wagner, west of Willits, and I'm here as part of the group called SAGE, Social, Environmental, Indigenous Justice. And this issue actually touches on all of those things. It's a social issue. It's because it endangers the public. It's a public safety issue. It's an indigenous matter because it kills tan oaks, which are sacred trees and have great cultural value and are trying to be restored so that Native people can have their gathering rights again. It's an environmental issue because of the damage to the environment that herbicides can do and do. And it's a social justice issue too, because we have the right to initiative, and that is being threatened here when supervisors can just pick and choose, as has been pointed out. I want to say something about code enforcement. It's a little shocking to me that they can't recognize a dead standing tree from a vantage point nearby. Mendocino Redwood Company has continued the practice of herbicides of hack and squirt for the past 3.5, almost 4 years. Over the past 3 years, they have used 12,446 gallons of imazapyr to treat thousands of more acres. They've now treated about, I think it's about 12,400, I'm sorry, I got the numbers wrong here, but that is the number for the herbicides. And of course, if you spread those herbicides out, you get a huge swath of dead standing trees. There's a video that we would like to show that we have not been allowed to show that shows the extent from aerial photos of this dead standing trees. I think that the reason that there's only one complaint, as keeps being pointed out, is because a lot of people are intimidated. When they make a complaint, code enforcement comes to their property, not to the property of the person they're complaining about. I think code enforcement needs to be much more diligent in pursuing the complaints and in communicating with the people who are complaining and assuring them that their information will be held confidential, because that's why we're not getting very many complaints. A lot of people are ready to complain, but they get cold feet at the last minute because they just feel threatened. And on that subject of being threatened, we see here a company who comes and says, well, if you make us enforce the law, if you make us obey the law, then we'll just use more herbicides. And lastly, on the subject of being sued, I think there's something missing in this picture here. All of the supervisors are acting as if they will be sued if they enforce the law. And yet the company has not actually said that they'll sue in so many words. They just kind of hold a chainsaw of Damocles over your heads. And so you think of the cost of enforcement as litigation. The cost of enforcement will be very low if the Mendocino Redwood Company complies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madge?
Good afternoon, supervisors. Here we are again. I'm Madge Strong, and I'd like to kind of reinforce what Supervisor Williams said, that the voters passed this law, and it is a law. And so we do expect the county to enforce the laws. And I don't think it's self-enforcing. I think the point that this younger gentleman made about the fire hazard, which is the main thrust of Measure V is to try to keep from having all these dead trees out there as an enormous fire hazard, and to expect the victims of some future fire to then hold those people who violated Measure V responsible. They might be dead people. They might have lost everything in the fire. This is totally an unreasonable approach. The reasonable approach is to treat it as a public nuisance under Measure V, and to have code enforcement be instructed to actually investigate these potential complaints and future complaints, and to actually find where these things are happening that are threatening the public safety. So I hope that, A, you will in fact instruct your staff to enforce an existing voter-initiated law, and I hope that until the glitches are worked out, that you would instruct private owners to voluntarily, but to strictly follow this law. A number of timber companies are doing that, and there's no reason why they can't all do it. I think it's also fine if you want to help them find better economic uses for the tan oaks, great, no problem. But that doesn't invalidate the law that they are not to be leaving dead standing trees that are a public hazard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Beth Bosk. Next is Ada Stevenson.
Beth Bosk, I'm from Albion, and I would like to see a motion made to enforce Measure V. I do not, excuse me? I can't hear you. I would like to see the board, a member of the board make a motion to enforce the intentions of the voters who voted for Measure V. I don't think it should be complaint-driven, nor do I think it should be given to the planning department, who are not equipped to make these inspections. I think you should involve the sheriff's department and hire a forester or a forest tech, have the forest tech find out which THPs included herbicide elements after the ordinance was passed by the voters. And when you find dead standing trees, go in there, hire somebody to remove them, and dun the company. Maybe my feeling that nothing in this county is accomplished without a measure of anguish for the company spokesperson to threaten you with increasing the amount of herbicides they will be using in these forests if you make them put down those trees. You've just got to stand up against that. You can't be intimidated by that. You can't be guilt-ridden by that you would be responsible for increasing their use of herbicides. I don't know how many of you know about the Bronson override bill, because some of you weren't born then. It's the bill that preempts the local jurisdiction of pesticide use by the state overriding the Citizens Initiative that was passed by Mendocino County that prohibited the aerial application of phenoxy herbicides passed in 1982. That was a citizens initiative that had the support of the timber workers, as this initiative had support of the progeny of timber workers. Those loggers were being sprayed directly by Agent Orange from helicopters, and we won in court against the governor. Immediately after that win, the head of the assembly, Willie Brown, gutted a bill by Bruce Bronson, who was a first-term assembly person, who had some complaint about something else, and substituted it with the language that it is the intent of the legislature by this act to overturn the holding of people. Can I please finish?
Just
Because
wrap it up
I will, thank you.
very quickly.
the people versus the governor, and to reassert the legislature's intention that matters related to economic poisons are a statewide interest and concern and are to be administered on a statewide basis by the state unless, and this is a loophole, and this is a loophole that you should be
Okay,
entering,
Beth?
unless, I have one more sentence, unless specific exemptions are made in state legislation for local administration. What's happening here in this county.
I've got to cut you off now. Okay,
Are you
thank
also
you.
going to, I'm a stakeholder here.
Yes,
I
we've had 3
circulated-
minutes.
No, I'm sorry, I
Well,
circulated.
I understand that. Yes.
But you have allowed John Anderson in the past, who is another stakeholder, who represents the
Well-
corporation that uses most of these
Okay.
herbicides, and he's
Beth?
increased its use of glyphosate.
Okay, Beth, but now's your time is up. Okay, we need to be fair to everyone. Everyone needs a voice. You know, we've already gone 15 minutes on this. We'll go longer, but your time is up.
Recommendation that two of you go to the state assembly.
Okay.
And announce that you
Ada Stevenson, please.
a county that needs that exemption.
Next speaker is Rosamond Crowder.
Good afternoon, supervisors and our audience in the back. I supported Measure V.
Ada, your name?
Oh, my name is Ada Stevenson. Is this on? My name is Ada Stevenson. I'm a member of the Caddo tribe in Laytonville. We can call ourselves Koyan. I supported Measure V based on several ideologies. One, that any poison chemicals, herbicide, pesticide applied to a natural growing tree or bush, or whatever it is, that kills it, to let those trees stand for future use of a logging company. As tribal people, that endangers our cultural way together from black oak and tan oak. It's a staple of our culture. It's a cultural thing that we hold sacred to keep our families together in Mendocino County. The other things that we think about that circle of life, that everything that's on a tree or a bush that has come from an aerial place will drip, will cover the ground. The air will move those leaves. How far can the wind blow? Things will be impacted. Is there surface water nearby? Is there underground water, groundwater that may be impacted? I'm concerned that as a first responder and a medic, I'm shocked that these trees will be allowed to left standing and to die and to be harvested at a later date. I've seen all the fires here in California, in different states, and also up in Canada, and everywhere that they have applied some kind of this hack and squirt system, even if it's on a small area, it really impacts a great deal. And I'm considering also the air quality as well. I hope that the Board of Supervisors will please respond to the voice of the voters here in Mendocino County and check your moral compass, and please put people before profits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ada. Rosamond Crowder, and then Margie Chandler.
Rosamond Crowder, well, I'm from the county area, south of Willits. And I would like to know, does every ordinance of this county have an enforcement component?
I think typically, if the intention is that the county would have an enforcement process, it would be included in the ordinance.
Does every ordinance have that spelled out?
Well, let's direct that to county council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not every ordinance does have an explicit reference. Many, if not most of them, do have some sort of explicit provision as to what the particular penalty or enforcement mechanism would be.
Okay.
Okay, so that's penalty, and right now, being that Measure V is going via code enforcement, if code enforcement finds that indeed there are dead standing trees, if they got a complaint that they could follow up on, and yes, there were dead standing trees, what would be the method of actually getting those trees down? Would there be a fine, what is the?
Well, that's something we haven't determined. So,
Typically, when code enforcement finds a violation based on some ordinance, a nuisance ordinance, my neighbor has 30 dead cars in his driveway, and you know, it's they're probably leaking oil, and so I call code enforcement. They go look at it. They say this is a nuisance, and they tell the person to clean it up. That's pretty much how it works, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I feel like code enforcement, it's a method, but I don't really know how effective it is. And so I also don't think leaving it up to a fire victim to sue, because if you sue, then you would have to prove that those trees caused this damage on your property, and the ability to actually prove that those standing trees were the cause of, you know, this loss is pretty remote. So I think that's, you know, not a good way to enforce Measure V. Code enforcement is the way it is right now, and maybe it needs a little work, absolutely. And I also encourage you to request the exemption from the Bronson bill that Beth was talking about. So those are things I would like to see, and I hope there are a lot more complaints. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Margie Chandler. And then Terry DeSelke.
That was my first question, was please bring Terry up because she's important and needs to leave. I am here again to make the statement, or to speak about the complaint forms. My name is Margie, if I didn't say that, Margie Chandler. I am from Compshe, and a lot of my neighbors, my friends, my family live there and are wanting to put in complaints, but are fearful. They will not do it. They've tried, and then they back out, and that's going over and over and over. And I know the last meeting they came in and said, oh, we won't, nobody's name will be mentioned. Nobody will believe that. This is our county, and a lot of times things like that have not been followed through with. So there's a lot of people that have fear, just as I'm seeing that possibly our Board of Supervisors are fearful of going forward, of being sued. So are the people, and we need to stand up for the people, and we need to know that there are a lot of us that would be putting in complaints. It's not just this one brave soul that has done this. There's many people that want you to know. And I'm willing to fly them out and over. I've taken up senators and other important people to show them the damage out there, and it's, you don't even want to see it, but I would be willing to drive or fly them out there to show them, because I think rather than walking out there, it would give them a full sight of what's really happening as far as dead standing trees. So if that's something that you could help pull together, I would be willing to step in and make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry DeSelke.
Good afternoon, supervisors. So yesterday, my name is Terry DeSelke. Yesterday, I did go into code enforcement to see what the process was for them to come out to do their investigation. And they had called me probably a week after this Board of Supervisors meeting. It was right before the winter break. I'm a teacher. I left town for 2 weeks. I told them I wasn't going to be home, but that they could probably see those dead standing trees from Ho Road. When I spoke with the gentleman who was up here earlier yesterday, he said, you know, it is no secret that MRC is hacking and squirting, and there are dead standing trees everywhere. We see evidence of that. And I said, well, did you see it when you came out to Hoe Road? And he said, well, we couldn't really see unless we went on to somebody's property, just what he told you. But at no point did I tell him that the pictures that I had provided were not good enough to show where the dead standing trees were. It's pretty obvious there are dead standing trees there. And the only thing that I told him was that if he was looking from Hoe Road, he may not have been able to tell what APN number, but it was definitely MRC land. So I guess there was a little bit of miscommunication there. My complaint addresses the issues that we've been talking about. There is an increased risk of wildfire to my home after I have taken the initiative to make sure that I've done fire suppression around my home and on my land. It also lowers the value of my land because of the dead standing trees in my view shed. That is my only view shed. That's what I see, dead standing trees every time I look out there. The law says that they need to be removed within 90 days of the poisoning. If this is not done, what's the penalty and what is the point of the law? Why is there no penalty for breaking a law that is the will of the people? If I break the law, something happens to me. It's no secret that they're violating the law. None of you think it's a secret. It's happening. I want to ask you one question, supervisors. If this were your land and it were your view shed and you lived out in the forest next to dead standing trees, would you be sitting here saying, oh, well, too bad. We don't have an enforcement. We can't do anything. I don't think so. I think you would make sure that there was something being done to enforce this law, the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last comment, Cynthia Reiser-Jevons.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Cynthia Reiser-Jevons. I would ask all of you supervisors, you know what the will of the people is, and I would hope you would look at this as an opportunity to protect the health and safety of Mendocino County, both the environment and the people of the county, because we all know that dead standing trees that have been poisoned are a danger to all of us. And so I hope you will take this opportunity to set this situation correct. Thank you.
Thank you. John Anderson. And the next is Maria Gillardine.
Hi, Board. John Anderson with Mendocino Redwood Company. Just wanted to make a couple points from what I've heard here. You know that in 2016 we had sent a letter as to our view of Measure V. And in that letter, it does state that there is county code that says if there's any ordinance against the Right to Farm Act, that it'll be considered null and void. And so it seems to me it would be a good idea to take a look at that, to render an opinion as to, should this have been on the ballot in the first place, given that code that's in place. And it's also at the state level, too, the Right to Farm Act. And let's see, one of the other notes I want to make here. I keep hearing comments that these dead standing trees are up for 10 or 15 or 20 years. And they do fall over in 5 to 7 years. This is temporary. When they do rot, then they fall over. They're unstable. Makes sense. In some areas, they fall down quicker because they're in windier areas. Other places, it might take 7 or 8 years, but we see an average about 5 or 6 years. And I'd like to take out anybody in this room to go out and take a look at this. Some people in this room have gone out and taken a look at this to see this firsthand, because I get it that you don't blame me when I say this standing here, but would love to take, whether it's one person or a whole group, out to out the Masonite Road or other parts of our property to look at this firsthand. And look forward to working with the ad hoc committee, given all this. Certainly it'd be a good idea to look at some of the research that's been done on dead standing trees. The John Muir Project is looking at this in the Sierra Nevadas. And I found one research paper that talks about, dead standing trees actually have less flammability due to the fact that there's no fines in those canopies anymore. So let's bring up some of that in the ad hoc committee and see what information is out there.
So
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
I have a couple of questions for John, if
Sure.
I may. So, part of what kicked this off, even though back, I heard 40 years ago, 20 years ago, the county was discussing it, there was a letter from MRC's Mike Janai, who I think was maybe a chief forester at the time, back in 2012. Now maybe he's president of Humboldt Redwood. I don't completely follow the org chart, but
Yeah.
in his letter, quote, he agreed to quote, leaving sufficient green space between treatment areas to reduce fire hazard, end quote. So you have an MRC representative saying that maybe the practice went overboard in certain areas. I think this was Navarro area, and the company would leave green buffers to mitigate the fire risk. So there was an acknowledgement that there was a fire risk associated with the practice. Maybe that's in dispute now, maybe you have new research, but I think that's part of what kicked this off. And then a couple months prior, in May of 2015, or actually 3 years later, May of 2015, he was quoted as saying that MRC would not file a lawsuit against the county should the citizens pass an initiative. He was speaking of Measure V. Is that still the case? Because we hear arguments on both sides. If the county moves forward, MRC will sue the county. We don't want a litigation expense because we have so many other priorities. You know this as well as we do. But then there's people who say MRC is not going to sue the county. This is the will of the people. The company recognizes that this overwhelmingly passed. What's your sense?
So
do you stick with Janai's statement that MRC will not sue the county?
That was done some years ago, but we don't have a position as a company as to whether we would file a lawsuit or not. We're not sure what actions are going to be taken. So yeah, I can't speak to that.
So I think what all five of us have in common is we want to find a way out of this.
Mm-hmm.
And what can MRC do to work with the people? I mean, the best outcome is everyone leaves this room satisfied, right? The people against it are happy because MRC has a transition plan. MRC leaves with good PR, keeps the Forest Stewardship Council because you're following all laws, and you have some way to do it that is financially feasible.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get to that stage?
Well, I think the ad hoc committee is a very good example. I think some of the ideas that Bill Smith, even though he didn't tell us exactly what his products were that he has coming online here, I think those have some promise. And so I would urge the board to, hey, give the ad hoc committee some time here to work on some of these. I'm not saying years, but in 45 days, it sounds like we may hear something promising there. So I would urge the ad hoc committee to keep working. And on your topic, Ted, there, the green spacing, certainly we do that still today, and that would be the point of some of these tours, take people out to show that, yeah, it's a patch here, and then a bunch of green forest and a patch here.
And I'll vouch for you. You have offered that, and every time you've offered it, I know people who've taken you up have been out there looking at it.
Yeah.
That's not my concern so much as because it's been year after year, now decade after decade, there's a sense that we're just kicking this down the road. We're not serious about a transition plan. I would like to see the county not get into litigation with timber companies, right? This board's trying to represent everyone.
Sure.
But I kind of need your help in what does that plan look like? What is the timeline? How do we show the people that we're serious, that we will be transitioning? We don't know exactly what that looks like yet, but we're committed to it. Is there a way to do a memorandum of understanding that the county and the industry is on a path to coming into compliance?
I can bring that back to the company. I think keeping that ad hoc committee at task and not, just one meeting after another for the sake of having meetings, but actually getting something constructive done will go towards what you're talking about.
Thanks for coming.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question also.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan.
First of all, thank you for participating in the ad hoc process with my colleagues. I think that shows the company is willing to look for solutions here. I wanted to talk about one thing because it's constantly said the trees are a fire danger.
Mm-hmm.
And what's your experience with fire behavior in treated areas? I'm thinking, was it 2008 where the lightning fires, where that fire actually got stopped was when it entered a treatment area? Is that true?
That was true in some areas. So when we had 27 fires on our property in 2008, and many of those burned into areas where the TANOC had been treated. And myself, because everybody is so stretched so thin, I had 6 fires I was working on, and I was seeing the fire staying in the understory on these dead standing trees. They'd scorch up the trees about 7 or 8 feet. I actually have pictures of this from the Lodge Fire, which was a number of years after that, where CAL FIRE came to one of our roads and said, we need to backfire this area to stop this side of the fire. And I said, well, we've got 3 areas there that we treated the tan oak, and they said, that's okay, we still want to do this. And so I personally watched it and took pictures. Like I said, I got them back in my seat. Again, we saw just scorch marks staying at the base of the tan oak trees because they've lost their fines, and this is what the John Muir Project is finding as well. It's not due to treating these trees, but it's from the insect damage and decay that they've seen in the Sierras. The fines are out of the canopy, and the result of this study from Oregon State University was there's actually reduction in fire intensity in those areas where there are dead trees.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. We have another Maria Gillardine.
Mariah Gillardin, live up on Ore Springs Road. I'm a journalist more than a landowner or knowledgeable in particular about these items, but I agreed with everything I heard from people who were here on behalf of Measure V. That was really great. I did, though, once look into the right to farm, and there is an exception to the right to farm if it's getting to be a public nuisance, and you all know that, and that applies to MRC as well. And the county council has confirmed that twice, that limits owners' rights to endanger their neighbors. I'm kind of glad that I got to talk here now because I find it really disappointing. Well, first of all, John, thanks so much. You gave Beth a little more time. But I think what should happen, speakers here should be treated the same way. And why you engage in a conversation with John Anderson, but not ask Beth for more details about the Bronson bill she presented here, is really disappointing. That's something everybody should know and look at. And did you submit it? I hope this gets to everybody. What I'm seeing in this is more from an overall perspective. I don't believe anybody here is denying climate change anymore, and the urgency that practically every week that passes is a missed opportunity to do something, and that a corporation like MRC gets permission to treat a forest that is a cultural heritage, that's an ecosystem, that is a food source, that is a carbon sink. I mean, to look at our forests from the sky and see that we, at this time, are poisoning trees that are a carbon sink, that some even get paid for to preserve, is so totally idiotic. I'm sorry. There's somebody once said, you find out a fact about climate change, and he ended up by saying, and what did you do once you knew? And everybody does. And we're killing trees instead of preserving them.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
Okay, Ellen Drell.
My name is Ellen Drell, and I will speak on behalf of the Environmental Center. We want to support the comments in endorsing the enforcement of Measure V that have been presented to you. And I also personally want to thank Mariah for her statement. It's so true. In addition, I want to say to the supervisors, you don't need to decide whether intentionally leaving standing dead, killing and leaving standing dead trees is a nuisance. It's already been decided by a vote of the people back in 2016. That's been decided. You don't need to figure that one out. And I think if you decide to enforce it, in the way that Rosamund Crowder talked about enforcing other nuisances, then I think MRC will join you in finding ways to make it work for them. And I think the best way to get MRC on the path of collaborating with the county and with the citizens is to determine to enforce Measure V as the nuisance that it's already been defined that it is. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've gone an hour on this conversation, so this will be the last comment.
You can't prevent members
Oh,
of the public
we can?
speaking.
But, okay.
Excuse me,
could limit it to
excuse me
10
for
minutes.
being late turning in my card, but
Non-agenda.
I was listening. As a concerned citizen, I'm representing my family and our timber holdings. And we do, in fact, or have incorporated hack and squirt into our forestry program. But in an annual basis or a 5-year basis, we do 20 acres of hack and squirt over 12,000 acres of timber. It is not creating a nuisance, in my estimation, and I can't see how. What we did 3 years ago, 80% of those trees are on the ground because I just planted young redwood trees within that area. The trees that are standing are just the straight stobs. And as I'm climbing over this down material and stuff, it is so punky. I can guarantee you that it's not going to burn. So this is a 3 going on its 4th year of hack and squirt. I have quite a few acquaintances with CAL FIRE who have told me that when a fire is going through the woods and it comes to a hack and squirt area, it sits down, it dies down. I'm surprised that they have not come forward and provided this information. And forest fire is the only thing that can ruin Mendocino County or our ranch personally. And these horrific, catastrophic fires that we've been having throughout the state, trust me, 20 acres, 10,000 acres of hack and squirt is not going to save anything, and it's not going to be the cause. It's not going to make it any bigger. If we'd had a mistake last August, or October, I mean, this county could be a moonscape. We're doing a lot for prevention, and that's great. We need to do a lot more. But hack and squirt, to me, it's like to anybody who raises a vegetable garden, you weed it, right? So that your good fruit can nourish and do better. That's all we're doing on a much smaller scale, on a private scale, with the hack and squirt for our forests. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further speakers on this? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good
Honorable
afternoon.
Chair and board members. I'm Lindy Peters, longtime council member in Fort Bragg, and been involved in politics and current events locally, and it seems like timber issues are always going to be here. But I'm not here on a political level at this point. I'm here to remind you that we live in a democracy. And as Supervisor Williams pointed out, he pointed out that the initiative process, which is a hallmark of our democracy, is very difficult. You have to have a cause. You have to write a petition. You have to gather signatures, standing out in front of supermarkets and picnic tables in front of the post office. If you get enough signatures, you get it on the ballot. If you get enough votes, it's approved. And now the constituents expect to follow through. So I think you owe it to the constituents to follow through what they expect of Measure V, as alluded to by Supervisor Williams. Now earlier this morning, Supervisor McGowan, when we were talking about the urgency issue of the ordinance involving camping on county property, someone brought up the question of what about a lawsuit? And you clearly stated we're not going to be dissuaded by a lawsuit in the decision-making process. That shouldn't be the case here either. You should not be dissuaded by a lawsuit. And finally, your colleague, Supervisor Williams, is not a forester. He comes from a fire background. He's a fire chief. He's been out in the forests and he's seen what's out there. And maybe some of the questions you should be asking instead of to MRC in terms of potential fire danger should be directed at him. He's seen it. He was the champion. If I can use the term, he carried the torch to bring this to the board. The people voted on it. They expect action. And as I said, we live in a democracy. And our democracy right now is in danger at the federal level, at least in my opinion. So let's keep it alive at the local level. Go with the voice of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments from the public?
Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. I just want to remind the board, I think most of you are aware, thanks to the ad hoc process that went forward last week, that this is an issue that is bigger than one specific timber company, which is kind of the repetitive trend I've been hearing today. So I appreciate the efforts that have been moving forward. A number of our members who are small, non-commercial timber operators also use this practice. This is something that they've worked through as part of their management plan with their foresters for a long-term 50-year plan for those properties. So I just want to remind you guys that this is bigger than one specific company. And in terms of moving forward, you know, as this conversation evolves, if it's going to be a complaint-driven enforcement mechanism, then I think we need to look at the bigger picture of sustaining the forestry industry that we do have in this county, and which will be important to continue in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments from the public, we'll bring it up.
My name's Alex Harder, and I just wanted to support the foregoing statements of everyone here, even the people from MRC who don't seem to have a current lawsuit planned. So that seems to be the status of that. And I mean, it's not so much a question of whether you have the courage to do it as whether they're going to pretend it's courage to start suing the county even though they've never said they would. Because they've had plenty of time to make up their minds about whether they're going to sue the county or not, you know. And so it's nice to have this democracy in theory at the local level, but ultimately the decision shouldn't just rest in the people or the Board of Supervisors or the staff, who often are exactly what the Board of Supervisors votes. It's a matter of the greatest good for the greatest number. You know, here we are as people. So thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no further comments from the public, we'll take it back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
Would you entertain a motion?
Yes, now I would.
I move we direct County Council to return at our next regular meeting with an enforcement plan focused on mitigating expense, and affirm our intention to collaborate with industry to reach compliance with willingness to fast-track alternatives where possible.
Okay.
Let me hand it to you. I wrote it down for you.
Yeah. Maybe we should repeat that. And is there a second to that?
I want to hear from County Council before a second.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would just ask if maybe we could have a little bit more time than the next regular meeting to prepare, perhaps 2 meetings out.
Okay. Is that acceptable?
If that's what it takes, yeah.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We'll have it repeated by the clerk, and then we'll go to Supervisor McCowan.
So we do have this ad hoc process which has begun, and your report said you would have another meeting in the next month and a half or so. The company appears to be, and others, numerous stakeholders, appear to be working in good faith to find options or alternatives to accomplish the intent of Measure V while avoiding a lawsuit. So I'll be interested to hear the motion read back. It seems like we're kind of short-circuiting the ad hoc process. We're not really interested in the mitigations, perhaps.
Okay.
So if we could have the
Yes,
motion read back.
we will.
I have a motion by Supervisor Williams, a second by Supervisor Jordy, to direct County Council to return at the next regular meeting with an enforcement plan focused on mitigating expense and affirm our attention to collaborate with industry to reach compliance with willingness to fast-track alternatives where possible.
Well, I think we amended that next meeting to two more
The second
meetings.
meeting in,
Could I state that as the next available meeting?
how about the first meeting in March?
Okay.
That would be the second meeting.
Chair Hashak.
Yes,
We're
CEO.
coming up on budget development, and I think so. I'm looking at Carla. So February 24th is too soon for County Council to be available, and the 10th, I believe, we have a budget workshop. My concern about bringing this item forward on the same day as our budget workshop is that there just will not be enough hours in the day to handle both. So I'm looking at County Council, possibly if the board agrees, March 24th. Carla, I don't know what March 24th looks like.
We could make March 24th work.
Is that acceptable, Supervisor Williams?
I want to say no, but if it's all we can do, we're going to move forward with it. But I think we've been asking the people, I mean, we're 3 years in. I don't feel good kicking it out another month.
Right.
It's okay for, with me, and it would also give the ad hoc committee a little more time to meet.
Well, and if I may respond to that as well, the second point. So the ad hoc, I want to see industry and the county work in good faith to try to find alternatives. I think we're committed to that. But it can't be the ad hoc coming up with the alternative. The ad hoc is not going to think up what business should do. If industry wants to bring proposals and use the ad hoc as a tool for working with the county to determine how to implement and how to get it through planning and what's feasible within this county, I think that's a great use. But the ad hoc is not going to solve a business problem. That's not our role.
And I would agree with Supervisor Williams is that my feeling about the ad hoc is that what I envision the ad hoc has been doing and will do is try to bring people together to try to solve some of these problems and let them solve it. We aren't going to be the problem solvers, but we can be the facilitators to get people talking. So Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I don't think the 2 or 3 ideas discussed are mutually exclusive. I think the ad hoc can work with all of the stakeholders and staff to try and develop and bring forward alternatives. I don't think it's either or. That's why you're meeting with a diverse group of stakeholders.
All right, any other comment from the board? Seeing none, we're going to vote by the button. Oop.
Motion carries with Supervisor McCowan dissenting.
All right. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 5D. Discussion and possible action including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance adding chapter 10A.15A to the Mendocino County Code establishing additional prohibitions on the propagation, cultivation, raising, and growing of genetically modified organisms in Mendocino County. Okay, the sponsors are the Agriculture and the County Council.
I have a question of order here.
Yes.
process. So I think the direction given previously is different than what I'm seeing. This looks like a draft ordinance coming back for a first reading. And I think what we asked for was to work on language for defining GMO and reasonable exceptions. And so we're kind of skipping ahead here. Is that intentional, or is that a disconnect between the board directive and the staff response?
What if we heard from county council and ag and see if your point is well taken?
Thank you.
Okay.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. We're here today. The urgency moratorium is put into place to develop reasonable regulations to respond to something that required an urgency. So as part of this, the county adopted an initial urgency ordinance on February 26th of last year, and then adopted an extension of that ordinance on April 9th, and I apologize, the staff report had a blank spot for the ordinance number. It was 4431. So the direction that was given was to bring forth within that year regulations responding to the urgency. Over the course of the year, staff working with the Ag Department looked over various definitions and saw that there were some that had a great amount of breadth to them, some that were hyper-specific. And so in our review, looking at going forward, we wanted to create the mechanism that would allow the board to move forward and still allow the board to take further action in the future if desired. What we've done is we've kind of wordsmithed and reorganized the definition that was in the urgency moratorium, and then created a new chapter, 10A.15a. The purpose of this chapter is to treat Measure H as a floor that we can't go below. And so that being said, and that's why some of the wording is extremely similar. We're not trying to work around those things at this point in time, but the definition in place would essentially continue the provisions of the urgency. The definition is similar in its intent and wording, that it's covering things that were complained about in 2019 that weren't covered by Measure H itself. So here, and then it also incorporates language from Measure H to, again, ensure that's a floor we can't go below. And so in looking over the definitions, staff versus extending an urgency for additional time, the staff looked at creating this new chapter the board can take action on in the future and putting into place a revised definition that does close at least some gaps. And if it's not necessarily perfect, the board can give direction to staff to work on it and continue working on it going forward. But it is more extensive than the one that is in Measure H itself. This way, if direction was given to staff, we could get this ordinance adopted, and that would have essentially the same impact as continuing the urgency, and then continue to refine the definition.
Okay. Mr. Donnelly.
Jim Donnelly, County Agricultural Commissioner. We've been working on this ordinance, and I contacted local groups who I believe to be involved with the original ordinance. Okay, Jim Donnelly, County Agricultural Commissioner. We over the last year, we've been looking into definitions and understandings of what the GMO ordinance should look like. I contacted local agencies who were originally involved in the creation of Measure H. And then Matt and I have been working on what we could put together. Bioengineering and genetic engineering are some of the most developing sciences currently. And it's pretty much if we come with a definition or anything in here, very possibly next year, it's going to be different. So I was trying to look at something simple. Matt was trying to find something that would be up to date and accurate, and this is what we came up with.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I appreciate hearing the background. Do you feel that on page 1D, the genetic engineering definition, sufficiently prohibits synthetic cannabinoid production, because I think that was some of the motivation that brought this before us last time. And I'm not sure that our language sufficiently prohibits it. What people are concerned about is we don't want the brand of one of our large exports to be diluted by synthetic production that could happen in a warehouse in West Sacramento. We're focused on sun-grown cannabis.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, understand that the first issue that came up was regarding cannabis. One of the reasons we're putting this in a new 10A, 15A is that it applies to everything. I mean, we're following the intent of Measure H and not focusing on cannabis because that wasn't in Measure H. In terms of whether or not, getting down to brass tacks on what does it mean to be synthetic cannabinoids, and is this covering all bases? I think I as a Deputy County Counsel can't answer that for you. I'm looking at this as we've tried to incorporate additional terminology that we've seen in other county language. We did look at surrounding counties and also looked at language out of the European Parliament. And so realistically, the issue for us coming forward today was urgency extension versus putting a permanent ordinance into place to end the urgency that still allows the county to go forward and continue to explore whatever else might need to be in this definition. So fundamentally, the difference between an urgency extension, either for today, if desired, I think there's items on today's agenda that would allow us to come back on the 24th, but the 25th would have been too late, versus putting in place this ordinance, which still provides that mechanism for additional prohibitions that the board can continue to give direction for amendment. Our thought was to move forward at this point to cover what the urgency is covered, and if we want to go further in the future, we can.
And between now and the 24th, we could have input come to our Ag Commissioner to incorporate into the final document to be presented on the 25th. Am I following?
Deputy County Counsel, not quite. So the urgency ordinance would need to be noticed 10 days in advance. And so what we did is we did this one, we got the report out 10 days in advance, but otherwise this ordinance is covered just as a regular ordinance moving forward. So the urgency essentially would terminate with the adoption of this ordinance. Now, if the board desired to give additional direction to staff to work with an ad hoc community members, be it whatever, then staff would obviously work based on that direction. But this definition and its increased protections beyond what's in the existing Measure H would be implemented.
So therein lies the conflict. Some see that the exceptions that were added are actually weaken Measure H. So if you look at the exceptions in D, conjugation, transduction, fermentation, hybridization, in vitro fertilization, tissue culture, those didn't exist in H.
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So those were added as part of the urgency when we brought that forward. And as far as exceptions go, if the board desired to strike that language today, we could. That would be something that the only thing we would probably have to leave in there would be that last clause regarding moving genes or gene segments. That, I believe, is actually part of Measure H.
So, of course, I want to hear public comment, but it would be my recommendation that we strike it, and that between now and the next meeting, we collect input from genetic researchers who know what this language should be. I certainly don't know. I don't think County Council knows. Our Ag Commissioner, I think, has done a good job of approximating it and pulling together from various sources, but I imagine we could benefit from additional feedback.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Supervisor Williams, if I may, so you would put in Section D, put a period after tissue culture? Would that address most of your concerns?
I may put the period after selective breeding. Well, and I'd have to move up hybridization. I guess the real question for staff is, how did we come up with this list of exceptions? Was this lobbied, or and I'm sorry for going off topic.
Supervisor McCowan.
No, was simply seeking clarification, but, you know, fermentation, I don't think we want to outlaw fermentation, do we? We'd put a couple breweries out of business.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
The concern is there was a company trying to set up business in our county to do just what we're trying to prohibit. And I want to know, was there any effort to lobby to get this language changed to allow their process? I'm not smart enough to know, are we prohibiting the very thing that we were after that ignited this process?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, this language in the urgency ordinance was developed, County Counsel researching other counties. I believe it's derivative of Trinity County. I'd have to go back and take a look at that. So I'm not aware that it was, if that company lobbied in that county, I couldn't say, but as far as I know, I'm not aware of any lobbying on this.
So the bottom line is we need an expert to help us with the language before this is finalized. None of us know, but we know what it is we're trying to stop.
Well, thank you. That's kind of the point where I was going with this, is that you said that different groups were consulted when you're coming up with this new ordinance, and that when I've talked to people who were involved in Measure H, that they say that they weren't consulted, and that to go back and to figure out if all of these exceptions are within the spirit of Measure H, then it's going to take more than 10 days. It's going to take the experts looking at it. And people have got this on Thursday, and haven't had time to consult with people who really know about the hybridization, in vitro fertilization, all those things, and the moving of genes and gene segments. And so, anyway, I think that it would probably be a good idea to either, can we table this and continue the moratorium until it's figured out, and so there is a more inclusive representation on this and participation?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Just in terms of process, if the board wanted to go that route and to continue with the same restrictions that have been in the moratorium, I believe that what you could do today is simply modify this language to match what you have in the current moratorium, adopt this at the second reading coming up on the 25th, and then at that time the moratorium would end. This would continue, it would essentially become indefinite, and that the board would have the time to consult with whatever experts it believes are appropriate to then propose a further amendment to make the change. And I think part of where some of the confusion on this may have been coming up is that in terms of using the tool of a moratorium, there are some specific time limitations that come into play there. When you do a moratorium, to be able to bypass some of the normal land use ordinance processes, and we don't need that for this type of ordinance. So we can just adopt the language that is here with the understanding, or whatever adoption or whatever language the board would like, whether that's the new proposed language, whether that's the language from the Citizens Initiative, or whether that's the language from the moratorium that was previously passed, and then enact that through the normal ordinance process and bring forward an amendment at such time as the board feels ready.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the reason we're adopting this in the first place is because there was a concern that technology had outpaced Measure H and it needed to be updated in order to prevent the very technology that you're concerned about. So I do think County Council outlines a reasonable approach to put something in place. We can modify the language here before us if there's specific objections, but the public comment I've heard, no one knows that they don't agree with the language suggested. They're not sure what it means.
Yes.
But this isn't the final cut. If we adopt this as a first reading, bring it back on the next meeting, adopt it as suggested, it can certainly be amended going forward. Most ordinances are amended over time. I think in terms of process and the flow of work, it's probably a lot less burden on staff if we move forward and adopt this instead of extend the moratorium or something like that. I see an affirmative nod from County Council.
If I may, I would concur with that. I believe that we would, if we were to modify this to be extending the moratorium, I think we would put a lot of effort into changing the form that may not have a lot of impact on the substance.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I could support that. I'd like to get a sense of my colleagues. I think what we're trying to stop is Cordova Can, funded with Canadian VC money, talked about using Covelo as a test bed for synthetic cannabis. And what I want to know is the language that we're putting in place protecting this county from a practice that we think will dilute our overall brand and exports? And since we don't have that knowledge, staff doesn't have the knowledge, should we reach out to MCA and Origins Council to see if they can do the research and bring back language for us?
Okay. And if I could just add to that before you, Supervisor McCowan, that I think that the whole thing when we talked about this originally was that we wanted to expand the scope, not just looking at the cannabis, but updating Measure H. So we wanted to maintain that spirit of Measure H to all the new technologies. Supervisor McCowan.
Regarding GMOs, now if there's some other process of creating synthetic cannabis, that'd be a separate ordinance. So this is specific to GMOs, and what you have in mind with synthetic cannabis, I don't know. If it's GMOs, we want to include it here. If it's something else, that's probably a different ordinance.
Supervisor Williams.
Would we support asking the county's Cannabis Industry Association to come back with language that they would find satisfactory, given that what started this process was a concern about protecting cannabis? And I understand that we want language that will enhance Measure H for all agriculture, but I don't have that language. I don't think staff is going to be able to Google and pull it up between now and when they bring it.
Well, again.
Okay, hold on. We've already had 3 bites each. Supervisor McCowan, you have another chance.
Well, no, just that the original concern was the CRISPR technology, and that was perceived to be outside the realm of Measure H. That's what this was intended to address. Again, if there's some different concern about different technology, that's a different ordinance.
And I'd just like to add that I think that it's bigger than just dealing with the MCA or, it's the people who really put forth the Measure H, and those people who fought against the GMOs originally and who have that as a concern and just updating that. So, okay, seeing no further comments from the board, we'll take public comment. Let's see, Janine Coleman. And next up is Linda Gray.
Good afternoon, Board. Janine Coleman. I'm the Executive Director of Origins Council and the Mendocino Appalachians Project. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. I worked closely with the Drells and the Willits Environmental Center, who were instrumental with Measure H to address our concerns last year, which was part of the process of bringing this forward. CRISPR was a predominant concern, the gene editing technology, and we thank you for addressing that in this language. So our organization is a technical advisory organization. We work with accredited advisors in developing policy recommendations, and so we do have a evolutionary geneticist that we work with, and we worked with last year, and I consulted our advisor with respect to this language, and the specific concern that we have relates to the last little part of the sentence in D, the definition, does not apply to microorganisms created by moving genes or gene segments between unrelated bacteria. And the geneticists confirmed our concerns that it potentially creates a loophole for biosynthetic production of cannabinoids. And that's actually not a very new technology. It's been in play for many years. It's one of the ways that pharmaceuticals are produced. And so microorganisms, yeast, algae, and most recently bacteria, that's a new advancement, are genetically modified in order to produce essentially as a byproduct and metabolite. And so one of the reasons that we worked closely with the Willits Environmental Center and also MCA around this issue is because it is becoming a predominant practice in cannabis production. And so we do believe that it's a concern and an immediate concern for Mendocino County. And last year when this issue came forward, I did offer, we are more than happy to work with the Ag Commissioner, the board, and bring our advisor to the table and help develop this language. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
1 second. Supervisor McCowan.
Question, just clarification. So for today's purposes, your concern would be met with ending that sentence after tissue culture in section D.
Certainly, I would appreciate that part being struck, but I want to be clear that we just texted, right? So I haven't had a comprehensive conversation with her, and so there are some other things that I would like to look into. So the conjugation, transduction, those pieces I'm not super clear on, but certainly the last part of the sentence is a concern, clearly a concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Gray. And next up is Katrina Fry.
Hello, board. Thank you. I really appreciate this draft. I would like to call it a draft ordinance amendment because I'm glad that someone's brought something forward, but I don't feel that it's gone to the public yet, for the public who is where Measure H originated, for the public to actually give some input on it. Back in the mists of time, I studied genetics. I'm not a geneticist, but I do remember the words conjugation and transduction, and conjugation is a way of transferring DNA from one bacteria to another. It happens naturally in the wild, but it's also manipulated by people now. And as I recall, transduction is a way of using viruses to move DNA around. So the reason I'm here today is because I just saw the language Sunday night, and I didn't even know before Sunday night that there was any language for this, and I haven't had a chance to look at it. I'd really like to hear what the geneticist that Janine Coleman spoke about, what she has to say about it. And I would like to see the public be able to weigh in on this draft ordinance amendment before it's adopted. Or if it's adopted, then to leave out the exceptions and add them in later once people have had a chance to figure out what they mean. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Katrina Fry? I don't see her. Cynthia Reiser-Jevons. And next up is Jude Tillman.
Thank you all. Good afternoon. I'm Cynthia Reiser-Jevons. I appreciate the discussion that has happened here, and I appreciate the concern you all have for the seriousness of this concerning GMOs from Mendocino County. Information from the Institute for Responsible Technology reminds us that GMOs contaminate forever. GMOs increase herbicide use. Genetic engineering creates dangerous side effects, many of which we will not know in the near future, and so this will affect these issues into the unforeseeable future. Government oversight has been dangerously lax. The biotech industry uses tobacco science to claim product safety. independent research and reporting is attacked and suppressed, and GMOs harm the environment. And so I thank you for being very careful and allowing adequate time for the public to look at the wording that, that Mendocino County might be adopting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Dillman. Next up is Ellen Drell.
Yes, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Jude Tillman, Fort Bragg. I'm speaking for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. And the MCA strongly supports the intent of Measure H passed by the voters of Mendocino County in 2004 to, quote, protect the county's agriculture, environment, economy, and private property from genetic pollution by genetically modified organisms, end quote. Our organization is committed to sustainable economic development, and environmental stewardship is foundational to that commitment. MCA appreciates the efforts of local community stakeholder groups last year to address technological advances in the field of genetic engineering since the passage of Measure H, and the advocacy for broadening definitions within local policy to ensure no legal loopholes existed to undermine the intent of Measure H. Two such advances in genetic engineering and market applications include the practice of gene editing and metabolite production of genetically engineered microorganisms, specifically bacteria. Both of these technologies can be utilized within cannabis nursery, cultivation, and cannabinoid production operations. As an established cannabis producing region, Mendocino is at increased risk to attract such technologies and related production activities. There's an evolutionary geneticist and botanist who specializes in cannabis, and by the name of Eleanor Kuntz, who serves as an advisor to the Origins Council. Upon looking at the language that was introduced, that is under consideration today, she commented that, quote, the language is permissive of synthetic cannabinoid production. It definitely carves out a path for bacteria derived from production. End quote. So that is a professional opinion. She's an advisor to the Origins Council, and she wrote that in response to what's being considered today. In addition to the concern of environmental genetic pollution, MCA views the prospect of biosynthetic cannabinoids being marketed as a Mendocino product as a serious threat to the values and identity of our region as a historically renowned cannabis-producing region committed to land and community stewardship. Due to the technical complexity of the subject matter, MCA encourages the county to extend the interim moratorium currently in place and to work with accredited experts and organizations as well as invested local environmental and industry stakeholder groups such as MCA and the Willits Environmental Center to ensure that future ordinance language adequately protects our county from these activities in line with the intent of Measure H. Thank you for your consideration. I want us to all also add our voice to the questions that came up among the supervisors as to who exactly was involved in the language, who were the stakeholders that were asked to produce this today.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Ellen Drell. Next up is Tekla Rose.
My name's Ellen Drell. I'm speaking on behalf of the Environmental Center. I assume that we all want the same outcome, so I don't think we're that far away from agreement. However, based on the complexity of this issue, and I hope you're getting a sense of that now, to expect us to consult our experts and to consult with County Council and the Ag Department before 2 weeks from now is probably unrealistic. But just to give you a taste of the complexity here and the pressure that we have been put under unnecessarily. Janine Coleman from MCA just spoke with her geneticist expert, Eleanor Kuntz, who suggested that the transduction and the conjugation should also be struck because of the same dangers. I strongly advise you not to try and wordsmith this document today. I think there's no reason for it. I don't understand why, as in the next agenda item, the moratorium can't be extended for even another 2 weeks or a month. I want to emphasize that most of us who were involved, some of us who were actually involved in the Measure H campaign, and then the group with us that was involved a year ago and had several presentations to you, to the Board of Supervisors, and were in contact with the staff here and gave them the names of our experts and encouraged them to consult them. We did not hear about this I didn't hear about it until Saturday night. Janine didn't hear about it until Sunday. Eleanor didn't hear about it until Sunday night. So I have to say that these groups who have been very active, who are the very ones that brought this issue to the board, were not consulted by county staff. And I think that I'm urging the board to put the brakes on so that we can consult with county staff. I mean, you've heard from them that they are, they don't understand this issue very thoroughly. We don't know, and who their resources were, I don't know. But in any case, I think it's only fair that we, who brought this issue to you, be allowed to have ample time to work with staff. I just want to reiterate, I don't think we're far apart. I think we all intend the same thing, to update Measure H so that it does what the voters intended it to do and keeps apace with emerging technologies. All we need is a reasonable amount of time to bring in the experts that we all need to get the language as close as possible. Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yep.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I haven't heard any disagreement, but I think what County Council said is there isn't a functional difference between extending the current urgency ordinance versus accepting this first reading and then later amending. Is that accurate? Only the latter will save process time.
I would like to say this what's before us today is not exactly like the urgency ordinance. There are some differences, so I don't see any point in adopting what's before you today in any form. Just extend the urgency ordinance.
And we're up against a 3 o'clock timed item.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you. Tekla Bros. And then John Sakowitz.
Hi, my name's Tekla Bros. I'm from Covelo. I was part of the original group that brought this up before you almost a year ago. I agree and support everything that's been said before me. I would like to emphasize, though, what Ellen brought up is that the timeline for this seems unreasonable. You've had almost a year to develop this language and bring it up and do your readings and let us compare and do some definition sorting. Why now? Why 10 days? I don't understand. Why does it does make much more sense to me that we would extend the moratorium, use the language that's already been brought before you that you've already approved, do this right. I mean, another month. How can that be unreasonable? Thank you.
Okay. John Sakowitz, next Devin Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Sakowitz, Ukiah, and I'm also a member of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, and I've been a cannabis farmer in 4 different states over the last 20 years. GMO cannabis is already here in Mendocino County, and it's here in the form of Jason Adler. Jason Adler is the investor who threw down $175 million in Flocana. Jason Adler also owns interest in 2 biotech cannabis firms, Pebble Labs and Trait Biosciences. Now, for the supervisors who will be here in 2021 and who have to live with this ordinance, just Google up Trait Biosciences and Pebble Labs. Pebble Labs is a developer in what's called iron leaf technology, in which the plant's natural bacteria is used as a phage or as an injection, a syringe, into the cannabis plant. That's how you get new pieces of genome into the cannabis plant. Likewise, it can go in the other direction. A lot of insulin right now is grown in vats of bacteria that have been genetically modified to produce insulin. That's Pebble Labs. Trait Biosciences is even scarier. It's got proprietary technologies in the following area: distilled cannabis, which means water-soluble cannabis. This is a GMO strain that they already have filed a patent on. Amplified GMO cannabis. This means that we'll have 2 times the yield of THC or CBD or other terpenes. Defense GMO cannabis. Cannabis that blocks viruses, molds, pests, mites, etc. And what's called tailored GMO cannabis, which is customized cannabis. These two companies are redefining cannabis, they're redefining cultivation, they're redefining product development. They are very scary, and they're right here in our own county at Flocana. My fear is that Flocana will someday be the Monsanto of cannabis. What Monsanto is to corn and other grains, Flocana could very well be to cannabis. We need to act immediately, and we need to act decisively. Thank you.
Thank you. Devin Jones.
Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. So from the comments, this issue hasn't gotten any easier. I wasn't here necessarily in my position when this conversation came in 2004. Farm Bureau didn't take a position at that time because we had members on both sides of the table. But pulling up my comment letter from about a year ago and looking at the proposed expansions of the definitions, I just felt it was reasonable to remind this board that there is technology, with the CRISPR and Cas9 that is currently being performed out there. Rutgers University is doing research right now to improve powdery mildew resistance in Chardonnay grapes. We're also looking at USDA doing some additional research for fungal and mold resistance in grapes. So the question with agriculture is always going to come, do you embrace technology to use it for reducing other inputs, whether that be drought resistance, reduced water need, reduced resistance for pests? So I think what I had requested last year was that if this ordinance comes back for revision, that there should be some ability, and I think there is, for this board to continually evolve as necessary. There might be a need at some point in the future for utilizing some of these technologies to support the various industries within this county. So I just don't want this to be a one-time and done kind of approach. As we move forward, I think there's going to be room for utilizing technology in this county and not putting our various industries at a disadvantage as other areas of the state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment from the floor? Seeing none, back to the board. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
It's getting late.
Well, all last year I was used to saying it the other way. So I don't know where we all are on this, but I'm sensitive to the comments made by County Council that there isn't a tremendous amount of difference between going forward with this ordinance now and amending it later, as opposed to extending the moratorium and then coming back with another ordinance. It seems like it's more straightforward to enact this and move forward. I have heard the comments regarding some of the language. So therefore, I would make the recommended action motion to introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance adding Chapter 10A.15A to the Mendocino County Code, establishing additional prohibitions on the propagation, cultivation, raising, and growing of genetically modified organisms in Mendocino County, striking from Section 10A.15.030D2 the word conjunction, the word transduction, putting "and" in front of tissue culture and striking the balance of that sentence. Also correcting the second Section D to be Section E.
Second.
Yeah, I can.
May I offer
Let me
an
know if
amendment?
that's not enough.
Can you do what?
Offer an amendment?
Go ahead.
Could we append and work with the Farm Bureau and Origins Council and Measure H proponents
I think
on clarifying definitions.
I think it can be direction of the board to, for staff to work with stakeholders or to receive input from stakeholders. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, I would prefer those entities sign off on the language before it comes back so that we don't have to make changes in real time when it's presented next.
Okay, let's go through the chair on this.
Oh,
Okay.
let's.
Okay. So there's a proposed amendment. Do you accept
Well,
that?
I'm not willing to say other people sign off on the ordinance. I think we welcome input from anyone. I think our staff would be open to receiving it. I think we can, by direction, say that staff shall work with stakeholders, receive their comments, have a dialogue.
Okay. That would probably be agreeable with the board. Anyone? Okay, instead of a formal amendment. All right.
Mr. Chair, would it be all right if I were to clarify just one statement that had been made about my prior comments?
Yeah.
Supervisor Williams had previously mentioned that he thought he understood us to be saying that there's not much functional difference between going forward with this ordinance versus extending the moratorium. I do want to be clear, this ordinance does have some slightly different definition than what's in the moratorium. We could, if the board so chose, substitute the language from the moratorium into this, and that would be a very little difference and a relatively quick change. If the board wants any more information as to the nature of the differences between what was in the moratorium and what is in front of you now, I believe Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski can address that.
Okay, Supervisor McCallum.
Well, I'd be happy to hear the differences, but I hadn't heard any concerns from the public that the definitions were objectionable, but.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, just to...
Okay. Mr. Kudrowski.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So what was done between the moratorium and this definition and the ordinance for today is essentially merging the two different exceptions. One was the first part of that clause is coming from the moratorium. However, the not applying to microorganisms created by moving genes or in gene segments between unrelated bacteria, that's coming from Measure H. And so that's the reason that language was left in there, is because that was what the voters had as an exception in the first place. And this chapter was designed as a floor, not to be chipping into that language. If the board wanted to consider replacing that sentence with just language from Measure H and removing the exceptions added by the moratorium, that's also a simple change we could make today and either read into the record or come back with a red line.
Supervisor Williams.
I think what the public told us today was they do have a problem with the definitions. That's the thrust of the feedback. And so I would feel more content with borrowing the definitions from the urgency ordinance, if that's a possibility.
From Measure H, which were replicated in the urgency ordinance?
There's a difference.
The moratorium is what we're talking about, right?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. There's two sentences in paragraph D in Chapter 10, in the proposed Chapter 10A, 15A. The first is the definition of genetic engineering. That is largely coming from the urgency ordinance. It's been reorganized to have a 1 and a 2. The urgency wasn't, in my opinion, as clearly worded. So we've done that work for that first sentence in the paragraph. For the sentence that begins, for purposes of this chapter, that has the exceptions, that is a merger of what was in the urgency ordinance and what was in Measure H. Because again, that last clause regarding microorganisms created by moving genes, et cetera, was from Measure H. So if the board desired to eliminate some of those exceptions, arguably I would try and bring the language just from the existing Measure H and replace that sentence.
Supervisor McCowan.
We would strike that entire sentence then?
And I would recommend replacing it with the second sentence of what's currently in Measure H.
And so that is the motion, and that would supersede the previous language that I gave to County Clerk, I believe.
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific, Supervisor.
Well, I think then, if I'm following county council correctly, we would strike the last sentence of section D, for starters.
Yes.
Correct.
And substitute the original language from Measure H.
It would be the second sentence of paragraph C of section 10A 15.030. And the only modification with that would be that sentence uses the phrase genetic modification. That should read genetic engineering, because that's the term used in 10A 15A.
So we would have those two changes to what is before us. So if that's acceptable to the maker of the second.
Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
So then
Okay.
that's the motion. And I did
And-
misspeak earlier, since D is all about definitions.
And we will add the direction, well, direction will be given to work with those parties to come up with the finalized version. Okay?
Does the
Are we
clerk
good?
have that?
What do you have, clerk?
So the original motion has been stricken, and after the introduction and waive first reading of the original recommended motion, I have to strike the last sentence of section D and substitute the original language from Measure H. Second section of section C, changing genetic modification to genetic engineering. Is that correct?
And also correct the second section D to be E.
Okay. Okay, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Very good. I know we have a timed item for 3 o'clock, which was 6D, but we need to take a break. So we are going to take a break.
I'm sorry, Supervisor. Were you to give direction to staff on that item as well?
Yes, and direction was given to staff to work with those parties to
Receive and
Farm
consider
Bureau,
input.
Yeah,
Origins
take-
Council, Measure H, proponents. And
Stakeholders.
And other stakeholders.
Okay? Are-
I think we did.
Well, he was. I don't know if we were.
It's all the same, John.
Okay, okay, we're on
That's
break.
right. So keep it simple.
Calling the meeting back to order. We have a timed item. 6D, discussion and possible action including acceptance of update from the Fire and Emergency Medical Services EMS Sustainability Ad Hoc Committee regarding road naming issues. Supervisors McCowan and Williams.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. This issue was brought forward by Colin Wilson, former chief of the Anderson Valley Volunteer Fire Department, and current chief Andres Avila. Colin Wilson has done a lot of work on this issue, and they're proposing a simplified method of naming roads, particularly on the recommendation of public safety officials such as fire chiefs. And the purpose of this is to allow the board to give direction if it so chooses. Supervisor Williams and I did meet with staff, planning and building, the county council, discussed the issue. I believe we came up with recommendations that were suggested for amending the appropriate ordinances to streamline this process. And so we thought it was appropriate to bring it forward to the board and see if the board wishes to give direction to perhaps expedite the process. And we have included as an attachment the original proposal regarding road naming.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I think full board direction will help move this along, but staff also had a funding concern that some of these tasks are time intensive, not so much updating the addresses in CAD. That's a few clicks of the mouse, a few keystrokes, but the rest of the process can be time consuming, which has a cost. I would like to see the board support moving forward, even if there is a cost. It's easy to say, I could say, well, if Supervisor Brown doesn't have her address posted and she calls 911, she's the one that suffers, or the people living in her address. That's not always the case. When you're an emergency responder and you come across an address that's out of sequence, or you come to one that's missing, that's a loss to the entire community, because you have first responders stopping, some turning around, right? People start searching for an address. You really need them posted in sequence with the roads named. So it's not as easy as asking the property owners to fix their own problem. This problem affects all of us. So back to there's a cost to this. I think we should direct planning to move ahead, try to find a streamlined process. The one that Colin has recommended is good. If planning can simplify it even further, I'm supportive of that. But I don't want them held up because it utilizes staff time and we haven't funded this project.
Okay. All right. And I think that what the original way of doing it, with getting 75% of the people to sign on, the residents of that street, and then charging $900, and that's probably prohibitive to some people, and so this streamlined method might you know, if it's backed by the fire chiefs and everything, and it's for public safety, I think that's a step forward. Okay.
The procedure on the book may be appropriate for changing the name of a street. What this is attacking is we have roads that do not have any name, and so it doesn't seem like that procedure was designed for remedying what never should have existed. The county never should have allowed roads to exist without names.
Well, I know in the Pine Mountain area, we have roads that are misnamed too, so. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, and I believe, again, in the interests of public safety, if we have the recommendation from the appropriate public safety official, fire chief, sheriff, I think we could waive the fee, and if we streamline the process so that it no longer requires 75% approval of the people living on that road, but really it's tied more just to we have the recommendation from public safety. That should streamline the process considerably, reduce the investment of staff time necessary to make the change. Colin Wilson has shown he's more than willing to do the research to carefully delineate the road segments in question the structures along those roads and bring forward a fully developed proposal.
Okay. Not seeing any more comments from the board, I'll go to public comment.
If I can start things off.
Up, let's see, I have a list.
I got a list there.
Yeah, Andres Avila, Chief. Okay.
Go ahead, Sean.
Very good, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Colin Wilson, and I've been working as a volunteer with the department. This is most recently after retiring on this issue. I'm really pleased to hear the conversation that I'm hearing from the board, and I really hope you guys will move forward on this. There are several people that are going to hear today to speak to this issue. Everyone seems to agree universally it's a good idea. The problem is implementation, and the problem is when it gets to building and planning, they say it's not a priority and it's not funded. So you set the priority list and you write the budget. So I'm really glad to hear you're willing to move ahead on this, and I'd like to suggest that you could, if it threatens to be a budget breaker to you, you can control that by the amount you write into the budget to deal with it, if you choose to deal with it that way specifically. On the cover of the handout that I gave you there, this situation is the good case. At least the numbers are posted. We have the same situation with 4 and 5 roads with the same name and no numbers posted until you get to the individual ones. And as Ted was pointing out, it's just about impossible. As these issues go, I think this one is comes into the quick, easy, and cheap. You've been listening to a lot of things here today that are complicated, long-term, and difficult and expensive. This is a serious item, as other folks are going to attest to here, particularly the sheriff who's in charge of evacuations. You have it completely within your power to cure this in a not too distant future. We are currently continuing to dig the hole deeper, and the action that's proposed you taking is not going to cure it overnight by any means, because it's going to require the individual fire departments to bring these roads forward to you and to a greater or lesser ability. Some of us have the ability to do that, some don't. But at least we'll stop digging the hole deeper, start filling it in, and over the course of the next several years, take care of the most serious problems first, I hope.
Okay, thank you. Chief Avila.
Andres Avila, Anderson Valley Fire Chief. Thank you for bringing this EMS committee, Fire and EMS committee. Thank you for bringing it to the board attention. I do think this is an easy win. This is something we can get done relatively quickly, cheaply, and it'll be an efficient change. I do want to give credit to Colin for doing a ton of back work on this, and also just as empirical data, he did this in the late 2000s. And in Anderson Valley specifically, when he was a chief there, multiple roads in our area were corrected, leaving some remaining. And the efficiency on those corrections, I've had the pleasure of being able to use road after road after road we've been able to get down that are correctly identified. Supervisor Williams, thank you for bringing up the no-name road issue. When I go on a call and it's on certain road, between no-name road and no-name road, that does me no good. So we need to start to correct that and just kind of streamline that process. So thank you for bringing this to the table. Thank you for having your support, and hopefully you move forward with something here. Oh, and I also want to say that the Anderson Valley Community Services District has unanimous support for this as well. The fire chiefs have, the association has unanimous support for this, and the Association of Fire Districts as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sheriff Kendall. And Shara Ananda is next.
Chair Hashak, members of the board, Matt Kendall, Sheriff, Mendocino County. I just wanted to voice my support on this. Mendocino County is changing for a lot of different reasons right now, and in a perfect world where I had 3 deputies living in Covelo who had grown up in there, I could call them and say, please go down to Shady Lane and speak with Mrs. Bauer on the right, and they would be able to find Shady Lane, but I don't know that that road's ever been named, but we all know where it is. with the way that things are changing, we now have assistance from the Highway Patrol, from people who didn't grow up in the area, strike teams coming from out of the area because CAL FIRE in Covelo has had to jump and cover and be out of the area. And with unnamed roads, we can't expect the same service out of those people who show up to help. And the Sheriff's Office has done a pretty good job about putting some of the road names in, but there's always that confusion and that clarification on the radio of this is where you have to go. A lot of the streets don't even have signs on them, or places that I know is Charlie Hurt Highway has a road that says, or a street sign that says 337 something, and most of the residents on the road, they'll call it I live on Charlie Hurt Highway. But if a new person has moved there and looked at their street sign as opposed to calling it by the old name, they may call in and say something that we don't recognize. So for the Sheriff's Office and for public safety, I would really, really support us at least taking some small bites on this to try to move forward in the smaller communities. Even if we can just take on 9 or 10 a year, it would be a big help. In 10 years, we'd probably be almost done. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharananda. Next up is Richard Bonner.
Actually, I'm Sue Zanatel, and I'm speaking in the behalf of McNabb Ranch area. And we have 22 miles worth of road. And
Can you recite your name again?
oh, Sue Zanatel.
Okay.
Sorry about that. And we currently live at McNabb Ranch, and we have like 22 miles of private road with many different names. I kept hearing, you know, how difficult the names were, and not until we started our Fire Safe Council this year, and I was working on maps with Colin, and he'd call me, and I'd call people and say, we can't even figure out what this name is. We have one section of road that's less than a mile, and even this year, the third name was added to this same section of road. It has 3 different names with less than 7 or 8 owners on it. And I asked the road rep at that point, well, which name goes with which road? And she goes, we don't know. And if we don't know, how are we supposed to tell our first responders what to know? Starting in 2003 and then, you know, up to now, we even have a lot of just out of sequence numbers and stuff. So for first responders and ourselves, we can see the importance of it, and we're willing to do a lot of the footwork to have this taken care of, and we're happy to hear that it sounds like it's going on a positive note. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Richard Bonner.
My name is Richard Bonner, and I'm a resident of Boonville. I would just like to thank the board for considering this action and trying to streamline the process to name roads. I live on a road that happens to have 8 parcels and 7 families living on it, so it's very small. And yet, my neighbor had a serious medical emergency, and the ambulance was not capable of driving directly to the house because the parcel numbers as you drive along the actual road itself are out of sequence, and they don't make any sense geographically. There is signage at all the intersections, but as you could see in the example that Colin had here, it's very confusing, and particularly when time is of the essence to get a medical emergency dealt with. And I would just encourage the board to continue forward with this, to streamline the process and take advantage of the work that Colin has done on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jenny Bird. Pardon?
I'm Sharananda.
Oh, okay, Sharananda. And then Jenny Birdstein.
I'm speaking from McNabb Ranch also. I'm one of the road reps there, a very large area. And we have like 3 Felice Creeks in all different directions and partly in Hopland. We have, on the section I do, I have a road that goes, my place is one road name, person down the way is another road name, and down the other way is another road name. And if you go the opposite direction, we have 2 different road names on the different sites, and there's no numbers. They're out of sequence. They don't relate. So it's, and the GPS does not work well out there. So It's very important that we get this. Otherwise, emergency responding people can't find us. Because they'll get lost. So that's my output, put in.
Okay, thank you. Jenny Bernstead.
Thank you, supervisors. I just wanted to also relay a couple of situations that happened within the last 18 months. I live in Boonville, Jenny Bernstead, and so I live on an unmarked road. At the end of it, there are 4 homes. It's a cul-de-sac, and I live in a community of 6 other women over the age of 60, and we had a situation where one of our residents had a seizure, and the responders couldn't find us right away, and so there was a delay. They did finally make it. Another situation, there was a pregnant young woman who was having a situation that needed to an ambulance. What's unusual about our road, it's unmarked, but it's considered to be Lambert Lane. And Lambert Lane is a road that quite a few residents live on, and when people turn onto Lambert Lane, they'll go right on up the foothill onto all of the residences on Lambert Lane. Our road is a left-hand turn off of Lambert Lane. So it's considered to be Lambert Lane, but it's unmarked. And so when anyone is looking for our address, they go on up Lambert Lane and can't find it. So I believe our road, our unmarked road, needs a name of its own.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, back to the board. Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, the agenda summary so that we would have discussion, hear from the public, and hear from staff. So I'm wondering at some point, are we going to ask the staff for their input on this?
Sure. Okay, staff, is there any input on this issue?
Thank you, Chair Hashik. Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director. I've heard about this issue for a while now. I think it's been months in the works, and I am all supportive of it. And it's something good, something we should do. And I think I'll key off of what Supervisor Williams said. I think you don't let me put words in your mouth, but you give me an opportunity to go back and look at our ordinance and come back with some recommended changes, potentially streamline it. But I got to be also real frank. We've got over 20 priorities now that we're working on. I really don't have the resources to take people off of those things unless we drop some things, and those things will not get done. So again, I'm really I don't want people not getting served in our county. That's awful. So I'm willing to look at it. You just got to know I have over 20 priorities, and we're juggling a lot of balls right now to get them to the finish line. And I just don't want anybody to drop them. And this is another one you're adding to us, and I just want to see how we could do this. There's some legal issues that we got to talk through with Christian on it, and changing the ordinance maybe. And I'm up for the challenge. It's just we have a lot of things we're trying to bring back right now, and I'm just concerned about. I don't want to drop anything.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, there's a couple of solutions. One, we need to hire more staff. I think you have vacant positions that, if filled, would make life a lot easier. And I know we're constantly trying to come up to staffing levels. Another thing that could help is greater efficiency. And I've noticed, particularly on certain land use matters, subdivisions that would come before the board, there's an inordinate amount of material that comes along with that. It's like the entire history of the project from inception, and a lot of it is actually duplicative. And then we wind up with, 100 pages or something in our packet for something that's really pretty straightforward. So, you know, deciding what information really needs to live with an item. You know, for instance, we'll have the entire record of what went to the Planning Commission, much of which identically comes to the board. So, you know, I know the whiz-bang IT ad hoc is going to help you become more efficient and streamlined. But I think this is, and we have put many priorities on your plate, and we do keep adding to them. I think this one is very much in the public interest. We all understand the issue of unnamed roads, and as Sheriff Kendall mentioned, increasingly we have emergency responders who are coming here from out of the area. They have no idea what any of the you know, local knowledge is on the third fork off the unnamed road is where you need to go. So this is, on the face of it, fairly straightforward that the public safety professionals who make emergency response, whether it's fire chief or sheriff, could submit to the department proposed name changes, including a map of the roads, the parcels that are affected, and I believe they're in agreement. They would be responsible for installing signage as part of the.
Fire Chiefs Association agreed with that.
So that's part of the proposal. It would require some ordinance language to incorporate this back in, and my understanding from the history as provided by Chief Wilson is that this practice used to be within the purview of the county.
That was my understanding, and I did it under that on several occasions.
And naturally, people who didn't want their road named or they didn't like the name objected, and the board caved into public pressure. We've never seen that with this body. So, so I think the real solution to your issue is hiring more staff to help the great team that you have working for you now. And I think we can allocate money. That may not be your biggest problem, but I think we can find in the budget the money to cover the actual cost of doing the work. The first step, I think, is to put the process in place and work with you to make sure any issues are addressed so that we're not hindering your ability to complete your other tasks.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, for Planning Director, what was your staff count this time last year versus today?
You know, we hired a bunch of people. It depends on which operation, but I think we got it all staffed up not too long ago. So we just had one planner leave, but and so I mean we've been down like 3 positions, something like that.
So it may not just be a matter of filling positions; it's also time bringing people up to speed. What about using a consultant as a one-time get this done across the county?
That would be an interesting concept. It'd be great if you'd give me an opportunity to look at it with our staff and the county council and see. Boy, it'd be nice if I had an administrative process where I could, you know, if the chiefs and the sheriff said this is something, it's an emergency, we got to do this. It'd be great if I had authority with our cartographer, Russ, to do it. But there may be state statutes that stop that. I don't know.
Well, we can put that aside. I mean, the bigger public safety issue is I had this happen. I think it was last week, trying to find an address in the middle of the night, going back and forth, and you know the ambulance is staged. Everyone's out looking for an address, and out of sequence, not posted well. Another time, I went to I was going through Lake County, and here's a structure fire, and it's my house, and you know I'm looking at the phone pulled off, and sure it's my house. No, it was a town over, and there's already enough complexity and mistakes that happen in a rural environment. This is one that if we don't fix, somebody may die from it, right? Or somebody won't get evacuated, or medical care is delayed. So I want to recognize that planning is maxed out, and I don't think you should be apologetic. I think it's the right thing to say. If the planning queue is full, setting realistic expectations that if we push this on, something else falls off. That's the right thing to do. But I would like the board to think about funding whatever the next level of of implementation cost is. If we have to have a consultant, a planner, tasked with just this exercise of going through CAD, looking at all of the unnamed roads, working with the fire districts that cover those communities, and giving Russ a list of what to type in where, I think we ought to move on it. Otherwise, we're just kicking this down the road, and it's a problem today. And I can tell you, if you give me an address on Slaughterhouse Road that doesn't exist in Little River, I could drive you to it right now. I could show you where it is on the map. But if you gave me something comparable in Covelo, I have no idea. And I may be there on a weekend on a fire taking a water truck, and I wouldn't be able to find it. And we're coming up on fire season. We can't wait another 6 months or a year.
Okay,
Well,
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you're going to the global solution, and what is before us is a much more modest proposal that let's get started, let's put a process in place, let's work with the public safety professionals who know their own areas and know where the issues are and are prepared to bring things forward. I like very much the idea of having some sort of ministerial administrative process. If that's feasible, where it doesn't even need to come to us, let's set that up, or at most provide for it to be a notification on the consent calendar, something to that effect. So I think we work with staff and the stakeholders. We can probably come up with the least burdensome process possible that will accomplish the purpose. Another issue, we have been told that when a subdivision occurs on an unnamed road, there isn't necessarily a requirement to name the road, or at least we've been cited examples of where that's occurred in the past. So obviously the preference is we would. I get the indication that does occur sometimes, but maybe the current process isn't fail-safe. So just a couple of little things like that, I think, over time will make a difference.
Okay. Do you have a motion?
I have a question for staff.
One question.
One question. Well, let's make it a good one. Could we use Anderson Valley as a pilot program? Let Anderson Valley Fire bring all of the roads that need to be named, annotated, go through the process Colin has described, and see what it would cost to implement that and how much time, and then we can talk about budgeting for the rest of the county.
My only concern with that is not, I know they've got issues and we got to get to that, but what about other areas? Is there other areas in the county that are also in a situation where it's dire and we should change? I hate to say only Anderson Valley when there might be another area that also has a number of, and we've had fires there and we have been having a hard time getting to people, and and maybe it's just Anderson Valley.
It's the entire county, but I was thinking that would allow us to estimate the cost and the amount of time for the entire county by using a small test bed.
Yeah.
And
that's fine to me to do if you want to test that and try 10 of them, or
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
And we did hear from two speakers, McNabb Branch.
Right.
Which I know has an issue.
And we've heard about Covelo, so
Yep.
we're hearing it from other places. Okay, I'm looking for a motion because we've got a lot to do still. Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we direct staff to work with the Fire and EMS Sustainability Ad Hoc Committee to make the necessary changes to county code to allow public safety professionals to submit name changes with maps and showing the affected parcels, and to waive the fee for that.
Second.
Okay,
and
any further conversation?
I have a comment.
Let's see, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to have updates to keep us on track. And I hate to burden planning and building services with that much more. But I would like to hear back if there is a way that we can get a consultant, or However, we need to work on it. So I think it's not just think, I want to ask that the ad hoc report back at each meeting as to where we're at.
Okay.
Would you-
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah. Supervisor Brown, would you clarify, would you like the ad hoc to work with staff on identifying whether a consultant would ease the implementation and what that cost may be?
Well, I just think that coming back with the ad hoc and maybe an agenda item for each meeting going forward for a while, you can come back with those recommendations once you get it figured out.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think we already have in place that ad hocs are to report regularly, so that would certainly occur.
But we could take action.
Pardon?
Having a separate agenda item, we can take action of what a recommendation might be coming back.
Well, of course, when there's, because I do anticipate this would involve a code change in order to implement. So, you know, the motion could stand as it is, or maybe it's a little more comprehensive if it were to say direct staff to work with the fire and EMS Sustainability Ad Hoc Committee to update and streamline the road naming process for public safety purposes based on today's discussion.
Agreed.
Okay. So that's the revised motion.
Yep.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I agree with the motion, but I heard our planning director say they're maxed out as it is. What do we do about staffing at planning? We're putting one more task. I mean, even before this, I think planning was maxed out. And I don't know if it's reasonable just to keep throwing more without talking about additional resources.
Supervisor McCowan.
I think this is one, it'll be easier to do it than to keep talking about it. And also logically, Anderson Valley is the most prepared to come forward with several proposals, and that'll be a test run of how well the process works. But the first step is the ordinance amendment to make it possible. I think initially, planning has to attend one meeting along with the county council, and then county council needs to revise an ordinance and bring it back to this board.
Supervisor Brown.
I'm lost. Where are we at?
Well, we have.
I'm just like
we have a
emergency
revised
services.
motion on the
We're
floor.
voting by the button.
Yes.
Because I hear an amendment to the motion. I didn't hear
No,
the second
That was-
agreeing to it, so.
My understanding, that was just a question, a clarification about a rhetorical question.
Earlier, Supervisor McCowan did make an amendment, and I did approve it,
revised
and we're
motion.
ready for a vote.
Right.
Would you
Okay.
like me to repeat the motion just so that we are all clear, or we?
Please.
Okay. I have a motion by Supervisor McCowan, a second by Supervisor Williams, to direct staff to work with the Fire and EMS Sustainability Ad Hoc Committee to update and streamline the road naming process for public safety purposes based on today's discussion.
And I think with Supervisor Williams' concerns about overload for planning and building, we will see, it will be evident if they aren't able to do the work and then it's going too slow. And if it is, then we can adjust. Okay? We're voting by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. We're moving on to 5F. Did you have a comment? Yeah. Oh, you can't do that? Okay, hold it. We can't do that.
I very much
Oh.
appreciate your support on this.
We can't take your comment. Clerk
What do I
says
do
we
here?
can.
No, I just said he couldn't take it from.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to say, well, I very much appreciate the action that you've taken. This is wonderful, more than I expected. On Ted's concerned about adding staff to this, the one kind of, as far as the flow of this, it starts with the fire departments and the sheriff's department bringing stuff forward to you. There are not that many fire departments in Mendocino County that are currently prepared to move on this. So my concern would be hiring a consultant for a big flood of work that's not initially going to come. And I think the comment to kind of see how the flow goes and make a decision after that, because I think what you're going to find, Anderson Valley is the exception. We have 20 roads and we can be ready to move on them momentarily. And
Okay, we understand, and we will be working on it. And thank you for your work on this.
Thank you.
Okay? We're skipping on the agenda to 5F right now because we have the Measure B Committee Chair with us, and so we're going to 5F, which is...
I'm chair.
Chair. Discussion and possible action regarding an update to the Board of Supervisors from the Mental Health Treatment Action or Act Citizens Oversight Committee on progress since the January 7th, 2020 update. Sponsor is the Executive Office. Going to turn it over to Donna Muschetti.
Very good. Not many people get that right. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Donna Muschetti, Chair of Measure B. The first thing we did it would be last month now, is we approved the 2020 calendar in which we will be having 2 off-site meetings, one in Fort Bragg and one in Willits. They will be set for July and September if we want to have it the correct way. We have not decided which is going to be which because the representatives from Fort Bragg and from Willits were not there and we need to line everything up. But we are going to have 2 off-site meetings and it will be in July and September and we will update you as we go along. The committee also received an update on the status of the architect RFQ and related feasibility study. The architectural services team, Naughton Lewis, as mutually approved by the board and the Measure B committee, has begun to provide architectural services for the pre-design, design, and construction of the crisis residential treatment facility. The architectural team has been supportive of the behavioral health director and attended the January 30th CHAFA meeting, state board meeting. The county and the architectural team have begun moving forward with phase 1 to build the crisis residential treatment facility on Orchard Street. CRT on Orchard Street is projected to have a completion date of 2021. The CHAFA grant ends on December 31st of 2021. So in order to receive the grant, which is $500,000, the completion date does align with the timeline for the county to meet the CHAFA's timeframe. As the architect provides more detailed information, Sarah will be reporting back to the Measure B committee and to you. The legal evaluation, our committee appreciates your direction to County Council to evaluate, research, analyze, and assess the list of questions to determine how to place controls, covenant restrictions, and the implication of doing capital improvements to a facility that is leased instead of owned in order to protect Measure B's investments. The behavioral health training facility, the $500,000, I was going to give all kinds of money away. The $50,000 approved by the committee and by the board to begin improvements to the facility has been spent. Mr. Thomas Allman brought an item to the committee requesting an allocation of up to and no more than $200,000 of Measure B funds to be allocated for final improvements to the behavioral health training facility. Those final facility improvements include, but are not limited to, electronics, signage, paint overcoat, heating improvements, tree removal, possible kitchen, and ADA parking lot improvements. As per your January 7th direction, prior to putting an item of additional funds before you, the Measure B committee awaits for the training facility, ad hoc committee to provide a specific comprehensive plan detailing the costs and purposes of the changes to the building. The ad hoc committee is working to get detailed plans that not only have a cost estimate, but also answers questions directed by yourselves. The ad hoc committee is aiming to provide a plan to the committee in February for review and recommendation of the Measure B committee, hoping the improvement recommendations can be presented to you during your March meeting. The committee also appreciated Supervisor Haschak's attendance during our January 22nd meeting, along with the clarification provided to the committee regarding the training facility proposal plan to be submitted, reviewed, and approved or denied in a future committee and Board of Supervisors meeting. And I have to say, personally, I am not speaking for Measure B. I believe a representative of the Board of Supervisors should be at every Measure B meeting. That's my personal thought. The committee received an update on the Measure B project manager resignation. The project manager has resigned. Her last day will be this Friday, February 7th. The executive office began recruitment on Friday, January 31st. Sarah Duquette will cover the gap until a replacement is found. That is my report. So feel free to fire away.
Supervisor Williams.
Should we read into the project manager quitting? What does that tell us about the way this is going?
It's a hard job, and nobody thought about infrastructure when we started this.
And she probably needed more staffing than she had, which I think was 0.
Most likely.
Yeah. So we still have a problem there that won't be remedied just by finding somebody else to fill that position.
I personally believe you are correct.
Okay, I like your idea about having a board member. I think Haschak maybe will coordinate which of us will go. I don't want to drive over from the coast and find there are already 2 supervisors in the room. Actually, every time I'm watching by video, so I am following, but I'd love to be there to be able to contribute a bit. And then last, does the B Oversight Committee have the ability to determine feasibility on operational costs of some of the endeavors we're considering? And the reason I ask is I keep hearing that the CRT doesn't have an ongoing cost that it's reimbursed. Well, I've talked to providers of CRTs who say 50% match is the maximum, and in reality, you only expect 45% match. There may be some realignment funds, but in the end, counties absorb a significant cost, hundreds of thousands per year. Do we know if that's accurate?
Personal opinion?
Personal opinion, and I'm asking sort of in the abstract of, is it right for us to assume the B Oversight Committee is the body to be looking at operational costs, or if not, who owns it?
My personal opinion is we don't have the experts to be able to say that. We should ask for, and my opinion again, not directly aside from the committee, is we should go out looking for what operational costs would be. I don't feel that there's an expert on the Measure B committee that could tell you what that is.
Right. So for supervisors, how do we make that happen today, that staff can work with the Measure B oversight to make sure they have the resource they need to pull this off? We've got one shot at being successful here.
Let's see, I'm going to go to CEO Angelo on this.
Thank you, Chair Haschak and Supervisor Williams. Unless I'm mistaken, county staff received direction probably a month ago to do an operational feasibility study. Part of that study is waiting to get operational costs from Jason Wells for Adventus that, as I recall, spoke with some of these board members about running the 24-hour inpatient psychiatric facility. So whatever this board decides to do today is fine, but if I don't have the direction as staff to work on having a consultant, we even talked about Kemper. Kemper is not available for this, but we're talking about operational costs. So my understanding was staff was to get this information and bring it back to this board, obviously to the Measure B committee, but it would be this board that would make the decision. If I have that direction wrong, I'd like to know. Thank you.
No, that was my understanding of what happened about a month ago.
You don't have that direction wrong, but my concern is the CRT wasn't going to eat into the operational funds. Now that I'm learning from my own research that it may significantly, I feel like we've put the horse before the cart, and it's going to bite us, and that we may find out this Orchard CRT calls in where we can't provide what was promised.
Okay. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And where is your next meeting?
Our next is in Ukiah. Nothing's going to change until July.
Okay, and what date?
The fourth Wednesday of every month.
Fourth Wednesday, okay. Thank you, Don.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're kind of embarking on an agenda discussion that really isn't on the agenda, and we've already given direction on this item. And if we want to go further with it, we should probably put it back on the agenda. I would like to thank Chair Moschetti for a very detailed yet concise report, which appears to have been in writing, which was...
Of course, I can't remember anything.
Well, that's very advantageous to my intention because quite a long time ago, the board actually gave direction, which I suppose really would be a request, that reports be in writing. And if you want to tidy that up a little bit and submit it so it could be posted with the item, then that information would live with the agenda going forward and would be much more informative to the public than just hearing it one time at a meeting. So if it's not too much of an imposition, I'm sure we would all welcome submittal of written reports.
Sounds like my request for supervisorial reports. Supervisor Brown.
And actually, Supervisor McCowan addressed what I was going to further address, but I wanted to ask, so one of your topics is the training center?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I very much like to be there. It is in Redwood Valley. I'd like to hear the discussion.
Perfect. And it's on the agenda in February.
Very good. All right. Anything else? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
All right, so we're moving back to item 5E. Discussion and possible action including adoption of urgency ordinance extending a temporary moratorium on the cultivation of industrial hemp within the unincorporated areas of Mendocino County, pending the study and consideration of land use and other regulations pertaining to such cultivation. Okay, the sponsors are Department of Agriculture and the County Council. Do we have Mr. Kudrowski?
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski. So as with our previous moratorium, last February, the county adopted an initial moratorium on cultivation of industrial hemp that was extended on April 9th, 2019, and would expire later this month without further action by the board. As required by the government code, staff of the Ag and County Council put together a report that was posted 10 days ago and noticed this hearing for an extension of the temporary moratorium. A report was prepared, and that report gives kind of an update as to what staff's been working on, including with the Cannabis Economic Development Ad Hoc. The staff report includes an update on counties that continue to have moratoria regarding industrial hemp, as well as a brief update on where regulations stand both at a federal and state level. And to sum up, the regulations have been revised at both the federal and state level. They are not necessarily consistent with each other, and we expect additional changes for both federal and state regulations in the months and years to come. Some of those regulatory changes have led to the findings that support the ordinance being revised. Such that the original findings stated that the state of California had not identified seed cultivars and sources for industrial hemp. That has now happened. A number of pesticides have also been approved for use on hemp. So, however, concerns regarding the fluidity of regulation as well as the compatibility of industrial hemp and cannabis remain, and these issues serve as the underpinnings of the reason for the moratorium extension. The recommendation is that the board extend the moratorium for a period of not to exceed 12 months. This will be the final extension allowable under the government code. And if there's any questions, please let staff or I know.
So I have a question about that. If we can extend this hemp moratorium for 12 months without considerable hassle going through the use permit and all that, then why couldn't we extend the GMO or moratorium?
Not land use.
So, Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, in terms of the analysis, here there isn't a plan going forward to sort out what we're going to do. I believe The Economic Development Ad Hoc may be considering ideas on a pilot program, and those should come forward in the next several months. For the GMO item, the issue there was either an extension of the moratorium or putting into place the actual fix, which was essentially a separate chapter with an updated definition that then could be revised in the future. So the permanent fix for that one at least could be begun. This is still in a temporary place.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay. Seeing no comments from the board, are there any public comments? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think from the last ad hoc meeting, we had given staff everything, all the direction necessary. Is that to come back with a plan for the pilot program? I guess what I'm getting at is I don't see the ad hoc having another meeting. And I'm not clear what next steps are.
Sarah Duquette, Executive Office, and Jim can chime in on this. So we had a meeting with the ad hoc as well as stakeholders. Staff has met twice in January, putting together a number of options for a pilot program, and our plan is to bring that forward to the stakeholders in the ad hoc in February, and then move forward bringing that to you in March or April. And the staff is made up of agricultural staff, the Executive Office, the Farm Advisor, and Planning and Building. And so right now we're drafting the different components of a pilot program for consideration.
Yeah, understood. And I appreciate it. I saw the dates in the summary. I have a number of potential industrial hemp cultivators asking me about time frame. They're trying to work out whether they can plant this season. What do we think is a realistic target? It's not. We're putting this moratorium in place as far out as we can, but we will halt it as soon as we have a program ready, correct?
Through the chair, what I've seen in other jurisdictions, I've been talking with county council about, is there's kind of two options of bringing forward. What we've seen, particularly the one that I looked at, is Stanislaus County, and they bring in an interim ordinance that has a date that it ends, so that you could say that we're having this pilot program and it's a date certain that it ends. But we'll work with county council on that final language. Our hope is that we can have a multi-year pilot program and actually have participants in 2020. And talking with that, if we come forward with a pilot program in March and April, that's feasible for potentially getting participants for 2020.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, we're going to public comment. So Jude Tillman, and then Brian White. No? Okay, Brian White. And next would be Hannah Nelson.
Hi, I'm Brian White, wine grape grower, traditional ag. I'm going to read real quick. Devin Jones had to leave, and she had some comments she wanted me to read. Her first one was staff report for this item states that the recommended is to extend the moratorium in the next 12 months, for the next 12 months. And we'll also return the board with an interim pilot program in industrial hemp prior to the 2020 spring planting season, which you guys just talked about. The Farm Bureau encourages the county to move forward with the development of an industrial hemp cultivation ordinance, as there is a lot of interest starting in hemp production in the county. The Farm Bureau also requests clarification on how the county plans to implement a pilot program concurrently with the extended moratorium, which you guys just talked about. And she wanted to say she appreciates the opportunity to continue to work with the ad hoc committee on moving forward with the conversation related to industrial hemp cultivation ordinance. Not to be redundant, you guys already addressed the things that are important to me. The pilot program seems like a logical first step. When I started into this, looking into growing hemp, and that's what I want to do, it seemed like a simple process, but after realizing all the things that are involved, it's quite complex. I do feel that Sonoma County and other counties in the state have already kind of paved some of the way that we need to go. I don't like hearing that you want to go another 12 months that easily. I know a pilot program will help get us there, but it's an important thing to traditional ag. We need another industry right now, or we need another product. And I look forward to seeing how the pilot program works, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Hannah Nelson.
Hannah Nelson speaking for MCA. We're in support of the continued moratorium, and with respect to a pilot program and further development, we just really want to make sure that there's sufficient time in terms of stakeholder input and response before it comes back to the board. And given how jam-packed with other related issues February is, a little bit concerned about that. It was a little also unclear about whether or not this is going to happen in the context of an additional economic development ad hoc committee meeting or a separate venue with staff once staff presents a proposal to the stakeholders. So clarification around that would be really helpful. And again, I think that it is a complex issue, as the last speaker just indicated. And so I hope that there's sufficient time in between the presentation of a staff proposal to stakeholders and the response and meaningful input that could be had. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no more comments from the public, back to the board. Supervisor McCowan.
Clarification, so I would assume if we receive a presentation back on adopting a pilot program, that would then supersede the moratorium, most likely. If we adopt a pilot program, and that would spell out the protocols by which selected growers would participate in the pilot program.
Deputy County Counsel, Matthew Kudrowski, yes.
And again, the intention is that that could come to the board in March or April, which, you know, I think we do want to get going on this so that it does provide that option for economic opportunity for those who want to pursue it. I'll move the recommended action.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any other comment? Okay, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Very good. Okay. We're moving on to 6E. Discussion and possible action, including acceptance of update from the Fire and Emergency Medical Services EMS Ad Hoc Committee regarding possible scheduling and content of a special meeting of the Board of Supervisors to hold a workshop of Mendocino County Ambulance Service current conditions and options for enhancement. This is Supervisors McCowan and Williams. This was came from the last meeting we had, and thank you for bringing it forward on this agenda item. Okay.
We were,
Williams.
I think the ad hoc was directed to meet with the Emergency Medical Care Committee. We did that. It was a great discussion. New ideas were presented from Coastal Valley's EMS. There was a lot of stakeholder engagement, and it was decided that we would have a workshop with the full board and Coastal Valleys and transport providers and fire on February 24th, the day before our next board meeting. And this is not to have specific action. We're not going to have a vote at the end of the day to solve the ambulance problem. That's my guess. I think this is as a brain dump to get all 5 of us up to speed to better understand the issues. They're very complex. It's about the care, it's about financials, it's public versus private. And we think it would be too much of a shock if we just bring an action item on a regular meeting agenda and say, we want to do this. We all need to have the background to better understand the predicament we're in and some of the complex solutions. Workshop seems like the best place to hold that.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. And again, we're proposing that would be February 24th, and I assume the mechanism for that would be for the chair to work with the Executive Office Clerk of the Board to call a special meeting. If the 24th is acceptable to the board. Since we have a meeting on the 25th, we were anticipating we'd probably be available, hopefully, on that day. And as I said earlier during supervisor reports, we did request that all of the providers submit in writing their comments on their current conditions and operational needs. Also, Coastal Valleys did prepare a financial spreadsheet, which they then quickly updated to incorporate suggestions made at the meeting. That has been distributed to the providers, and with a request that they get the information back no later than February 12th, so Coastal Valleys has an opportunity to compile the information and present it again in advance and available for the workshop. Also, Brian Cleaver presented a JPA concept, and that potentially could result in the ability of private providers to receive additional billing for the same service that they provide as a public provider would. So we might invite Coastal Valleys to discuss the work they've been doing to prepare for this workshop, as well as the JPA concept. And I wouldn't rule out, we're not going to settle on a solution on February 24th, but potentially there would be some further direction we would want to give, so I wouldn't view it as informational only.
Okay, and we will hear from Coastal Valley after we hear from Supervisors Brown and Jurdy. Supervisor Jurdy.
Just happy to hear that the ad hoc committee is making some progress, and I like the suggestion of having an ad hoc or a board workshop on the 24th. I think that's really appropriate to have a Monday meeting workshop leading into our regular meeting on Tuesday. Historically, the board has done that, of course, we know that, and I think it's just a good practice.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to ask, what time? Is it all day?
9 a.m., just so we have the time we need, depending on where the discussion goes.
Okay, well, I have a noon to 1:30, and that's stepping up that I'll need to make. So would we have an appropriate lunch hour? Will it go that long? I just need some guidance on that, please.
I think we'll allow you to have lunch.
Supervisor Williams.
So I understand, Supervisor Brown, you would need to leave from noon to 1:30, and I imagine you may need to eat separate from that. If we do take a break, it should be at least a couple hours.
Okay. And I thought that the idea was to have a half-day workshop. So can we just tell Supervisor Brown that?
We didn't want to limit it depending on where the discussion goes, but so it may well be a half-day, but if we need extra time, we have it.
Do you want to do a part 2 if we need that, or do you want to just try to get it done? I'd rather just get it done if we can on the 24th.
It seems like we should just do what we need to do to get up to speed and next steps. So, Supervisor Brown, can we take a couple-hour lunch if that's necessary?
That'll work for me.
Okay.
I mean, I need to leave by 10 minutes till, and I could be back by 1 o'clock, just as long as I make the most of it, because it is a commitment I have.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's see. So we'll hear from Coastal Valleys, Jen Banks.
Thank you, Chair Hashcheck, members of the board. Jen Banks, representing Coastal Valleys EMS Agency, the Mendocino County EMS Agency. I wanted to make a request. It might be of great benefit to the public and to the county if we could possibly push the workshop date back until March. We did receive communications from Supervisor Williams requesting that we have all of the public documents prepared February 14th to present at the 24th presentation date. With that, we've asked our EMS providers to submit all of their financial data information to us by February 12th. That leaves our staff only 1 or 2 days of work time to finalize all of the public documents. I'm just not sure that that's enough time to present what we want to be a strong presentation to this county. So with our recommendation, we'd be happy to come back March 17th, 23rd, or 24th, if we could propose those as other available opportunities to have the workshop.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As an alternative, if we can shorten the deadline to get material in to allow for some extra time to compile and analyze the information, does the 24th work otherwise?
I can have most of the information that we have been asked to present to the public and the board by the 14th, but I think the financial and fiscal piece of this project is of the most important detail for us to have it right when we come to the board. We're also scheduling meetings. Our office is scheduling the meetings with partnerships so we can cross-reference what we're receiving from our providers to ensure that the information is cross-checked and accurate. So with that, we don't have a confirmed meeting date with partnership. So the possibility is there that I can clean up the information that we get from our providers, but I won't probably have the time to have it cross-checked with partnership. And I really do want to present accurate data because this is a very, very important topic.
Okay. Supervisor
So even
Williams.
just to make sure I understood, even if there wasn't a deadline short of the meeting date, we still wouldn't be ready.
I have a hard time answering that question. We're not sure what we're going to get back from our providers
Got
today
it.
and what else we'll have to further request.
It's hard to commit. It's not because
It's hard to
it's not
commit 'cause I
Coastal
have nothing
Valleys. It's all the
tangible.
other. Yep.
Exactly.
Got it.
Well,
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you. And I think we need to really consider what is being said. So one, we have accurate information. Number two, there's no holes in it. And number three, it's properly in a proper presentation, I guess is the best way. So if you don't have all the data, it's almost like having a meeting and, no gas in the car.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, and during our previous discussion, I did bring up the point that by having this workshop a little later, we might have the results of the City of Ukiah ambulance study that they're doing. We will also hopefully know the results of the March 3rd election that affects Coast Hospital. I think we anticipate how that's going to go, but we'll know for certain. So the issue might be when is the next available date, and so you might inquire of clerk of the board when we could potentially have this come back to the board.
Right.
Of course, I expect we'd again schedule a special meeting.
And I had talked earlier about this workshop on Hispanic issues on March 23rd. And so it might be a good time to work both of them in together if we're so inclined. So I know that March 23rd is open. Supervisor Williams.
Would the board like the ad hoc to do a dry run with Coastal Valleys? Maybe go back to the EMCC since we have more time, review everything, make sure we have all the documents. We were trying to rush this to get it done by the 24th, but if we have another month, we may be able to continue progressing, and we may be able to ask more questions and put together a more coherent presentation.
Supervisor McCowan.
And another piece of that was, although they didn't have the ability to formally appoint an ad hoc because they didn't yet have a chair, there were some volunteers from the Emergency Medical Care Committee who would be meeting with Coastal Valley and Supervisor Williams and myself. So I think we would have a more comprehensive proposal if we delay it.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my thought is, hearing you speak now, maybe we can hold it the afternoon, beginning at maybe 1:30, and then going into the evening for our Hispanic community, since they feel they get better attendance.
That's a great proposal. And I just think that with the ad hoc, the more work that you can do to prepare the kind of the plate for the board beforehand, the better off we'll be, and maybe we can get actions. I hate to hold it off another month, but at the same time, we want to be able to make, informed decisions and be able to make those decisions at that time. So it sounds good to me.
Direction?
But, Chair.
Chair Haschak, I just in listening to everything you're saying, and I certainly appreciate Jen and Brian from Coastal Valleys and their expertise with this and working with us. You had talked earlier about Monday, March 23rd. So we could do, I think you originally talked about doing it in the morning, but we could do, say, 1 to 5 for this particular topic, and possibly break and then do 6 to 8 for your
Right.
initial topic, something like that.
Right.
And then you could go into the evening
Yeah, I think that's what
with the
Supervisor
community
Brown
topic.
was kind of talking about,
Okay.
so.
I'm saying this for our purposes and also for the purpose of the clerk, and so as we prepare an item to bring back to this board for an agenda item for this particular meeting.
Okay.
So unless I hear anything else, I believe this board is looking at March 23rd for both topics. And I would ask Coastal Valleys if that date works for you.
Yes.
It would be in the afternoon.
We've confirmed March 23rd does work for Coastal Valleys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now anything else?
No, unless you have
I'm
questions.
going to open it up to public comment.
Thank you.
Any public comment on this? All right, seeing none, we'll go back to the board. Are we all right with that direction, the staff?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So are we clear on that? Clerk?
I have direction to staff to add a meeting date of March 23rd, 1 to 5 for the first topic and 6 to 8 p.m. for the second topic. Is that correct?
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Agenda item number 5G, discussion and possible action including approval of retroactive amendment to agreement number 19008 with Partner Re America Life Insurance Company, Partner Re, for an estimated amount of $1,300,300 for a revised estimated agreement amount of $2,500,300 and revised contract term of January 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2020 to continue to provide a stop-loss reinsurance policy which includes specific excess loss and aggregate excess loss insurance coverage for the county's self-funded health plan for the calendar year period of January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. And Human Resources is the sponsor. Okay, take it away.
Oh, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, CEO, County Council, Sherry Johnson, Assistant Human Resource Director. So we're here today to ask for approval of the retroactive amendment with Partner Re, the American Life Insurance Company. This company provides stop-loss coverage for our health plan. As you stated, this is a calendar year contract. And the reason for it to be a retroactive amendment is each year our broker, Keenan & Associates, goes to market on the stop-loss coverage. This market must happen late in the year due to vendors wanting to see as many claims as possible to determine the premium to quote based on our claim activity. So by the time all information is in and the selection is made, and the documents are signed, it was past the first of the year. So that's why we're requesting why the contract's retroactive.
Okay. Any comments? Supervisor Jurdy.
So I've read the report, and I'm actually not understanding what's being said here. So did the cost go from 1.3 million to 2.5, or am I just
That's the total of the contract. So 2.5 is the 2-year total. So we're just doing an amendment of the contract for January 2020 to December 31, 2020. So that's the 1.3 million.
So the annualized cost is basically 1.25 million. If it's 2.5 for 2 years, is that what you're saying?
Correct, you're
Okay.
correct, you're
All right,
correct, yes.
so the cost didn't dramatically increase, it's just an adding a year to the contract?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and there is no fiscal impact for the fiscal year 1920. That amount has already been budgeted.
My understanding was that there was an increase to the policy.
There was an increase, correct. There was an increase in the premium, but we budgeted appropriately last year to absorb the increase.
So next year, we'll have an increase that we'll have to budget for.
Correct, that's right.
Right. And have we looked at other carriers for this service?
We do, every year, we do go to market at the end of each year.
And the increase is due to excess usage
High claims, yes. That's
because we're self-insured.
right.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, is there any public comment? Okay, back to the board.
Move approval of the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, any other comment? It's been moved and seconded.
McCallum,
Moved by
Williams.
Supervisor McCowan, seconded by Williams. Okay, vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item number 6H. Okay, discussion and possible action regarding allocation of $25,000 for a cannabis equity assessment, including direction to staff to utilize the California Center for Rural Policy at Humboldt State University to complete a cannabis equity assessment, draft a resolution establishing cannabis equity program contingent upon state funding, submit a cannabis equity grant application, and return to the Board of Supervisors for approval and adoption. Sponsor is Supervisor Williams. Okay, would you like to introduce the item?
I sure would. Previously, this board gave direction to staff that included developing an cannabis equity program. And we may have missed staff saying, but we need an assessment. I think Sarah said it 4 times. I went back and searched videos. And we just haven't moved fast enough. The deadline is approaching. As it stands today, because we don't have an assessment, we don't have a resolution, we don't have a program, the most we can request is funding for an assessment, approximately $75,000 at the most, of which we only need about 25. If we have the assessment done and complete by the deadline, which was Feb 28, but now it's been extended, I think, to March 9th, we're eligible for the full amount. There's millions on the table. We probably won't get millions. We may get 1 to 2 million. Humboldt, I think, was at 1.3 million last year. And this is the same author of the assessment that Humboldt used. Given that we have a very short schedule, I think it makes sense for us to try to get the assessment done. Humboldt State University says they can do it. And they will do, for this $25,000, they will do the assessment. They will work with stakeholders to gather all the input for it. They will write the application and they will prepare a resolution for us, which would come back on the 25th, giving us a week of slip in case anything needs to be fine-tuned. We'd have to have a special meeting, of course, because I think our next meeting is the 10th. So I think this is in line with previous direction. I asked for it to be on the agenda last minute because I saw that if we didn't do this, we're going to lose the opportunity for another year.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's absolutely in line with previous direction. I thank Supervisor Williams for bringing it forward. I support it fully. And I assume we're going to hear that Humboldt State is prepared to complete the assessment in time to have this on either a February 24th or 25th meeting.
And my understanding also is that if we got it this year, then we'd be more in line to just roll it over for following years, and so it could be an ongoing.
Even better, points are awarded for the duration.
Supervisor
Supervisor Williams.
Okay.
Who's chairing this meeting?
So anyway, what was I going to say? Anyway, it could be a continuing funding source for this equity program.
It gets even better.
Supervisor Williams, would you like to talk now?
I thought you would never call on me.
This might be
Points
the last
are
time.
points are awarded by how long the program has been in existence. We're actually losing some because this year we will only have an assessment. The program won't have been in existence for 6 months. And so next year we should be even more eligible by doing the work now.
Right, and thank you for doing your work on this, and to Ms. Duquette too. Okay.
Through the chair, Sarah Duquette, I just want to confirm what Ted was saying, and also we have Connie Stewart here from Humboldt State that can answer any of your questions about this assessment process, and what you said is correct. There will be future opportunities in upcoming years to continue to apply for additional funds to fund the equity program.
Okay, thank you.
Chair and members of the board, hi, I'm Connie Stewart from the California Center for Rural Policy. And indeed, we did write the plan for Humboldt County in order for them to be eligible for funding last round. We do just want to temper expectations. I mean, we do only have about 3 weeks to work on this plan. We can do it, and we will try to get as much stakeholder input, but these are living documents. So let's be clear, we're going to do the best we can, but the board can alter the plan afterwards. If the community needs alterations, we will get you an assessment, we will get you a resolution, we will get you a template for the plan that will make you eligible to apply for funding. And then we hope that you will continue to make sure that that plan meets the needs of the community. I just also should introduce the rest of my team. We have Dominic Corva and Don Ulrich here as well, and the three of us are the team that will have 3 weeks to do all of this work. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Supervisor McCowan?
I believe Supervisor Brown was first.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
It's very short and sweet. Connie, I thought that was you sitting over there. And thank you for introducing the rest of your team and coming down here on this item. Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the issues here, of course, you know, many of our cultivators have had some of the same issues with interaction with law enforcement and so forth, but a lot of what particularly impacts our cultivators, and thus far our program has only been available to legacy cultivators who were cultivating in Mendocino County on or before, I think it's January 1st of 2016. They often are in locations where it's steep terrain, closer to streams and so forth. So in order to come into compliance, they have much higher compliance costs than a grower in Santa Barbara, where it's all flat land. They're utilizing previous cut flower infrastructure and things like that. They don't have any of the environmental challenges. So I think you can write a pretty compelling narrative of why, and again, our largest permitted cultivator is 10,000 square feet. So they don't have the economies of scale to spread these costs over a larger production. I think it's probably fairly easy to write a compelling narrative of why an equity program is particularly appropriate for Mendocino County.
Yes.
Through the chair. I do want to make it clear it's not equity across the entire state. This is to bring equity within the county in order to assure that underrepresented people or people that were impacted by the illegalization have an opportunity to contribute to the now legal market. So what we hope, I mean, especially underrepresented people are concerned about coming out of the darkness, right? Mm-hmm. So this is also to help them do that. So it's not directly to allow economic development people to compete with LA, for example. It's more about assuring that folks who are underrepresented can participate in the legal market within your own county. So we do anticipate, based on the needs of the county, that there'll be a lot of information around permitting in your program. I also assume that there'll be some retail assistance as well to get businesses up and running. But we've looked at your strategic plan. We know you have a strong economic desire for this. And so we're looking forward to helping make sure that everyone can participate in that market and be successful.
And if I can follow up, I appreciate the clarification, and I think probably 90% of what I said still applies.
Absolutely. Yeah, I want to make that clear, because the program is not anticipated that everyone will be able to apply and automatically get permitting. And so I just want to make that clear, so we don't set you guys up for there will be additional programs under Prop 64 to continue to help, but this one is around equity specifically. Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Jordy.
Hi, Connie. I just wanted to thank you and your team for coming down here. I mean, it's clear kind of the difference between you're coming from a civic background, our former Arcata council member, staff person to legislative staff, and the fact that you're not from a for-profit company. I mean, the fact that you sent 3 people down and have this commitment to do everything you can to finish this in 3 weeks. I mean, it's amazing. And just want to invite you to, if you aren't already, to just do what you can to engage with our economic development activities through West Business, the county, and EDFC. So I know you have a lot to offer.
And I have a question. So if we were to get this money, then would creation of like a cooperative organization be part of it, which would be helping out the small farmers? Would we be able to do something along those lines about having a staff person or someone who would be working on that?
According to the guidelines, the way they're written, and I invite my staffers to come up here, this is about direct support to the market. Only 10% can go to administrative costs. So, Dominic, do you want to add?
I think that yes. The answer to your question is, I'm sorry. I'm Dr. Dominic Corva. I'm also the co-director of the Humboldt Institute for Interdisciplinary Marijuana Research, and I'm Connie's associate on these projects. Mm-hmm. I mean, the answer is yes. That absolutely, like, a lot of what this is oriented towards is reducing the capital costs of gaining entry into the market, whether that's as a cooperative, if equity applicants organize that way. Yeah, absolutely.
Great, thank you. Okay, is there any more questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Okay, Janine Coleman.
Janine Coleman, Origins Council. I just want to express my full support and thank you, Supervisor Williams, for bringing this item forward and for all of the comments and discussion. And thank you to the center for coming. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, 1 second.
And
Supervisor
Janine
Williams.
Coleman, thank you for helping coordinate this on very short notice.
Appreciate it.
And John Sakowitz.
Thank you, Chair Hashek. John Sakowitz, Ukiah, member of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance and farmer. Very little in county government totally overjoys me. But when, Mr. Chairman, you said several months ago that you had researched Project Trellis, I was very happy indeed. And I'm very happy today that your colleague, Supervisor Williams, has brought this forward. Equity means a lot of different things in a lot of different states. New Jersey, where I'm seeking permits right now, equity means these micro-grant and local equity programs for minority populations that were disproportionately hurt by our country's insane war on drugs, namely the African-American community. I totally support this. Keep in mind that SB 1294 is a three-legged program: micro-grants and loans, local equity program, and marketing. I really hope that eventually our county gets into the supply chain business. The nut that really needs to be cracked is two nuts, really, is bringing the farmers who are in the black market into the white market. And then the second part is helping them bring their product direct to consumer. So eventually I hope we get our county co-ventures with the Farmers Co-op in the supply chain business. This will help the, as been mentioned, this will help the farmers who have, the legacy farmers who have been most hurt by cannabis prohibition and who have been hurt by generational poverty. Most farmers, most black market farmers are not the poster boys and poster girls for Flocana. They are subsistence farmers. We have appalling poverty rates in our county. As Supervisor Hamburg once pointed out, half of our county is food stamp eligible. Another third is eligible for Medi-Cal. This will bring those subsistence farmers into the white market. People can support this application by writing directly to the Bureau Chief for the California Bureau of Cannabis Control. Her name is Lori Ajax. Her address is 2920 Kilgore Road in Rancho Cordova, California. Zip code is 95670. I urge everyone in our county, black market, white market, processors, distributors, supply chain people, to unequivocally support this agenda item and to bring some equity into farmers who have been left out of legalization and who have been marginalized before this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Nelson.
Hannah Nelson on behalf of MCA. Again, we're in total full support. We appreciate this item coming forward. We certainly appreciate Humboldt State's coming in at such a last minute to be willing to do the enormous work, and we're offering both the county and Humboldt State, should you agree to this contract, any help and assistance that we can provide, including access to individual stories and any data that we can help collect. I personally have a very long history with populations that were impacted negatively by the war on drugs, and will do everything in my power to reach out to affected persons so that the proper data can be provided for the assessment. We also really look forward to continuing on and not looking at this as just, even though this agenda item is for this specific money, understanding that the more we continue to flush out assessment and add to it and dive deeper, the more funds that we'll be eligible for. And so while this is a good first start, and it's a really important first start, and we very much appreciate your support, we hope that you bear in mind that the more we do, the more we'll get. I do appreciate Supervisor McCowan's comments regarding compliance costs, and we really do hope that that is a primary feature of any potential program. I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to comment in the future on potential program proposals, and we look forward to working with the county and the contractor to provide whatever we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, back to the board. Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So part of the previous motion of the board was that equity program funds be used specifically to assist with the cost of regulatory compliance, and I'm sure that's an allowable use. The only question I have is where the funding would come from, and Supervisor Williams recommends Budget Unit 1810 promotions. The fiscal detail section of the agenda summary doesn't cover it. I think it should come from cannabis tax proceeds. The program should pay for itself. We know we have the funds, so I think in addition to the recommended motion, the direction would be for staff to identify the proper source of funding. But there's one other issue I'd like to come to that I think is related to this, that we as a board have made a commitment that a stated percentage of the cannabis proceeds would go for specific purposes, including fire and EMS, roads, enforcement. I think there was one other in there. Yes.
But the children's initiative too.
So what we haven't done is yet identify what are the cumulative costs that ought to be associated with the cannabis program development. Supervisor Williams and I have had one meeting with staff. Staff has done some work on that. I think it would be appropriate for the chair to appoint Supervisor Williams and I to an ad hoc with a 30-day turnaround to come back with recommendations on what costs should be attributed to the program, paid from the proceeds. That will identify the remaining funds available for distribution. I think we should probably also start setting up a separate account for the cannabis tax proceeds so they don't just get lost in the general fund as happened with Teeter. So anyway, I'm prepared to move the recommended action, but after we take this vote, I hope you'll consider appointing an ad hoc.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion for the, what's before us with the equity
Yeah,
program.
I move the recommended action.
Right.
I'm sorry, Supervisor McCowan, did that also include the direction for staff to identify a proper
No.
source of funding? No?
The motion is the
Just the
recommended
recommended?
action.
Thank you very much.
Seconded by Williams.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. And then this issue about forming the ad hoc to look at how the money is spent.
Well, no, it's to identify
Well,
what
how-
money should be allocated to the cannabis program cost, which will tell us what is the money left over that we've made commitments of where some of it should go.
Right, and right now, that money is put into the general fund. That's correct? Okay. And so what you're proposing is to look at taking that out of the general fund and creating looking at it separately.
Secondarily, but first of all, appoint an ad hoc to identify which costs should be appropriately attributed to the cannabis program development and the program itself.
Okay.
Mr.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So I support this. It's something we do need to do, and ad hoc may be the best way to advance this. And just as a reminder, we had two measures on the ballot. One was the tax, and the other was an advisory measure that passed with, I don't know, like 68%, that said a majority of the proceeds, so that's
Correct.
50 plus 1, a majority of the proceeds should be spent on, I think there were 4 items: roads, mental health, enhanced mental health services, enforcement of the program, and
Fire and EMS.
Fire and EMS, yeah. So those are the 4 items.
And, right, and in order to identify the proceeds, we have to first know what were the costs that need to be covered. So the consultants, the environmental contracts, and, you know, so we need to come back with a proposal to the board and see if the board agrees with, first of all,
Okay.
we'll see if Supervisor Williams and I can agree.
I agree.
All right, so it's getting late, and I'll make that appointment as an ad hoc.
And maybe it's the
And
cannabis
to-
program costs ad hoc.
And to report back within 30 days. Okay? All right, moving on. We have agenda item 5.
Can we thank our guests
Oh.
from Humboldt?
Yes. Thank you all for coming down, and we look forward to your work. Thank you. Okay, and we're moving on to agenda item 5H, Chief Executive Officer's report.
Chair Hashtag, there is no report today, and I do not believe there's a legislative report either.
Okay. And agenda item 5I, so there's no legislative report. There was just one issue I had with that, was I've been hearing a lot about the moratorium on fire insurance renewal, and it's SB 824, Laura's bill from last year. And it seems like when I looked at the list of all the zip codes that were included, the closest one to Mendocino County was in Windsor. And so it seems like if we can have any kind of lobbying effort to include Mendocino County, which has been greatly affected by fires and these non-renewal of insurance policies, it would be a great thing for us, helpful. Supervisor Brown.
So perhaps, Mr. Chair, it'd be great for you to go down and talk to Assembly Wood, talk to his representatives, and
Yes.
perhaps Senator McGuire and see what we can do. Because
Okay.
there is, I think, there's a lawsuit right now, also involving what Insurance Commissioner Lara is proposing. And so there's a lot going on with that, but I would certainly go down and connect with them. I believe he did put into effect it was last year's fires, not 2 years ago.
Which
agenda
item?
Very good. We're on the legislative platform.
But to get better
Okay.
clarification, I'd go down and talk to them.
Very good. Is there any public comment on that? Seeing none, if it's the will of the board, I'll do that. Okay? Okay, and that's, okay. Yeah, so we're all done? Okay, thank you all. Meeting adjourned at 5:22.